I'd always been competitive with puzzles and problem-solving games, the sort of person who couldn't resist a Sudoku or crossword that others had given up on. My mates used to joke that I should try those online puzzle competitions where people solve increasingly difficult challenges for prize money. But I never thought I was good enough for that level of competition. That changed when I was 25 and unemployed in Leeds, spending most days applying for teaching jobs that never materialized while living off savings that were rapidly dwindling. The job market for history teachers was brutal, and I was starting to consider completely different career paths when something happened that made me realize my puzzle-solving hobby might actually be worth something. I'd been working through some logic problems on a free puzzle website when a message appeared offering access to more challenging content if I was interested in testing my skills against harder material. The invitation seemed automated, probably triggered by my completion time or accuracy rate, but it led to a section of the site I hadn't seen before. The puzzles there were considerably more complex than anything I'd encountered on mainstream puzzle platforms. Not just mathematical problems or logic games, but challenges that required research, pattern recognition across multiple data sources, and the sort of analytical thinking that goes beyond casual entertainment. Some challenges involved analyzing communication patterns in large datasets. Others required identifying connections between seemingly unrelated pieces of information, and a few demanded the kind of systematic investigation that reminded me of historical research methods I'd learned during my degree. The difficulty level was addictive. These weren't puzzles you could solve in a few minutes during a coffee break, but genuine intellectual challenges that required hours of focused analysis and creative problem-solving approaches. More importantly, the platform offered small payments for successfully completing certain challenges. Nothing substantial, but enough to make the time investment feel worthwhile when I wasn't earning anything through conventional job applications. Over several weeks, I worked through increasingly difficult challenges, earning modest amounts that helped offset my unemployment while keeping my analytical skills sharp during a period when I wasn't getting much intellectual stimulation. The challenges gradually shifted from abstract logic problems to tasks that involved analyzing real-world information. Some required researching public records and identifying patterns in business registrations. Others involved tracking information flow through social media platforms or news reporting. The analytical work was genuinely engaging, combining the satisfaction of puzzle solving with research skills that were directly relevant to my historical training. It felt like productive use of my education during a time when my actual qualifications weren't leading to employment opportunities. But as the challenges became more complex and better paid, they also started requiring access to information sources that weren't available through normal internet browsing. The platform provided specialized software that could access databases and information networks that weren't indexed by standard search engines. The research challenges using these alternative information sources were considerably more interesting than anything I'd worked on before. Instead of analyzing sanitized datasets or public information, I was working with raw communication logs, unfiltered social media activity, and comprehensive records that showed how information actually moved through digital networks. The analytical challenges required understanding not just what information was being shared, but how different groups used various platforms to coordinate activities, spread influence, and maintain privacy while conducting business or personal activities. Some challenges focused on identifying key influencers in specific online communities. Others involved mapping relationships between apparently unconnected individuals or organizations, and a few required analyzing the effectiveness of different communication strategies for achieving particular goals. The work was intellectually stimulating and felt like legitimate research that could potentially be valuable for academic or professional purposes. I was developing data analysis skills that might be relevant for future employment, while earning enough to cover basic living expenses. But I also started noticing that some challenges involved analyzing information about people and organizations in Yorkshire, including details about businesses and individuals in Leeds and surrounding areas that I was familiar with from living in the region. The research wasn't focused on abstract or distant subjects, but was systematically analyzing real people and activities in my immediate geographic area. Some challenges required identifying vulnerabilities in local business operations. Others involved mapping social connections between specific individuals, and a few focused on analyzing personal communication patterns that revealed private information about real people's relationships and activities. I realized that my analytical work wasn't contributing to academic research or legitimate business intelligence, but was being used to compile detailed information about Yorkshire residents for purposes that weren't clearly explained. The puzzle-solving platform seemed to be using gamified challenges to recruit people with analytical skills for conducting systematic research into real people's private lives and business activities. When I questioned the purpose of the more invasive research challenges, the platform explained that understanding social and business networks was essential for various legitimate purposes, including market research, academic studies, and security analysis. They assured me that all information was obtained through legal sources and that my analytical work was contributing to legitimate research rather than harmful activities. But the analytical challenges continued becoming more specifically targeted at Yorkshire residents, with increasing focus on gathering detailed intelligence about specific individuals' personal circumstances, business relationships, and private activities. Some challenges required analyzing people's financial situations based on their digital footprints. Others involved identifying personal vulnerabilities that could be exploited for various purposes, and a few focused on mapping family relationships and social connections that could be used to influence or manipulate specific individuals. I started recognizing that the research I was conducting involved some people I knew personally from around Leeds, including detailed analysis of their private communications, business activities, and personal relationships. The puzzle platform wasn't just collecting abstract information about Yorkshire residents, but was systematically profiling real people I encountered in my daily life, using my analytical skills to compile intelligence that could be used for manipulation, harassment, or exploitation. My competitive puzzle-solving hobby had been exploited to recruit me for conducting surveillance research on my own community, with the intellectual satisfaction of challenging analytical work being used to overcome ethical concerns about systematic invasion of privacy. I tried to investigate what was being done with the analytical research I'd been conducting, following the specialized software connections to discover where my intelligence reports were being distributed and used. The investigation led to online communities that operated outside normal internet infrastructure, where detailed personal information about UK residents was being traded and analysed for various purposes that range from targeted advertising to systematic harassment. The analytical intelligence I'd been providing through puzzle challenges was being used by these communities to develop comprehensive profiles of Yorkshire residents that could be used for financial exploitation, personal manipulation, or coordinated harassment campaigns. Some community participants specialized in using personal intelligence for systematic psychological manipulation of selected targets, while others focused on financial exploitation or identity theft based on detailed knowledge of people's circumstances and vulnerabilities. The research skills I developed through historical training and puzzle solving were being used to facilitate systematic harm to real people in my own community, with the intellectual challenge of analytical work being used to disguise surveillance activities as legitimate research. When I attempted to stop participating in the platform challenges, I discovered that my analytical work had already provided enough intelligence about Yorkshire residents to make withdrawal complicated, without risking exposure of activities I'd inadvertently supported. The platform made it clear that my research contributions had been valuable enough that they preferred continued cooperation, rather than dealing with complications that might arise if I attempted to expose their data collection activities. They suggested that ongoing participation in analytical challenges would be considerably less problematic than attempting to report activities that I'd already provided substantial research support for implementing. The competitive puzzle solving that had seemed like productive use of my analytical skills during unemployment had made me complicit in systematic surveillance activities affecting real people in my own community. I never found safe methods for extracting myself from involvement with the platform, or for warning Yorkshire residents who were being profiled using intelligence I'd helped compile through analytical challenges. The puzzle platform continues operating. The systematic analysis of UK residents continues expanding, and people continue having their personal information collected and distributed through gamified research challenges that exploit competitive instincts and intellectual curiosity. I eventually found teaching work through conventional job applications, but the analytical research I'd conducted during unemployment continues being used to facilitate systematic targeting of Yorkshire residents who have no idea their personal information was collected through puzzle-solving activities. The intellectual challenge that had seemed like productive use of my historical research skills turned out to be recruitment for comprehensive surveillance activities affecting real people in my own community, with competitive puzzle solving being used to overcome ethical resistance to systematic invasion of privacy. My analytical contributions continue being used to harm vulnerable individuals throughout Yorkshire, while the platform continues recruiting unemployed graduates who believe they're developing valuable research skills rather than providing intelligence for systematic exploitation disguised as challenging intellectual work. I've never told anyone this story properly. Not the police, not my friends, not even my partner. They got versions of it, sure, but never the whole thing. I suppose I'm telling you now because enough time has passed that I can finally talk about it without my hands shaking. Though even now, typing this out, I keep glancing at my webcam to make sure it's still covered with tape. It started about 3 years ago, when I was working as a graphic designer for a small marketing firm in Manchester. Nothing glamorous, mostly designing flyers for local businesses, updating websites, that sort of thing. I'd just gone through a rough breakup and was spending most evenings alone in my flat, drinking too much wine and falling down internet rabbit holes. One night, after a particularly bad day at work, I stumbled across an article about the dark web. Not the sensationalized stuff you see in the papers, but a proper investigative piece about how journalists use it to communicate with sources in oppressive regimes. I'd heard about it before, obviously, but always assumed it was just for drugs and illegal stuff. The article made it sound almost noble, this hidden part of the internet where privacy still existed. Curiosity got the better of me. After a few YouTube tutorials and about an hour of faffing about with software, I was in. The first thing that struck me was how ordinary it looked. I'd expected something out of a film. Green text on black screens, maybe some sinister music. Instead, it was just websites with terrible designs, like the internet from the 90s. I spent a few weeks just browsing, treating it like a weird hobby. Most of it was boring. Dead links, abandoned pages, the occasional marketplace selling things I definitely didn't want to buy. But then I found something that seemed harmless enough. A site called ViewShare. The concept was simple. People would stream their webcams for 24 hours straight, and viewers could watch random feeds from around the world. The site claimed it was about human connection, seeing how people really lived when they thought no one was watching. There was supposedly some vetting process to make sure everyone was a willing participant. Looking back, I should have questioned that more. The first few streams I watched were mundane. A student in what looked like Eastern Europe studying at his desk. An elderly woman in Japan watching television. A man somewhere in America playing video games. It was oddly hypnotic, these glimpses into ordinary lives. I started leaving streams on in the background while I worked from home, like having flatmates I never had to talk to. After about a month, I noticed something odd. One of the feeds I'd bookmarked, a woman in her 30s who seemed to live alone in a nice flat, had changed. Not the woman herself, but the angle. The camera had moved slightly, showing more of her bedroom door. I figured she'd knocked it while cleaning or something. But over the next few days, the camera kept moving. Tiny adjustments, barely noticeable unless you were paying attention. Which, sadly, I was. The woman never seemed to touch it. The movements happened when she was asleep or out of the room. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe she had a cat I hadn't seen, or the camera mount was loose. But then I started noticing the same thing in other feeds. Cameras shifting when they shouldn't, focusing on specific things. Doorways, windows, personal items left lying around. The really unsettling part came when I was watching a feed of a young guy in London. I recognized the area from the view out his window. Somewhere near Clapham, not far from where my sister lived. He was getting ready for bed, going through his usual routine, when he paused at his laptop. He was looking at something on his screen, and his face went pale. He stood up quickly, went to his window, and peered out into the darkness. Then he practically ran to his front door. I could just see it from the camera angle, and checked the locks. He did this maybe 3 or 4 times before grabbing his phone and making a call. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but he was obviously upset. 20 minutes later, the police showed up. I watched as 2 officers came into view, the guy gesturing frantically at his laptop. One of the officers looked at the screen, then immediately got on his radio. Within minutes, there were more police. The guy started packing a bag, throwing clothes in randomly, his hands visibly shaking. Then the feed cut out. I tried refreshing, checking the site, but that particular stream was gone. Not just offline, completely removed, like it had never existed. I knew something was seriously wrong, but I couldn't work out what. The guy had seen something on his laptop that made him call the police, but what? I went back through my bookmarked feeds, and my stomach dropped. Of the 12 streams I'd been following regularly, 5 were now gone, just vanished. The others were still active, but when I checked them, something felt different. The people seemed nervous, jumpy. One woman had moved her sofa to block her front door. That's when I decided to look more carefully at my own favorite feed. The woman in her 30s with the nice flat. I'd been watching her for weeks, knew her routine. She worked from home like me, had yogurt for breakfast, always watched the news at 10. I developed this weird parasocial relationship with her, even though she had no idea I existed. I studied her feed for hours, looking for whatever was making everyone so frightened. And then I saw it. Reflected in her bedroom mirror, barely visible, a figure in her wardrobe. The door was open just a crack, and there was definitely someone in there watching her sleep. My first instinct was to somehow warn her, but how? The site didn't have any communication features, no chat or comments. I watched in horror as she woke up, stretched, and walked right past the wardrobe to her bathroom. The figure didn't move. I couldn't look away. For the entire day, whenever she left the bedroom, I'd see movement in that wardrobe. Someone adjusting their position, getting comfortable. When she came back, they'd go still. She had no idea. That evening, she was cooking dinner when her doorbell rang. She looked confused. She wasn't expecting anyone. Through the webcam, I watched her go to the door. She came back with a small package, examining it curiously. No label, no postage marks. She opened it at her kitchen table. Inside was a single key and a note. She read it, and her face went white. She read it again, then looked around her flat, eyes wide with fear. Then she looked directly at the webcam. She knew, somehow she'd just found out about the stream. She grabbed her laptop, presumably trying to find the source of the stream, how to shut it off. Her fingers were flying over the keyboard, her face getting more and more panicked. Then she stopped, staring at the screen. Slowly she turned to look at her bedroom door. She knew about the wardrobe. What happened next was chaos. She ran to her kitchen, grabbed a knife and her phone. I could see her dialing 999, backing away from the bedroom, the knife shaking in her hand. The wardrobe door started to open. The man who emerged was utterly ordinary looking, middle-aged, wearing jeans and a dark jacket. He looked irritated more than anything else, like she'd ruined his plan. She screamed at him to stay back, the phone pressed to her ear. He just stood there, looking at her with this horrible, disappointed expression. Then he looked directly at the webcam and smiled. He pulled out his own phone, typed something, and my screen went black. Not just the feed, my entire laptop shut down. When I frantically restarted it, ViewShare was gone. The site didn't exist. No trace of it anywhere on the dark web. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I kept thinking about all those feeds, all those people being watched. How many of them had someone in their house? How many were in danger? I wanted to go to the police, but what would I say? I'd been accessing illegal parts of the internet, watching people without their knowledge, and I'd seen. What exactly? 3 days later, I saw a news article. A woman in Birmingham had been found dead in her flat. The details were sparse, but they mentioned she'd been the victim of stalking, that someone had been living in her flat without her knowledge for weeks. The photo they used was old, but I recognized her immediately, the woman with the nice flat. I threw up, then spent the rest of the day trying to find information about the other people from the feeds. I found 2 more news stories. A man in London who disappeared after reporting someone had been watching him. A family in Leeds who'd fled their home after finding hidden cameras everywhere. The worst part was the comment the police made in one article. They said the victims had all received packages with keys to their own homes and notes explaining they'd been watched for weeks. The notes contained details only someone with intimate access to their lives would know. What they ate for breakfast, their daily routines, when they cried, when they were most vulnerable. I became paranoid after that. Covered all my cameras, changed all my locks, installed a security system. I moved flats twice in 6 months. Even now, I check my wardrobe every night, look for signs someone's been in my space. I know it's not rational, but I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, someone is still watching. About a year ago, I got brave enough to go back on the dark web, just to check, to see if ViewShare or something like it had returned. I didn't find the site, but I found something else, a forum discussing it, hidden deep in the network. people who claimed to have been viewers, like me, sharing their stories. The consensus was that ViewShare had been a proof of concept, someone demonstrating that they could access thousands of cameras, plant people in homes, coordinate surveillance on a massive scale. The police interventions had forced them to shut it down, but only that specific operation. The infrastructure, the network of people willing to hide in strangers' homes for weeks, that was all still out there. One user claimed to know who was behind it. Not criminals, they said, but someone much worse. Someone selling a service to the highest bidder. Want to know your spouse's every movement? They could arrange that. Need dirt on a business rival? They had people for that. Want someone to disappear? Well, they'd already proven they could get into anyone's home. I stopped reading after that. Deleted everything. Wiped my laptop. Tried to pretend I'd never seen any of it. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my flat at night, I think about all those feeds, all those people living their lives never knowing someone was watching, waiting, planning. The thing that haunts me most isn't what I saw. It's what I didn't see. How many other cameras were in that woman's flat? How long had that man been in her wardrobe? And the question that keeps me awake at night, if they were streaming from hidden cameras, if they had people physically placed in homes, then how did they choose their targets? Were they random? Or was there something that connected all those people? Some reason they were selected? I've gone over it 1,000 times, trying to find a pattern. They were all different ages, different locations, different lifestyles. The only thing they had in common was that they lived alone. Just like I do. Last week, I found a small package outside my door. No label, no postage marks. I haven't opened it. I know I should throw it away or take it to the police, but I can't bring myself to touch it. It's still sitting on my kitchen counter, unopened. Sometimes I catch myself staring at it, wondering if there's a key inside, wondering if it's to my front door, or maybe to something else. Maybe to a door I don't even know exists in my flat. A cupboard I've never noticed. A panel in the wall that looks solid but isn't. I've started sleeping on my sofa, where I can see both the front door and the bedroom. I know I'm being paranoid. I know the chances of them targeting me are tiny. But every time I hear a noise at night, every time something seems slightly out of place, I remember that smile. The way that ordinary-looking man looked at the camera, like he was looking directly at me, letting me know that watching had consequences. The funny thing is, I still sometimes get the urge to go back on the dark web, not to find ViewShare or anything like it, but to see if there's any news, any updates, any sign that the people behind it were caught. But I know that's how it starts. One little search, one quick look, and before you know it, you're in too deep. Because here's what I've learned about the dark web. It's not the illegal stuff that's truly dangerous. It's not the markets or the forums or the things everyone warns you about. It's the things that seem harmless, the curiosities that draw you in, the sites that make you complicit without you realizing it, that turn you into a participant in something horrific while you think you're just observing. I was watching those people for weeks, thinking I was just seeing normal life unfold. But I was part of it, wasn't I? Part of the violation. Every view probably funded what they were doing, encouraged them to go further. I wonder sometimes if my watching somehow marked those people, if my attention helped select them as targets. That's the real horror of the dark web. Not that terrible things happen there, but that it makes you part of them without you even knowing it. You think you're just looking, just curious, but every click is participation. Every view is collaboration. I still have nightmares about that woman. In them, she's looking at the camera, looking at me, asking why I didn't help her, why I just watched. And the worst part is, I don't have an answer. I saw someone in her wardrobe, saw her in danger, and all I did was keep watching, waiting to see what would happen next. The package is still on my counter. Every day I tell myself I'll throw it away tomorrow. Every night I lie awake, wondering what's inside. Sometimes I think I hear footsteps in my flat, soft movements in rooms I'm not in. It's probably just the neighbors, or the building settling, or my imagination running wild. My upstairs neighbor was live streaming everything that happened in my flat, and I only found out because someone in the chat recognized my address. I was browsing hidden sites looking for textbooks I couldn't afford. University prices for psychology texts were absolutely mental, and someone had told me about places where you could find PDF copies that weren't exactly legal, but weren't exactly unavailable either. Most students did it, especially those of us living on beans and toast, while trying to get through our degrees at Sheffield. The site I ended up on looked like a typical file-sharing platform, with sections for different types of content: academic materials, software, media files, the usual stuff you'd expect from people sharing things they probably shouldn't be sharing. But there was also a section called Live Content that I clicked on out of curiosity. It was streaming services mostly, football matches, TV shows, and sometimes webcam feeds from people's computers that had been compromised by malware. The quality was usually terrible, and most streams would cut out after a few minutes, but it was free entertainment when you had nothing else to do. That's how I stumbled across a stream titled Flat 2B, Sheffield Student House. The description was minimal, just the title and a viewer count showing about 30 people watching. When I clicked on it, I was looking at what appeared to be someone's living room. Basic furniture, textbooks scattered around, and a small kitchen visible in the background. Nothing particularly interesting, just a typical student flat. It took me a few minutes to realize I was looking at my own living room. The camera angle was from above, positioned somewhere near the ceiling, giving a clear view of most of the space. I could see my sofa, my desk, even the pile of washing I'd left by the door that morning. The stream was live. When I moved my laptop, I could see the movement reflected on screen with just a few seconds delay. Someone had been broadcasting my daily life to strangers on the internet, and I'd had no idea. The chat beside the video stream was active, with viewers commenting on everything they could see. People discussing my furniture and my clothes, even making jokes about my housekeeping. Some of the comments were sexual, speculating about my personal life in a way that made me uncomfortable. But what really disturbed me were the viewers who seemed to know details about my routine. Comments about what time I usually came home, which days I had lectures, even predictions about what I'd be eating for dinner based on previous observations. They'd been watching long enough to learn my habits. I closed the stream immediately and started searching my flat for hidden cameras. It didn't take long to find the first one. A tiny device no bigger than a coin, stuck to the ceiling light, fitting with what looked like industrial adhesive. The lens was barely visible, disguised as part of the fixture's design. There were 3 more cameras positioned around the flat. One in the bedroom, hidden inside a smoke detector that I'd never paid attention to. Another in the bathroom, concealed behind the mirror. The 4th was in the kitchen, built into what I'd assumed was a normal electrical socket. All of them were professional-grade equipment, not the sort of thing you'd buy in normal electronics shops. Someone had invested serious money in monitoring my living space, and they'd done it with enough skill that I'd never noticed anything unusual. The cameras were hardwired into the building's electrical system, which meant they'd been installed by someone with access to the property and knowledge of how the wiring worked. Not a random intruder, but someone who could work on the building legitimately without arousing suspicion. I live in a converted Victorian house split into 6 flats, with a communal entrance and thin walls that mean you can hear everything your neighbors do. The landlord employed a maintenance company for repairs and improvements, but there were also individual tenants who sometimes did their own work on their flats. My upstairs neighbor, Marcus, had moved in about 6 months earlier and immediately started what he called upgrading his flat, rewiring, installing new lighting, even running Ethernet cables through the walls for better internet connectivity. He'd been very friendly about it, warning all the neighbors about potential disruptions and even offering to do similar work for anyone else who was interested. I thought he was just being helpful, a postgraduate student in computer science who knew about technology and wanted to improve his living situation. He'd even helped me fix my internet connection when it was running slowly, explaining that the building's wiring was old and sometimes caused interference. Now I realized he'd probably been installing surveillance equipment while pretending to help with routine maintenance. I tried accessing the stream again from my phone, this time watching from the corridor outside my flat. The feed was still active, showing my empty living room with the same professional quality and multiple camera angles. In the chat, people were asking where I'd gone and when I'd be back. Someone posted what they claimed was my university timetable, listing the days and times when my flat would definitely be empty. Another user shared photographs that appeared to have been taken through my windows from the building's back garden. The level of information they had about my life was comprehensive and terrifying, but most disturbing was a user who seemed to be running the stream. They were answering questions about the technical setup, explaining how the cameras had been installed and boasting about the quality of the footage. When someone asked about audio, they mentioned that microphones had been built into each camera, providing full sound coverage of everything that happened in the flat. They'd been listening to my phone calls, my conversations with friends, even my private moments when I thought I was completely alone. Months of my life had been broadcast live to strangers who treated my privacy as entertainment. I needed to confront Marcus, but I also needed evidence that would be useful if I decided to involve the police. The stream itself might disappear at any moment if he realized I'd discovered it. So I started recording everything I could see on my phone. The chat logs were particularly valuable, showing usernames and timestamps that might be traceable. Some viewers had been careless enough to mention personal details about themselves, geographic locations, even usernames from other social media platforms that could potentially identify them. But I also needed to be careful about how I gathered evidence. If Marcus realized I knew about the cameras, he might destroy everything and claim ignorance. Worse, he might have other capabilities I wasn't aware of, access to my computer, my phone, even my bank accounts if he'd been monitoring my passwords and personal information. I decided to act normally while I figured out what to do next. Went back into my flat, carried on with my evening routine, tried not to look directly at any of the camera positions. But knowing I was being watched made every movement feel artificial and uncomfortable. The worst part was thinking about all the private moments that had been broadcast without my knowledge. Times when I'd been upset or sick, or just trying to relax in what I'd thought was the safety of my own home. All of it had been entertainment for strangers who saw me as nothing more than a character in their personal reality show. I started paying closer attention to sounds from the flat above mine. Marcus's computer was often running late into the night, and I could hear him moving around at odd hours. Sometimes there were other voices, people visiting who stayed for just short periods. Now I wondered if they were coming to watch the live feeds in person, treating my surveillance as a social activity. The next evening, I heard him talking to someone about expanding the setup. His voice carried clearly through the thin ceiling, and he was discussing installing additional cameras in the building's common areas, the hallway, the shared garden, even the communal laundry room, where several female tenants did their washing. He wasn't just targeting me. He was planning to monitor everyone in the building. I tried researching the legal options for dealing with hidden surveillance, but the laws around privacy and recording were more complicated than I'd expected. Proving that cameras had been installed without consent required evidence that might be difficult to gather safely. And if Marcus had been careful about how he'd access my flat, it might be hard to prove he was responsible. Meanwhile, the stream continued broadcasting my daily life to a growing audience. The viewer count had increased to over 50 people, and the chat was becoming more active and invasive. People were making requests for specific activities, trying to influence my behavior by posting suggestions about what they wanted to see. Some comments suggested that viewers were sharing the stream link with others, spreading it across different platforms and communities. My privacy was being violated on an increasingly large scale, with no way to know how many people had seen intimate moments from my life. The worst part was the sense of complete helplessness. Even knowing about the cameras, I couldn't safely remove them without alerting Marcus that I'd discovered his operation, and I couldn't prove he was responsible without potentially destroying evidence that might be needed for any legal action. I started sleeping at friends' houses when possible, claiming I was having problems with noise from upstairs, but I couldn't avoid my own flat entirely without arousing suspicion, and I needed to maintain the appearance of normal routine while I decided how to handle the situation. During the day, when Marcus was usually out, I could hear electronic sounds from his flat that suggested he was monitoring multiple feeds simultaneously. Not just mine, but possibly other properties as well. The scope of his surveillance operation was larger than I'd initially realized. I tried finding other streams on the same platform that might be connected to his setup. It didn't take long to discover feeds from 2 other addresses in Sheffield, both showing student accommodation similar to mine. Young people living alone, unaware they were being watched by audiences who discussed their lives like they were characters in a television program. The comment histories on these other streams showed the same usernames that appeared on mine, suggesting a dedicated community of people who specialized in voyeuristic surveillance of students. They shared information about different streams, compared the quality of various setups, even rated their preferred targets based on physical appearance and daily routines. It was a systematic violation of privacy affecting multiple victims, operated as entertainment for people who saw nothing wrong with invading the most intimate aspects of strangers' lives. I finally decided to contact the police, but I needed to be strategic about how I presented the information. Simply claiming that someone was streaming my flat wouldn't be enough. I needed evidence that clearly showed the scope of the operation and identified Marcus as the person responsible. I spent a week documenting everything I could safely gather. Screenshots of the streams, recordings of the chat conversations, photographs of the hidden cameras taken from angles that wouldn't be visible to someone monitoring the feeds. Even audio recordings of Marcus discussing his technical setup with visitors to his flat. When I finally made the report, the officer seemed genuinely shocked by the extent of the surveillance operation. They explained that this type of voyeuristic streaming was becoming more common, especially targeting students who lived alone and might not notice subtle signs of intrusion. But they also warned me that building a case would take time, and that Marcus would probably become aware of the investigation before any arrest could be made. In the meantime, I'd need to continue living normally to avoid alerting him that his operation had been discovered. The investigation is still ongoing, several weeks later. Marcus continues to live upstairs, apparently unaware that his activities are being monitored by law enforcement. The streams are still active, still broadcasting my daily life to audiences who remain completely unaware that they're now part of a criminal investigation. I've had to accept that months of my private life will never be private again. Somewhere out there, people have recordings of intimate moments that were never meant to be shared. My sense of security in my own home has been permanently destroyed, and I'll probably never feel completely safe in any private space again. But what disturbs me most is knowing that this is probably happening to other students in other cities, and most of them will never discover they're being watched. They'll live their entire university experience unaware that strangers are monitoring their most vulnerable moments for entertainment. The technology for this kind of surveillance is becoming cheaper and easier to install, while the legal protections for victims remain inadequate. People like Marcus can violate dozens of lives before anyone even realizes what's happening, and by then the damage is irreversible. I still live in the same flat, still go through my daily routine under the observation of hidden cameras, but now I know I'm being watched, and that knowledge has changed everything about how I experience what should be the most private aspects of my life. The first parcel arrived on a Tuesday morning, and I almost didn't accept it because I hadn't ordered anything. I was finishing my third year studying psychology at Manchester, living alone in a studio flat above a chippy on Wilmslow Road, the sort of place where the smell of vinegar soaked into everything and the radiators clanged all night, but it was cheap and walking distance from campus, perfect for a student budget stretched to breaking point. The delivery driver was holding a small brown package, about the size of a paperback book, with my name and address printed on a generic white label. No return address, no company logo, nothing to indicate where it had come from. When I told him I hadn't ordered anything, he just shrugged and said it was already paid for, so I might as well take it. Inside was a mobile phone, not a smartphone. Just one of those basic Nokia models you'd see in petrol stations, the kind drug dealers supposedly used because they were harder to trace. It was switched on, fully charged, with a single number saved in the contacts list under the name Service. I should have thrown it away immediately, should have reported it to the police, or at least asked my neighbors if they'd received anything similar. Instead, I did what any curious student would do. I Googled the phone's model number and tried to work out where it might have come from. That's how I ended up on the dark web for the first time. One search led to another, and before I knew it, I was reading about anonymous communication methods and untraceable delivery services. The deeper I dug, the more references I found to something called physical drop protocols, ways of getting items to specific people without leaving any digital fingerprints. The phone sat on my desk for 3 days before it rang. I was eating breakfast, scrolling through lecture notes, when the Nokia started buzzing across the wooden surface. The caller ID just showed Service. I stared at it for maybe 10 rings before curiosity got the better of me, and I answered. No one spoke. There was background noise, traffic maybe, or machinery, but no voice. After about 30 seconds, the line went dead. When I tried calling back, it went straight to voicemail. No greeting, just silence, and then the beep. That night, I found the website. It wasn't easy to locate. I'd been browsing hidden sites for hours, following links that led to more links, most of which were broken or led to placeholder pages. But eventually, I stumbled across something called Direct Physical Services, a page with minimal text and a simple contact form. The description was deliberately vague. Something about bridging digital anonymity with real-world requirements and providing discrete solutions for complex delivery needs. There was a phone number listed at the bottom of the page, the same number that was saved in the Nokia's contacts. I spent the next few hours exploring related sites, trying to piece together what this service actually did. From what I could gather, it was some sort of courier operation that specialized in anonymous deliveries. People would request items through the hidden website, pay through untraceable methods, and then receive packages with no identifying information about the sender. Mostly, it seemed to be used for things that weren't quite illegal, but weren't exactly legitimate either. Rare books that might have been stolen from libraries, prescription medications that didn't require prescriptions, personal documents that someone shouldn't have had access to, the kind of grey area transactions that people preferred to keep off the normal internet. But there were darker hints too, references to biological samples and personal effects that suggested the service wasn't limited to simple package delivery. Some of the site's clients seemed to be requesting very specific items from very specific people, as if they had inside knowledge of their target's routines and possessions. The Nokia rang again on Friday evening. This time, when I answered, there was a voice. Male, middle-aged, with a London accent that had been carefully modulated to sound nondescript. He asked if I was satisfied with the service so far, and when I said I didn't understand what service he was referring to, he chuckled softly. He explained that I'd been selected as a distribution point for their operation. Parcels would be delivered to my address, and I would be responsible for passing them on to their final recipients. In exchange, I'd receive a small commission for each successful handover, enough to cover rent for a few months, he suggested. When I started to protest that I hadn't signed up for anything, he cut me off gently. He said my browsing history suggested I'd already shown interest in their services, and my address had been verified as suitable for their requirements. If I wasn't interested in participating, I could simply ignore future deliveries, but the initial phone was mine to keep regardless. Then he hung up, leaving me staring at the Nokia and wondering how anyone could know what websites I'd been visiting. I used the university's internet connection, which should have provided some level of anonymity, but apparently that wasn't enough to stay completely hidden. The second parcel arrived the following Monday. This one was larger, maybe the size of a shoebox, and significantly heavier. The same generic labeling, the same anonymous delivery driver, who seemed surprised when I questioned him about the sender. When I opened it in my flat, I found a collection of items that made no immediate sense together. There was a house key, still warm from being recently cut, a small digital camera, the kind used for security systems, a manila envelope containing what looked like bank statements and utility bills for someone I'd never heard of. And at the bottom, wrapped in tissue paper, was a lock of dark hair tied with a piece of string. The implications were disturbing. Someone had paid to have these items collected and delivered, but the combination suggested something much more invasive than a simple theft. The bank statements were recent, from a Barclays branch in South Manchester. The utility bills covered the same address. The key looked like it belonged to a front door, but it was the hair that really unsettled me. It wasn't the kind you'd get from a hairbrush or a pillow. It had been cut deliberately, all the same length, as if someone had taken it while the owner was unconscious or restrained. I should have called the police then, should have handed over everything and explained about the phone and the website and the strange service that seemed to be operating out of my address. Instead, I found myself back on the dark web, trying to understand what I'd gotten involved with. The Direct Physical Services website had changed. There were new sections now, accessible only through specific links that hadn't been there before. One was labeled Active Collections and contained a list of items currently being sourced. Most were vague: personal documentation from target residents or biological verification material. But some were terrifyingly specific. One request was for recent photographs from family home, kitchen area preferred. Another wanted clothing items worn within last 48 hours unwashed. There was even a listing for spare house keys copied from originals, North Manchester postcodes only. What made it worse was realizing that some of these requests had completion dates in the past, items that had already been collected and delivered. The parcel sitting on my desk was just one of many that had passed through this network, and I was apparently part of a much larger operation than I'd understood. The phone rang again that evening, but this time I didn't answer. It kept ringing though, every few hours throughout the night. Always the same caller ID, always the same patient buzzing until it reached voicemail. By morning, there were dozens of missed calls logged in the phone's memory. When I finally picked up, the voice was less friendly than before. He asked why I hadn't acknowledged receipt of the second delivery, and when I said I wasn't comfortable with the arrangement, he reminded me that I'd already accepted payment for services rendered. The phone itself was worth more than £50, he pointed out, and keeping it without fulfilling my obligations would constitute theft. More importantly, he added, my address was now registered in their system as an active distribution point. Other clients depended on the reliability of their network, and disappointing them would have consequences that extended beyond simple financial penalties. When I asked what he meant by consequences, he described my daily routine in uncomfortable detail. The time I left for lectures, the route I took to campus, the coffee shop where I usually stopped for lunch. He knew about my part-time job at the campus library, my weekend visits to the Arndale Centre, even the fact that I ordered takeaway from the same Indian restaurant every Thursday night. The message was clear. They'd been watching me long enough to know everything about my life, and that information could be used against me if I decided not to cooperate. The third parcel arrived on Wednesday, and this time I knew I had to get rid of it without looking inside. But curiosity is a dangerous thing, especially when you're already involved in something you don't fully understand. The package was smaller than the others, about the size of a jewelry box, but it was cold to the touch and seemed to contain liquid of some kind. Inside was a small glass vial filled with what looked like blood, dark red, slightly congealed, with a medical label stuck to the side that showed a name and date from just 2 days earlier. There was also a printed sheet with what appeared to be test results, blood type, DNA markers, other medical information that I didn't fully understand, but that looked official and recent. Someone had paid to have blood samples collected and analyzed, then delivered to my address for distribution to a third party. The implications were horrifying. This wasn't just about stealing personal belongings or copying keys. Someone was harvesting biological material from unwilling victims. I tried calling the number on the Nokia to demand an explanation, but it went straight to a recorded message. The voice was the same one I'd spoken to before, but now it was reciting an address in Moss Side and instructing me to deliver the package by 6 o'clock that evening. If I failed to complete the delivery on time, there would be additional charges applied to my account. What account? I'd never agreed to any financial arrangement, never signed any contracts or provided payment information. But apparently, that didn't matter. In their system, I was already committed to seeing this through. The address in Moss Side turned out to be a laundrette, the kind of place that stayed open late and asked no questions about who was washing what. When I arrived with the package, there was a woman waiting by the change machine. Early 30s, nervous looking, constantly checking her watch and glancing towards the door. She approached me as soon as I walked in, asking if I was there for the collection. When I handed over the package, she seemed relieved but also frightened, as if she was expecting something much worse than a small glass vial. She left immediately, without saying anything else, but I noticed she threw the package into a bin outside rather than keeping it. That's when I realized I wasn't the only one caught up in this system. The woman had been just as scared as I was, probably coerced into participating through the same combination of threats and surveillance that had trapped me. We were all just links in a chain that none of us fully understood. The Nokia rang as I was walking back to my flat. This time, the voice was congratulating me on a successful delivery and explaining that my commission would be processed within the next few days. When I asked how they planned to pay me, considering they had no banking information, he laughed and said payment would come in the form of continued personal security. As long as I cooperated with their requests, he explained, I would remain safe from the various unpleasant individuals who use their services. But if I decided to stop participating or involve the authorities, those same individuals would be provided with detailed information about my involvement in their operations. I was trapped. Even if I went to the police, how could I explain my role without admitting to handling stolen property and biological samples? And who would believe that I'd been forced into it by anonymous phone calls and untraceable deliveries? The parcels kept coming after that, usually 1 or 2 per week, always containing items that someone shouldn't have had access to. House keys and alarm codes, medical records and prescription bottles, personal photographs and pieces of jewelry that looked like family heirlooms. Each delivery came with specific instructions about where and when to hand over the package. Sometimes it was normal places, coffee shops, bus stations, shopping centers. But increasingly, it was locations that felt designed to isolate and intimidate. Abandoned buildings, empty car parks, the sorts of places where you wouldn't want to be caught alone at night. The people collecting the packages were getting stranger too. Not just nervous civilians like the woman at the laundrette, but individuals who seemed more comfortable with the criminal aspects of the operation. People who looked at me like they were memorizing my face for future reference. I tried to break the cycle several times, ignoring phone calls, refusing deliveries, even going so far as to leave Manchester for a long weekend to see if distance would make a difference. But they always found ways to bring me back into compliance. When I ignored calls, they started leaving voicemails with increasingly personal information about my family back in Liverpool. When I refused a delivery, the driver simply left the package outside my door where anyone could have taken it. When I left town, I returned to find evidence that someone had been inside my flat. Nothing stolen, just small changes that proved they had access whenever they wanted it. The breaking point came when I received a package that contained my own belongings. It was things from my childhood bedroom at my parents' house, a watch my grandfather had given me, photographs from school trips, even a diary I'd written when I was 14. Items that should have been safely locked away in Liverpool, not sitting in an anonymous parcel delivered to my address in Manchester. The message was unmistakable. They could reach anyone, anywhere, anytime they wanted. My participation wasn't really optional. It was just the illusion of choice designed to make me feel like I had some control over the situation. That was 3 months ago. The deliveries are still coming, and I'm still making the handovers because I don't see any alternative. The commission payments have started arriving too. Always in cash, always left in places where I'm guaranteed to find them. Just enough to make it clear that they're keeping track of my financial situation as closely as everything else. Sometimes I wonder about the other people involved in this network. The drivers who deliver packages without asking questions, the collectors who pick them up without explanation, the clients who pay for services that probably violate dozens of laws. Are they all trapped like I am, or did some of them choose this willingly? What scares me most is how organized it all seems. This isn't some amateur operation run by opportunistic criminals. It's a systematic business with established procedures and reliable infrastructure. The kind of thing that would require serious planning and resources to maintain. And if they can do this to me, a random student who stumbled onto their website by accident, what are they capable of doing to people who actually pose a threat to their operations? I still have the Nokia. It sits on my desk, fully charged, waiting for the next call. Sometimes I think about smashing it, or throwing it away, or just running as far from Manchester as I can get. But I know it wouldn't make any difference. They've got my details now, my routines, my weaknesses, my family connections. Whether I keep cooperating or try to escape, I'll always be part of their system in some way. The worst part is knowing that somewhere out there, other people are receiving their first mysterious parcel, probably telling themselves it's just a mistake or a harmless prank, not realizing they've just become part of something much darker than they could imagine. I found my own address listed on a dark web cleaning service, and the price they were charging made my blood run cold. It started because my flatmate James had been murdered 3 weeks earlier, and I was trying to understand how someone could just vanish from a shared house in Nottingham without anyone noticing, until the smell started seeping through the floorboards. The police had finished with the scene, but the landlord was refusing to pay for professional cleaning. He said it wasn't his responsibility, and we'd have to sort it ourselves if we wanted the deposit back. The other lads had already moved out, leaving me stuck with a lease and a bedroom that still had tape marks on the carpet, where James's body had been found. I'd been researching cleaning companies online, looking for someone who specialized in what estate agents euphemistically called difficult situations, when I stumbled across something called biological remediation services. Most of the legitimate companies wanted hundreds of pounds up front, which I didn't have, so I kept digging deeper into more obscure websites. That's how I ended up browsing hidden services that didn't advertise through normal search engines. Sites that offered cleaning solutions for people who couldn't go through official channels. The kind of places that didn't ask questions about why you needed a bedroom carpet replaced or bloodstains removed from wooden floors. The site I found was called Complete Clearance Solutions and looked professional enough. Clean layout, detailed service descriptions, even customer testimonials that seemed genuine. They offered everything from basic carpet cleaning to full property restoration, with pricing that seemed almost too good to be true. What caught my attention was their specialization in what they called unattended death cleanup. They claimed to handle situations where police investigations had been completed, but standard cleaning services were insufficient. The before and after photos they showed were disturbing but impressive. Rooms that had been completely destroyed by violence or neglect, restored to pristine condition. I was scrolling through their service areas, looking for Nottingham postcodes, when I saw something that made me stop breathing for a moment. Listed under recently completed jobs was my exact address, with a completion date from just 2 days earlier. According to their records, someone had already paid for a full biological remediation service at my house. The job description mentioned extensive blood contamination and structural cleaning requirements, with a completion status showing the work had been finished on schedule, but nobody had been to the house. James's room was still exactly as the police had left it, complete with stained carpet and the lingering smell that made it impossible to sleep properly. If someone had paid for cleaning services, where were they? I tried calling the customer service number listed on the site, but it went to a voicemail system that asked for a job reference number before you could leave a message. When I tried submitting a query through their contact form, I got an automated response saying they'd get back to me within 24 hours. Instead of waiting, I decided to explore the site more thoroughly. That's when I discovered they offered more than just cleaning services. Hidden behind innocuous menu options were sections that made me realize this wasn't a legitimate business at all. They provided what they called evidence management, removing items from properties that might complicate insurance claims or police investigations. They offered witness relocation assistance for people who needed to disappear quickly and quietly. Most disturbing of all, they had a service called problem resolution that seemed to involve making entire situations vanish without a trace. The pricing structure was complex, based on factors like property size, contamination level, and something called discretion requirements. But when I found the specific listing for my address, the numbers didn't make sense for a simple cleaning job. Someone had paid nearly £3,000 for services at my house, but the work description included items that went far beyond carpet cleaning. Personal effects removal, documentation management, and occupant transition services were all listed as completed tasks. That's when I realized they weren't just cleaning James's room. They were planning to clean out everything else as well, including me. I started checking other addresses on their completed jobs list, cross-referencing them with local news reports and police databases. What I found was a pattern that made my hands shake as I typed. Most of the addresses corresponded to properties where violent crimes had occurred, but the timeline was wrong. The cleaning services were often scheduled and completed before the crimes had been discovered, sometimes even before they'd been committed. It was as if someone was booking cleanup services in advance, knowing that violent events were going to happen. Some addresses matched missing person cases that had never been solved. Others corresponded to houses that had been mysteriously abandoned by their occupants, leaving behind all their possessions but no forwarding addresses. A few matched properties that had been destroyed by unexplained fires or structural collapses. The more I researched, the clearer it became that this wasn't a cleaning service at all. It was something much more sinister, a business that specialized in making problems disappear permanently. And according to their records, I was scheduled to become one of those problems. I tried changing my routine, staying away from the house as much as possible, and sleeping on friends' sofas when I could manage it. But every time I came back to collect clothes or check the mail, something small had changed. A window left slightly open that I was sure I'd closed. Items moved just enough to be noticeable. Fresh footprints in the dust that had settled on James's bedroom floor. Someone was coming and going from the house, even though the locks hadn't been changed since James's death. They had keys, or they knew how to get inside without leaving obvious signs of forced entry. The worst part was that I couldn't report it to the police without explaining how I'd found the information in the first place. How do you tell investigating officers that you've been browsing illegal websites and found evidence that someone has paid for your own disappearance? They'd either think I was delusional or assume I was involved in James's murder somehow. I started documenting everything instead, taking photos of the house before I left and after I returned, noting every small change or sign of intrusion, keeping a record of the hidden website's listings and any updates to my supposed job status, building evidence that might be useful if I ever got the chance to present it. That's when I discovered the client messaging system. It was buried deep in the site's structure, accessible only through a series of redirect links that weren't visible from the main pages. But once I found it, I could see conversations between the service providers and their customers, discussing specific jobs and implementation details. The messages about my address made my stomach turn. The client, identified only by a user number, had been planning this for weeks before James was killed. They discussed optimal timing, cleanup requirements, and disposal methods with the clinical detachment of someone organizing a house renovation. But what really terrified me was reading about other jobs they'd commissioned. The client had been using this service regularly, arranging for people to disappear from properties across the Midlands. Always young men living in shared accommodation, always students or temporary workers who wouldn't be missed immediately. James hadn't been killed by a random intruder or a burglary gone wrong. He'd been specifically targeted by someone who collected people like trophies, then used professional services to erase all evidence of their crimes. And I was next on their list. I tried to warn the other potential victims whose addresses I found in the system, but most of the properties were empty when I visited them. Either the occupants had already vanished, or they'd never existed in the first place. The few people I managed to speak to thought I was either mentally ill or running some kind of elaborate scam. Nobody believes you when you tell them they're marked for death by a cleaning service that operates through hidden websites. It sounds insane, even when you're living through it. The completion date for my job was getting closer. Less than a week, according to the site's updated timeline. I could see preparations being made through the client messages and discussions about access methods and disposal requirements that made it clear they weren't planning to wait much longer. I considered running, just packing everything I could carry and leaving Nottingham entirely. But the service seemed to have resources that extended far beyond a single city. Their completed jobs covered addresses from Manchester to Birmingham, suggesting they had operational capacity across multiple regions. More importantly, running would mean abandoning any chance of justice for James or the other victims. If I disappeared, the police investigation into his death would probably be closed as an unsolved case, and his killer would continue using these services to target new victims. Instead, I decided to document everything and make sure the evidence would survive even if I didn't. I copied all the website content I could access, including client messages, job listings, and payment records. I stored all of this information on multiple USB drives that were hidden in various locations around Nottingham. I wrote detailed explanations of what I'd discovered and left copies with friends who had instructions to take them to the police if I went missing. However, I did not expect anyone to actually follow through. People always assume missing persons have just chosen to disappear, especially young men with no close family connections. But at least the evidence would exist, waiting for someone who might eventually put the pieces together. The client messages showed increasing urgency as the completion date approached. They were growing impatient with delays and demanding confirmation that the job would proceed as scheduled. The service providers kept reassuring them that everything was under control, that the target hadn't shown any awareness of the threat. They were wrong about that last part, but I tried not to give any obvious signs that I knew what was coming. I maintained my normal routine as much as possible, continued going to lectures and meeting friends, acted like someone who was gradually recovering from the trauma of losing a flatmate to violent crime. But I also made preparations. I bought a cheap security camera and hid it in James's room, ensuring it was positioned to record anyone who entered through the window or door. Set up motion sensors around the house that would send alerts to my phone if someone came inside while I was away. I began carrying a personal alarm to ensure that someone was always aware of my whereabouts. Most importantly, I changed the job status on the cleaning service website. It took some experimentation, but I eventually figured out how to access their administrative system using credentials I found in cached pages. Not sophisticated hacking, just basic password recovery and some lucky guesses based on information that had been left publicly accessible. Once I was in their system, I could see the full details of my scheduled disappearance. The client had paid for what they called a premium erasure package, which included not just body disposal, but complete elimination of any evidence I'd ever existed. They planned to remove all my possessions, cancel my university enrollment, even delete my social media accounts to make it seem like I'd simply chosen to vanish. But I could also modify the job parameters. I changed the completion status to show that complications had arisen, that the target had become aware of surveillance and was taking countermeasures. Added notes suggesting that proceeding with the original plan would carry unacceptable risks of exposure. I marked the job as requiring executive review before taking any further action. It was a delaying tactic at best, but it bought me some time to figure out what to do next. The client was furious when they saw the updated status. Their messages became increasingly aggressive, demanding explanations and threatening to take their business elsewhere if the situation wasn't resolved immediately. But the service providers seemed genuinely concerned about the security implications of proceeding with a compromised operation. For the first time since I'd discovered my name on their completed jobs list, I felt like I might have some control over the situation. That feeling didn't last long. 3 days after I'd modified the job status, I came home to find my front door standing wide open and every room in the house completely empty. Not just my possessions, everything. Furniture, appliances, even the carpet from James's room where his body had been found. The house had been stripped bare, cleaned to an almost surgical level of sterility, and left like a blank canvas waiting for new occupants. There was no sign that anyone had ever lived there. No evidence that a violent crime had taken place just weeks earlier. They'd completed the cleaning job after all, just not in the way I'd expected. Standing in that empty house, I realized that modifying their website had been a mistake. Instead of deterring them, I'd just proven that I knew too much about their operations to be left alive. Now they had to be more careful about how they dealt with me, but they were still planning to finish what they'd started. The difference was that now it would look like I'd simply moved out voluntarily, rather than vanishing under mysterious circumstances. Anyone who came looking for me would find an empty house and assume I'd decided to leave Nottingham after the trauma of losing a flatmate. Perfect cover for a murder that no one would ever investigate. I'm writing this from a hotel in Derby, paid for with the last of my student loan money. I've been moving every few days, never staying in the same place twice, trying to stay ahead of whatever cleanup team they've assigned to handle the complications I've caused. But I know I can't keep running forever. They have resources and patience that I simply don't possess. Sooner or later, they'll find an opportunity to complete their contract, and I'll become just another name on their list of successfully resolved problems. The worst part is knowing that the evidence I collected probably won't help anyone. The website has changed its address several times since I first found it, and all the original content has been replaced with innocuous service listings that look completely legitimate. Even if someone finds the USB drives I hid around Nottingham, they'll just see copies of what appears to be a normal cleaning company's website. Nothing that would convince the police to investigate a missing person case with any real urgency. James is still dead, his killer is still active, and I'm still marked for elimination by a service that specializes in making problems disappear without trace. But at least I understand now why he died. Not because of anything he did or any threat he posed, just because someone with money and particular tastes had decided they wanted him gone. And there were people willing to provide that service for the right price. In a few days or weeks, I'll probably join him. Another young man who just vanished from a shared house, leaving no forwarding address and no obvious explanation for his disappearance. The only difference is that I know it's coming. If someone told you they'd found the perfect job that paid 3 times your current salary for half the hours, you'd probably assume there was something seriously wrong with it. But desperation has a way of making obvious red flags look like minor inconveniences you can work around. I was 29 and completely broke in Sheffield, trying to make freelance copywriting work while my savings dwindled, and my landlord started leaving increasingly pointed messages about late rent payments. The gig economy had turned out to be considerably less flexible and lucrative than advertised, leaving me scrambling for any work that might pay actual money instead of exposure and experience. That's when I saw the job listing that seemed too good to be true. Content writer for a digital marketing company, remote work, 30,000 a year for 20 hours a week. The only requirements were strong writing skills and what they called comfort with unconventional subject matter. The company was called Meridian Content Solutions, which sounded professional enough, and their website showcased previous work for various corporate clients. Nothing spectacular, but legitimate-looking marketing copy for businesses I'd never heard of, but which seemed real enough. I applied immediately, sending samples of my best copywriting along with a cover letter that probably sounded more desperate than professional. Within hours, I received a response asking if I was available for a phone interview the following morning. The interview went better than expected. The hiring manager was professional but friendly, asking standard questions about my experience and writing process. She seemed impressed by my portfolio and explained that they needed writers who could adapt to different client requirements without getting overwhelmed by unusual content requests. Some clients wanted marketing copy for products or services that existed in legal grey areas, she explained, requiring writers who could focus on technical accuracy and persuasive language without worrying too much about the ethical implications of what they were promoting. The work would involve creating content for various digital platforms, including some that weren't accessible through mainstream internet channels. Clients in these specialized markets were willing to pay premium rates for quality writing, which explained the generous salary for part-time work. She offered me the position on the spot, sending contracts and payment information that looked legitimate and professional. The salary would be paid monthly into my bank account, with no complex freelancer tax arrangements or delayed payment terms. I accepted immediately, reasoning that even if the work turned out to be questionable, the income would solve my immediate financial problems and give me breathing room to find something more conventional. My first assignment was writing product descriptions for what appeared to be a high-end security consultation service. The copy needed to emphasize discretion, expertise, and results, while avoiding specific details about methodology or client outcomes. The writing challenge was interesting, creating marketing materials that sounded impressive and professional, while remaining deliberately vague about actual services provided. It required the sort of creative ambiguity that demonstrated genuine copywriting skill. The client feedback was positive, and I quickly received additional assignments for similar security and privacy-focused businesses. The work was challenging but engaging, requiring me to research unfamiliar industries while maintaining the professional tone that luxury service providers expected. After about a month of steady work, I was assigned to create content for clients who operated through what my manager called alternative digital platforms. The copy would be published on websites that required special access methods, targeting audiences who weren't reached through conventional marketing channels. The technical requirements were more complex than anything I'd worked with before, involving software that connected to parts of the internet I'd never encountered. But the pay rate was even higher, and the writing challenges were genuinely stimulating. The first alternative platform assignment was creating promotional materials for a private investigation service that specialized in what they called deep background research. The copy needed to appeal to clients who required information that wasn't available through conventional investigative methods. The writing required balancing professionalism with hints about capabilities that couldn't be advertised openly, creating marketing materials that communicated expertise without making specific claims about illegal or unethical research methods. As I worked on more assignments for alternative platform clients, I started understanding that these businesses operated in areas where traditional advertising wasn't possible or effective. They needed marketing copy that could communicate their value to sophisticated audiences while maintaining plausible deniability about activities that might not be entirely legal. The writing challenges were intellectually engaging, requiring research into complex subjects and careful language choices that could imply capabilities without stating them directly. It was the sort of copywriting that demanded genuine skill and creativity. But I also started noticing that some assignments involved creating content for services that seemed to go beyond legal grey areas into activities that were clearly harmful to other people. One project required marketing materials for what was described as a social influence consulting service that helped clients manipulate online discussions and reputation management through coordinated harassment and misinformation campaigns. Another assignment involved promotional copy for a service that provided competitive intelligence through systematic surveillance and invasion of privacy targeting business rivals or personal enemies. The clients weren't just operating in legal grey areas, but were actively engaged in systematic harm to other individuals, using professional marketing copy to make their harmful services seem legitimate and appealing to potential customers. When I expressed concern about creating marketing materials for services that seemed designed to cause harm, my manager explained that all clients had been vetted for legitimacy and legal compliance. My role was to provide professional writing services, not to evaluate the ethics of client business models. She reminded me that copywriters regularly created marketing materials for industries they might personally find objectionable: tobacco, alcohol, gambling, even political campaigns. Professional writers focused on technical quality rather than moral judgment about client activities. The rationalization made sense from a business perspective, and the income was solving problems that had been causing genuine stress about housing and financial stability. I continued working on assignments while trying to focus on writing quality, rather than thinking too carefully about how my copy was being used. But as I created more marketing materials for alternative platform clients, I started recognizing that some services were targeting activities in Yorkshire, including Sheffield, and surrounding areas where I lived and worked. The competitive intelligence services I was writing for weren't abstractly harmful businesses operating in distant locations, but were actively targeting people in my own community for surveillance and harassment. Some marketing copy I'd written was being used to promote services that were probably causing genuine harm to neighbors and strangers who lived in the same city, where I was earning money by helping their tormentors market professional harassment services. I realized that my copywriting skills weren't just being used to promote questionable services, but were actively contributing to systematic harm affecting real people in my immediate geographic area. The marketing materials I created were helping harmful services seem professional and legitimate, making it easier for them to recruit clients who wanted to cause problems for specific individuals in Sheffield and surrounding areas. My writing was providing the professional credibility that made systematic harassment look like legitimate business services rather than criminal activity, helping harmful actors present their activities as technical consulting rather than organized cruelty. I tried to research Meridian Content Solutions more thoroughly, looking for verification that the company was legitimate and that my concerns about client activities were unfounded. What I discovered was disturbing. Meridian Content Solutions appeared to be a front company that existed primarily to recruit writers for creating marketing materials that made illegal or unethical services appear professional and legitimate. The company's business model was providing marketing support to harmful services that operated through hidden internet platforms, helping them recruit clients by presenting criminal activities as technical consulting or professional services. My writing skills weren't being used for legitimate digital marketing, but were essential infrastructure for helping harmful actors market their services to potential clients who might be deterred if they understood they were hiring criminals rather than professional consultants. The generous salary and flexible work arrangements had been designed to recruit writers who had financial pressures that would make them willing to overlook ethical concerns about client activities in exchange for steady income. I'd been targeted specifically because my freelancer financial struggles made me vulnerable to recruitment for activities that I might normally find morally unacceptable, but which could be rationalized through professional distance and economic necessity. The job listing hadn't been posted widely, but had been carefully placed where struggling freelance writers would find it, targeting people whose financial situations made them more likely to accept work without asking too many questions about client business models. When I tried to quit and report what I discovered about Meridian Content Solutions, I found that my employment contract included clauses about confidentiality and non-disclosure that made exposing their activities potentially expensive and legally complicated. The professional-looking contract I'd signed without reading carefully had included terms that protected the company from employee reporting of client activities, making it risky for me to expose harmful services I'd helped market. More concerning was discovering that some of the marketing materials I'd written had been successful enough that the harmful services were expanding their operations, using my professional copy to recruit additional clients for systematic harassment targeting Sheffield area residents. My writing had been effective enough at making harmful services seem legitimate that they were able to grow their operations and cause more extensive harm to more people in my own community. The marketing copy I'd created was continuing to generate business for services that specialized in causing psychological and professional harm to specific individuals, with my professional writing skills being used to expand the reach and effectiveness of organized harassment campaigns. I never found a safe method for extracting myself from involvement with Meridian Content Solutions, and the marketing materials I'd created continued being used to promote harmful services that were expanding their operations throughout Yorkshire. Some of the harassment services I'd helped market were probably still causing problems for people I encountered during daily activities in Sheffield, using professional marketing copy I'd written to present systematic cruelty as legitimate technical consulting. I eventually found other copywriting work through more conventional channels, but the income was considerably lower and less stable than what Meridian had provided, making it difficult to maintain the financial stability I'd achieved through writing marketing materials for harmful services. The alternative platform clients continue operating. The systematic harassment services continue expanding their operations, and people continue experiencing professionally marketed harm that's disguised as legitimate business consulting through marketing copy, written by freelancers who need the income more than they need clear consciences. I still work as a freelance copywriter, still live in Sheffield, still wonder whether some of the financial and personal problems experienced by people around me might be caused by services I help to market to clients who were looking for professional ways to cause harm to specific individuals. But I'm also aware that financial desperation can be systematically exploited by people who understand that struggling freelancers will write marketing copy for almost anything if the money is good enough, and the moral implications are presented as someone else's responsibility. The perfect job that paid 3 times my previous salary turned out to be writing professional marketing materials for systematic harassment services, with my copywriting skills being used to help criminal activities seem like legitimate business consulting to clients who wanted to cause harm, but preferred to think of themselves as hiring technical experts rather than criminal services. The marketing copy I wrote continues helping harmful services recruit clients and expand their operations, while the financial stability I achieved through that work makes it difficult to report activities that I help facilitate through professional writing that made organized cruelty look like respectable business services. Sometimes I wonder if agreeing to help my cousin with her social experiment was the single worst decision I've ever made, because what started as a weekend favor turned into discovering that some people's idea of entertainment involves activities that would make most horror films seem tame by comparison. This happened about 8 months ago when I was living in Norwich, working as a children's librarian and trying to save enough money for a deposit on a better flat. My cousin Emma had just finished her sociology degree at UEA and was supposedly conducting independent research for her dissertation about online communities and social behavior. Emma had always been the clever one in our family, the type who got firsts in everything and talked about academic theories over Sunday dinner, while the rest of us discussed EastEnders. So when she asked if I'd help with her research project, I was flattered that she thought I could contribute something meaningful to actual university work. The experiment she described sounded straightforward enough. She wanted to study how ordinary people reacted when they were gradually introduced to online communities that existed outside mainstream social media platforms. Nothing dangerous, she assured me. Just documentation of psychological responses to different types of digital social environments. She'd already recruited several other participants, but needed someone with my demographic profile. Late 20s, limited technical knowledge, stable employment, but not particularly high income. Basically, she needed someone who represented what she called digital normalcy to round out her research sample. The methodology involved me spending designated time periods in various online communities, documenting my reactions and observations according to structured guidelines she'd developed. She'd pay me £200 for participating in what she estimated would be about 20 hours of research activity spread over several weeks. I should have asked more questions about what types of communities I'd be exploring, but Emma's academic enthusiasm was infectious, and I trusted that university research would have appropriate ethical oversight. Plus, £200 was significant money for someone living on a librarian's salary. She set me up with software on my laptop that would allow access to what she called alternative social platforms, communities that weren't part of the mainstream internet, but weren't necessarily hidden or secretive. Just different approaches to online social interaction that required specific tools to access. The first communities she directed me to were exactly what I'd expected from academic research. Discussion groups about political topics that were too controversial for Facebook. Hobby communities focused on interests that were too niche for general platforms. Even artistic spaces where people shared creative work that wouldn't get attention on commercial social media. Emma had prepared detailed questionnaires about my reactions to each community, how welcoming they seemed, whether the discussions felt authentic compared to mainstream platforms, what psychological needs these spaces seemed to fulfill for their participants. The academic framework made everything feel legitimate and purposeful. I was contributing to understanding of digital sociology while getting paid to explore parts of the internet I'd never encountered before. But as Emma guided me through different communities over the following weeks, the content started becoming more concerning in ways that felt deliberately progressive rather than randomly varied. Some communities were focused on sharing information that mainstream platforms wouldn't allow. Not necessarily illegal content, but material that violated typical social media policies about violence, harassment, or privacy violations. Others seemed designed around activities that most people would consider ethically questionable, like systematic documentation of strangers' private lives, or coordination of harassment campaigns against specific individuals. When I expressed concern about the increasingly extreme content, Emma explained that understanding the full spectrum of online social behavior required studying communities that operated outside conventional moral boundaries. Her research couldn't be comprehensive if it only examined socially acceptable digital spaces. She reminded me that anthropologists had always needed to study cultures and practices that might seem disturbing from outside perspectives, and that digital anthropology required the same willingness to document uncomfortable social realities. The academic justification made sense, and I found myself genuinely interested in the psychological questions her research was exploring. How did online communities develop their own moral frameworks? What social mechanisms allowed groups to normalize behavior that isolated individuals would recognize as inappropriate? Emma seemed particularly interested in my reactions to communities that focused on what they called social observation, systematic monitoring and documentation of people who weren't aware they were being watched. These communities treated surveillance of strangers as legitimate research into authentic human behavior, arguing that people only acted naturally when they didn't know they were being observed. Participants shared detailed information about individuals they'd been monitoring, including photographs taken without consent, records of daily routines, and even private communications that had been intercepted through various technical methods. The discussions were academic in tone, treating real people like research subjects in ongoing behavioral studies. But the lack of consent from the people being studied made these communities feel more like organized stalking than legitimate research. Emma asked me to spend more time in these surveillance-focused communities, documenting how they justified their activities and what psychological satisfaction participants seemed to derive from systematic invasion of privacy. The research assignment felt increasingly uncomfortable, but Emma's academic framework provided rationalization for continuing to study communities whose activities I found morally disturbing. She explained that understanding how people convinced themselves that surveillance was justified required extended observation of their psychological reasoning processes. Academic research often demanded temporary ethical discomfort for the sake of broader social understanding. Over several weeks of studying surveillance communities, I started noticing that that some participants were sharing information about people in Norfolk, including details about individuals who lived and worked in areas I recognized from around Norwich. This wasn't abstract research into distant communities, but active documentation of potential victims who lived in my immediate geographic area. Some of the surveillance targets were described in ways that made me wonder if I might recognize them if I encountered them during normal daily activities. Local professionals, university students, even public service workers whose routines were being systematically documented by strangers. When I mentioned the local connection to Emma, she seemed genuinely excited about this development. Having surveillance activities that I could potentially verify through independent observation would enhance her research significantly. She suggested that I try to identify some of the Norwich area surveillance targets, comparing the community documentation with what I could observe about these individuals during my own daily routine. This would provide valuable academic insights into the accuracy of surveillance techniques and the psychological impact of systematic observation on both monitors and targets. The research methodology was shifting from studying online communities to potentially participating in their surveillance activities, but Emma's academic enthusiasm made the transition feel like natural progression rather than ethical boundary violation. I agreed to try identifying some surveillance targets, telling myself this was contributing to important social research rather than participating in organized stalking activities. But as I started paying attention to people around Norwich who matched descriptions from the surveillance communities, I realized that Emma's research had made me complicit in systematic invasion of privacy, affecting real individuals in my own community. The people being monitored weren't abstract research subjects, but neighbors, co-workers, and strangers whose private lives were being documented for the entertainment of online communities that treated human privacy as content to be consumed. I tried to investigate Emma's university research more thoroughly, looking for verification that her dissertation was legitimate academic work with appropriate ethical oversight. What I discovered was deeply disturbing. The sociology dissertation she described didn't exist in UEA's academic records, and the research methodology she was using wouldn't be approved by any legitimate university ethics committee. Emma wasn't conducting academic research into online communities, but was using academic terminology to recruit participants in activities that were actually designed to introduce people to surveillance and harassment communities for purposes that weren't related to scholarly investigation. I realized that the social experiment I'd been participating in was actually a recruitment process designed to gradually normalize systematic privacy violation by presenting it within academic frameworks that made harmful activities seem intellectually justifiable. My documentation of psychological responses to surveillance communities hadn't been contributing to sociology research, but had been providing information that could be used to refine recruitment techniques for drawing ordinary people into activities they would normally find morally unacceptable. Emma had been studying my psychological adaptation to increasingly extreme online communities, analyzing how academic justification could be used to overcome normal ethical resistance to systematic harassment and privacy violation. The research questionnaires I'd been completing had been documenting the effectiveness of different persuasion techniques for convincing people to participate in activities that violated their own stated moral principles. I'd become an unwitting test subject in research about psychological manipulation, rather than a volunteer contributor to legitimate academic sociology. When I tried to confront Emma about what I'd discovered, she'd already graduated and left Norwich, providing no forwarding address to family members who assumed she'd moved away for postgraduate study or employment opportunities. Her university contact information led nowhere, and her social media accounts had been deactivated, suggesting she'd planned to disappear once her recruitment activities in Norwich were completed. I never found out how many other research participants she'd recruited, or whether the surveillance activities I'd been introduced to were continuing with different facilitators who used similar academic justifications. The online communities continue operating. The systematic surveillance of Norfolk residents continues expanding, and people continue being monitored and documented by strangers who treat human privacy as entertainment content to be shared and analyzed. I still work as a children's librarian, still live in Norwich, still wonder whether some of the people I encounter might be involved in activities similar to what Emma was facilitating, using legitimate-sounding research frameworks to justify systematic violation of privacy and personal boundaries. But I'm also aware that academic-sounding requests for research assistance can be covers for recruitment into activities that have nothing to do with legitimate scholarship, and that people who want to help with what appears to be important social research can easily become complicit in systematic harassment disguised as intellectual investigation. The social experiment I participated in continues to affect how I think about online privacy and community behavior, but not in ways that Emma's supposed academic research would have intended if it had been legitimate scholarly work rather than systematic manipulation designed to recruit ordinary people into extraordinary violations of human decency. Sometimes I wonder how many other communities exist where people convince themselves that systematic harm is justified by intellectual frameworks that sound academic, but are actually rationalization for activities that most people would recognize as organized cruelty if they weren't presented within contexts that made them seem like legitimate research or social observation. The psychological techniques Emma used to gradually normalize my participation in surveillance communities were sophisticated enough to overcome my normal ethical instincts, suggesting that similar recruitment methods might be effective for drawing other well-meaning people into activities they would never choose to participate in if they understood what they were really agreeing to do. I never received the £200 Emma had promised for participating in her research, which seems like a small loss compared to discovering that I'd spent weeks documenting and analyzing systematic violation of privacy affecting real people in my own community. But the unpaid research debt feels symbolic of the broader deception involved in presenting recruitment for surveillance activities as academic work worthy of compensation and intellectual respect. The communities Emma introduced me to continue developing more sophisticated methods for monitoring and harassing their chosen targets, while recruitment techniques continue improving based on analysis of how ordinary people can be persuaded to participate in activities they would normally find morally unacceptable. Picture this. You're scrolling through your emails one morning and find an invitation to an exclusive event. Premium location, limited attendance, significant financial reward for participation. The kind of opportunity that seems too good to be true, but legitimate enough that you don't immediately delete it. Now picture discovering that the event isn't what you thought it was, and by the time you realize what you've agreed to, it's far too late to back out. I work in market research for a consultancy firm in Leeds. Nothing glamorous. Consumer surveys, focus groups, the occasional product launch analysis. The pay is decent enough, but it's the kind of job where you're always looking for ways to supplement your income. Freelance work, weekend surveys, anything that might add a few £100s to your monthly earnings. That's why the email caught my attention. It arrived on a Tuesday morning, mixed in with the usual spam and work correspondence. The subject line was simple enough. Research opportunity. Exclusive participation required. The sender was someone called Dr. Sarah Chen from something called the Institute for Behavioral Studies. The email was professionally written, explaining that they were conducting a specialized research project on group dynamics and social behavior. They needed participants with specific qualifications, university educated, working in research or analysis, comfortable with technology and unconventional research methods. The compensation was substantial. £500 for a single evening's participation, with the possibility of ongoing work for suitable candidates. I looked up the Institute for Behavioral Studies online. They had a legitimate-looking website, published research papers, even a few academic staff profiles. Dr. Chen appeared to be a real person with proper credentials from Manchester University. Everything seemed above board, if a bit vague about the actual nature of the research. The application process was straightforward. Basic personal information, employment history, some questions about my comfort level with technology, and unusual research scenarios. They asked about my experience with online platforms, whether I'd used secure communication tools, how I felt about observing human behavior in controlled environments. Within a week, I received confirmation that I'd been selected for the study. The details were sparse but intriguing. I would need to attend a briefing session in Manchester, followed by the main research event later that evening. All travel expenses would be covered, plus the £500 participation fee. The only requirement was that I sign a comprehensive non-disclosure agreement before the briefing. The location was a serviced office building near Manchester city centre. Nothing unusual about that. Lots of research companies rent temporary spaces for focus groups and studies. I arrived on the specified date to find about 20 other people in the waiting area, all roughly my age and background, all looking slightly puzzled about what they'd signed up for. Dr. Chen turned out to be exactly as advertised. A professional academic in her 40s, well-spoken and authoritative. She explained that we would be participating in a study of group behavior and decision-making in high-pressure situations. The research involved observing and interacting with subjects in a controlled environment, measuring our responses to various scenarios. The technology component, she explained, was necessary for participant privacy and research integrity. We would be accessing the observation environment through a secure network, using encrypted connections to ensure anonymity. Each participant would be given a laptop with pre-installed software for the session. We were led to individual workstations in a larger room, each with a laptop and a set of instructions. The software we needed to use was something called Tor browser, which Dr. Chen explained was standard for research requiring participant anonymity. We would be accessing a private research platform that could only be reached through this secure network. The initial briefing made it sound like a sophisticated version of reality television. We would be observing people in various scenarios and making decisions about how situations should develop. Our choices would be aggregated with other participants to determine the direction of the research. It was described as a study of collective decision-making and moral reasoning under pressure. The platform, when we accessed it, looked professional enough. Clean interface, clear instructions, participant guidelines. We were told we would be observing subjects who had volunteered for a separate study and consented to being filmed. Our role was to vote on various scenarios and observe how different situations affected group dynamics. The first session seemed innocuous. We were watching what appeared to be a focus group. 8 people sitting around a table discussing consumer preferences. Our job was to vote on which topics the moderator should introduce next, how the discussion should be guided, what questions would be most revealing about group behavior. It felt like legitimate research, the kind of thing you might see in any market research facility across the country. The participants seemed natural, unaware they were being observed by external researchers. We made our votes through the platform interface, and the focus group moderator would adjust their questioning accordingly. After about an hour, Dr. Chen explained that the next phase would be more intensive. The subjects would be moved to individual observation rooms, where we could study their behavior in isolation. This was where the real research would begin, understanding how people behaved when they thought they were alone, versus how they acted in groups. The individual observation sessions were more uncomfortable. We were watching people in what looked like small windowless rooms, apparently unaware they were being filmed. The platform allowed us to vote on various environmental changes, adjusting lighting, temperature, introducing background noises. The idea was to measure stress responses and coping mechanisms. I started to feel uneasy about the whole thing. The people we were observing seemed genuinely distressed by some of the environmental changes. When we voted to increase the room temperature, we could see them becoming visibly uncomfortable. When background noise was introduced, they showed clear signs of agitation and confusion. Dr. Chen explained that this was normal for behavioral research. The subjects had consented to psychological stress testing as part of their participation agreement. What we were seeing was valuable data about human resilience and adaptation. The distress was temporary and carefully controlled to avoid lasting harm. But as the evening progressed, the scenarios became more extreme. We were voting on whether to restrict access to water, whether to introduce disturbing sounds, whether to dim the lights to near darkness. The people we were observing were showing increasing signs of panic and distress. The platform interface had evolved too. Instead of simple voting options, we were now bidding on scenarios using virtual credits. The higher the bid, the more likely our chosen option would be implemented. It had turned into a kind of auction system, with participants competing to direct the action. Some of the other participants seemed to be enjoying it. I could hear suppressed laughter from nearby workstations when particularly distressing scenarios were implemented. People were bidding aggressively on options that would cause maximum psychological pressure on the subjects. I tried to bid on less harmful options to counteract what the others were doing, but I quickly realized that some people were bidding with what seemed like unlimited virtual credits. Whatever system was in place, some participants had far more influence than others. The worst part was watching the subject's deterioration. What had started as mild discomfort had escalated to genuine terror. These people were trapped in small rooms, subjected to psychological pressure that was clearly beyond anything they could have consented to. And we were the ones directing it, voting on new ways to torment them. I tried to close the laptop and leave, but Dr. Chen approached my workstation. She explained quietly that participants were required to complete the full session to receive payment. More importantly, the non-disclosure agreement I'd signed included specific penalties for early withdrawal or breach of confidentiality. The penalties were substantial. Several £1,000s in compensation for disrupted research. So I stayed. I watched as the scenarios became increasingly extreme, as the subjects were pushed beyond psychological breaking points. I made token bids on harmless options while others seemed to compete for the most creative forms of torment. By the end of the session, several of the subjects had suffered what appeared to be complete psychological breakdowns. They were catatonic, unresponsive, clearly traumatized by whatever they'd experienced in those rooms. The platform recorded our collective decisions and thanked us for our participation in the research study. Dr. Chen provided payment as promised, along with contact information for future research opportunities. She reminded us of our confidentiality obligations and the legal consequences of discussing the research with anyone outside the authorized team. I left Manchester that night feeling sick about what I'd witnessed and participated in. But I also had £500 in my account and the promise of more work if I was interested. The money was more than I made in a week at my regular job. Over the following days, I tried to research the Institute for Behavioral Studies more thoroughly. The website was still there, but when I looked more carefully, the academic papers seemed to be fake. The staff profiles used stock photos, and the university affiliations couldn't be verified. I also started to doubt whether what I'd witnessed was actually research at all. The whole setup felt more like entertainment than academic study. The bidding system, the competitive element, the focus on causing distress rather than understanding behavior, it all suggested something much darker than legitimate research. But I couldn't report it without implicating myself. I'd signed legal documents, participated willingly, even made decisions that contributed to whatever those people had suffered. Any investigation would reveal my involvement and potentially lead to the legal consequences Dr. Chen had warned about. 2 weeks later, I received another invitation. Same format, same professional presentation. But this time, the compensation was higher, £1,000 for participation. The email mentioned that I'd been selected for a premium research program based on my previous contributions. I should have deleted it immediately. Should have blocked the sender and tried to forget the whole thing had ever happened. But £1,000 was substantial money, and I told myself that maybe I could participate without actively contributing to harm. Maybe I could bid on harmless options, try to protect the subjects rather than torment them. The second session was worse, much worse. The subjects weren't just being psychologically pressured, they were being physically harmed, not severely, but deliberately and systematically. Small injuries, controlled pain, careful degradation designed to break them down completely. And the other participants were enthusiastic about it. They were bidding enormous amounts on scenarios that would cause maximum suffering. The virtual credit system had been replaced with what looked like real money, pounds sterling being transferred in real time to implement specific forms of torture. I realized I wasn't participating in research at all. I was part of an audience paying to watch and direct real torture, broadcast live through the dark web to paying customers around the world. The professional presentation, the academic credentials, the research terminology, it was all camouflage for something much more sinister. The subjects weren't volunteers who had consented to psychological testing. They were victims, probably kidnapped or coerced, being tortured for the entertainment of people wealthy enough to pay premium prices for customized suffering. And I was one of them. By participating, by staying silent, by accepting payment for my involvement, I'd become part of a network that treated human torture as interactive entertainment. The sessions continued monthly. Each time, the compensation increased and the scenarios became more extreme. I told myself I was trying to minimize harm by bidding on less severe options, but I knew I was just rationalizing my continued participation. The money was addictive. Thousands of pounds for a few hours of watching screens and clicking buttons. More than I made in months at my regular job. It let me move to a better flat, buy things I'd never been able to afford, live a lifestyle that would have been impossible on my normal salary. But I also knew that every session I attended meant more people were being tortured for entertainment. Real people suffering real pain, while audiences around the world paid to watch and participate in their degradation. The network was vast. What I thought was a small research study was actually one node in a global system. There were hundreds of these sessions running simultaneously, different themes and scenarios for different audiences. The technology allowed real-time interaction between viewers and victims, turning torture into a personalized entertainment service. The worst part was realizing how many people were involved. The sessions I attended had dozens of participants, each paying substantial amounts for the privilege of directing human suffering. Multiply that across hundreds of simultaneous sessions, and you're looking at thousands of people who treat torture as entertainment. These weren't criminals or social outcasts. They were people with professional jobs, disposable income, the technical knowledge to access dark web platforms. They were probably colleagues, neighbors, maybe even friends and family members. Normal people who had found a way to pay for something monstrous, while maintaining plausible deniability about their involvement. I still receive invitations to new sessions, premium events, exclusive content, opportunities to direct increasingly extreme scenarios. The compensation offers have reached amounts that would change my life permanently. Enough money to quit my job, buy a house, never worry about financial security again. And I'm tempted. Not because I enjoy watching people suffer, but because the money would solve every problem I have. Because it's easy to rationalize participation when the alternative is returning to financial stress and career uncertainty. The invitations come from different sources now, but they're clearly part of the same network. Academic institutions, research organizations, market research companies, all fronts for the same underlying system. They've probably identified thousands of potential participants, people with the right combination of financial need and moral flexibility to become part of their audience. The person sitting next to you at work might have attended one of these sessions last night. Your university lecturer, your doctor, your neighbor, any of them could be supplementing their income by paying to watch and direct real torture. And the victims could be anyone. People who responded to job advertisements, answered research invitations, trusted professional-looking organizations, people like me, who thought they were participating in legitimate work until it was too late to back out. The next time you see a research invitation with unusually high compensation, or a job opportunity that seems too good to be true, remember that some offers are designed to compromise you gradually, to make you complicit in something horrible through small steps and financial incentives. You might already be on their lists. They might already know exactly what compensation amount would be enough to make you consider participating. What professional presentation would convince you it was legitimate? And once you've attended one session, once you've accepted payment for your participation, you're part of the network whether you want to be or not, because they know that most people, faced with the choice between exposing themselves or staying silent, will choose to protect their own interests, just like I did. The strangest part is that I was invited, not by someone I knew, obviously. The message just appeared in my university email one morning, buried between assignment reminders and spam about student loans. The subject line was blank, and the sender was just a string of random letters and numbers that looked like someone had mashed their keyboard. I almost deleted it without opening it. Would have, probably, if I hadn't been procrastinating on my dissertation about media psychology. Instead, I clicked it while eating cereal and half watching morning television. The email contained a single line of text and what looked like a web address, though not one I recognized. The text was simple enough. You've been selected for exclusive access. Interest in human behavior noted. That last bit made me pause. My dissertation was about online behavior and digital voyeurism, something I'd been researching for months. I'd written papers on it, posted about it in academic forums, even given a presentation to my media studies class. Someone had clearly been paying attention to my work. I'm not stupid. I knew this was probably some sort of scam or phishing attempt, but the timing was too coincidental to ignore, and curiosity has always been my weakness. I copied the address and decided to investigate. The link didn't work in my normal browser. After some trial and error, I realized I needed different software to access it. It took me most of the afternoon to figure out the technical side, but eventually I found myself staring at a basic web page with a dark background and minimal text. "Welcome," it said. "Your academic interest in observational behavior has been noted. Please confirm your identity to proceed." Below that was a form asking for basic details. Nothing too personal, just my name, age, and location. I hesitated for a long moment before filling it out. After all, if this was related to my research, it might actually be useful for my dissertation. The next page was more interesting. It explained that I was being granted access to what it called live behavioral studies, real-time observations of human subjects in various scenarios. The text was clinical and academic in tone, describing these as opportunities to witness genuine human reactions under stress. It sounded like exactly the sort of thing that would be invaluable for my research, assuming it was legitimate. The page also mentioned that access was limited and that sessions were scheduled at specific times. A timetable showed several slots over the coming week, each lasting about an hour. I bookmarked the page and spent the next day thinking about it. On one hand, it could be a genuine research opportunity. On the other, it could be anything from a student prank to something more sinister. But my dissertation deadline was approaching, and I needed fresh material. The first session was scheduled for that Thursday evening. I logged in about 10 minutes early, not sure what to expect. The page had changed to show a simple black screen with a timer counting down from 5 minutes. Below that was a text box where I could apparently type messages, though I wasn't sure who would see them. When the timer reached 0, the black screen was replaced by what looked like a live video feed. The image quality wasn't great, and the lighting was dim, but I could make out what appeared to be a small room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, currently empty. Other viewers had apparently joined the session. Messages began appearing in the text box, short comments and observations that suggested people were treating this as some sort of academic exercise. Someone mentioned psychological stress responses. Another person referenced behavioral studies they'd read about. Then someone entered the room on screen. They were wearing ordinary clothes and moved hesitantly, looking around as if unsure where they were supposed to be. When they sat in the chair, I could see they appeared uncomfortable, shifting frequently and glancing toward what I assumed was a camera. The messages from other viewers became more analytical. Comments about body language, stress indicators, fight or flight responses. It felt like watching a psychology experiment, though I couldn't understand what the actual study was supposed to measure. After about 20 minutes, another person entered the frame. This individual moved with more purpose, carrying what looked like a clipboard or notepad. They began asking questions that I couldn't hear, but the seated person's reactions were visible enough. Increasing agitation, attempts to get up from the chair, obvious distress. The academic tone of the viewer comments started to shift. People were noting the ethical implications of the study, questioning the consent processes, wondering about the institutional review board approval. I found myself typing similar concerns. But then something changed in the room. The person with the clipboard set it aside and picked up something else. Even through the poor video quality, I could see the seated individual's reaction was immediate and intense, pure terror. The viewer messages became more urgent. People were demanding to know what institution was running this study, what the protocols were, whether there were safety measures in place. But no one seemed to be responding to our concerns. I watched for another 10 minutes before I couldn't take it anymore. Whatever this was, it wasn't a legitimate academic study. I closed the browser and tried to convince myself that what I'd seen had been some sort of performance art or elaborate role-play scenario. But I couldn't stop thinking about the fear in that person's eyes. I didn't log in again for several days. Instead, I tried to focus on my dissertation, using more conventional research sources and avoiding the strange website entirely. But the images from that session kept creeping back into my thoughts, and I found myself wondering what had happened after I'd logged off. The next scheduled session was the following Tuesday. Despite my better judgment, I found myself logging in again, telling myself I needed to understand what I'd witnessed before I could put it behind me. This time, the room was different, larger, with better lighting, and what looked like medical equipment visible in the background. The setup felt more professional, more organized. The viewer count was higher too. Apparently, word was spreading about these sessions. The subject who entered this room was clearly distressed from the moment they appeared on screen. They were looking around frantically, trying door handles that didn't seem to open, calling out to someone I couldn't see. The academic comments from viewers had disappeared entirely, replaced by expressions of shock and demands for explanation. That's when I realized what I was actually watching. These weren't psychology experiments or behavioral studies. These were something else entirely. Something that had been disguised as academic research to attract viewers like me. People whose legitimate interest in human behavior could be exploited. I should have left immediately. Should have closed my laptop and reported what I'd seen to the police. But instead, I found myself transfixed by the horror of it all. The realization that I'd been deliberately targeted, specifically chosen because of my academic interests, made it feel personal in a way that was hard to ignore. The person running these sessions had studied my work, identified me as someone who might be interested in observing human behavior, and then systematically drawn me in with appeals to my academic curiosity. I'd been manipulated, and the manipulation had worked perfectly. Over the following weeks, I continued logging into the sessions, not because I wanted to see what happened. The content was disturbing enough that I often found myself looking away from the screen, but because I needed to understand the scope of what I'd stumbled into. Each session featured a different room, a different setup, different individuals. But the pattern was always the same. Someone would be brought into the space, clearly against their will, and then subjected to experiences that became progressively more disturbing. The viewer base seemed to be growing steadily. Comments suggested that people were sharing access with others, spreading the links through various channels. But what struck me most was how many viewers seemed to have been recruited the same way I had, through appeals to academic or professional interests. There were psychology students like myself, but also medical students, sociology researchers, and people working in law enforcement or social services. All of us had been identified as individuals whose legitimate professional interests could be used to justify initial access. It was a brilliant recruitment strategy, really. Rather than trying to find people who were actively seeking out disturbing content, they targeted those of us who might have valid reasons for wanting to observe human behavior under stress. Our professional credentials gave us cover, even to ourselves. I started keeping notes about the sessions, documenting what I observed and trying to identify patterns. I told myself this was evidence gathering, that I was building a case to present to the authorities. But really, I think I was just trying to make sense of my own complicity. Because that's what it was, ultimately. Complicity. Every time I logged in, every minute I spent watching, I was participating in something terrible. The fact that I'd been manipulated into it didn't change the reality of my involvement. The sessions began to feel routine after a while. I'd recognize certain rooms that appeared repeatedly, suggesting these weren't one-off events, but part of some ongoing operation. The timing seemed coordinated too. Sessions in different rooms would start at staggered intervals, allowing viewers to move between them. But what disturbed me most was how normal it all started to feel. The initial shock wore off, replaced by a kind of numb fascination. I'd find myself critiquing the camera angles or noting technical details rather than focusing on what was actually happening to the people on screen. That normalization was perhaps the most frightening aspect of the whole experience. How quickly something horrific could become just another part of my routine. How easily I could compartmentalize it, separating my normal life from these evening sessions where I'd watch unspeakable things unfold. About 6 weeks after that first session, something changed. I logged in as usual, but instead of the familiar room selection screen, I was greeted by a different message. "Thank you for your participation in our observational study," it read. "Your engagement has been noted and appreciated. You have been selected for advanced access privileges." Below that was a new set of options I hadn't seen before. Different types of sessions, different levels of access, different ways to participate. The language was still clinical and academic, but the implications were clear enough. I was being offered the chance to move from passive observer to active participant. The message explained that my consistent attendance and demonstrated interest qualified me for what they called collaborative sessions. Events where viewers could provide input and direction, rather than simply observing. The language made it sound like a natural progression, the next step in an ongoing research project. But I knew better by then. This wasn't about research or academic study. This was about gradually drawing people deeper into something terrible, using their initial curiosity as a hook to secure their continued involvement. The truly disturbing part was how tempting the offer was. After weeks of watching passively, the idea of having some control over what happened was oddly appealing. Not because I wanted to cause harm, but because the powerlessness of being just an observer had become its own form of torture. I stared at that message for nearly an hour before closing the browser without responding. But I kept thinking about it over the following days. The progression they were offering felt inevitable, like a path I'd been on since that first invitation email. That's when I finally understood the full scope of what I'd encountered. This wasn't just about providing content for people who were already predisposed to watch it. It was about creating those people, gradually converting ordinary individuals into active participants through careful manipulation and escalation. They'd identified me as someone with legitimate academic interests, drawn me in with appeals to those interests, normalized my participation through repeated exposure, and then offered me a path to deeper involvement. Each step had felt logical and justifiable at the time. How many others had received similar invitations? How many had progressed further down this path than I had? And how many people who ended up in those rooms had started as viewers, gradually drawn into participation through the same process I'd experienced? I deleted all the bookmarks and access software from my computer that night, tried to put the whole experience behind me and focus on finishing my dissertation through conventional research methods. But the questions wouldn't leave me alone. 3 months later, I received another email. Different sender, different format, but the same basic message. I'd been selected for access to exclusive content based on my demonstrated interest in human behavior. This time, they were offering access to what they called historical archives, recordings of previous sessions that I could review at my own pace. I deleted the email immediately, but the fact that it had found me again, despite my efforts to distance myself from the whole thing, was deeply unsettling. Somehow, my participation in those sessions had marked me permanently. I was now part of their recruitment database, someone to be contacted periodically with new opportunities for involvement. That was nearly a year ago now. I've received 4 more emails since then, each offering different types of access, different levels of participation. The language has evolved slightly each time, becoming more sophisticated in its appeals to my academic interests. I've deleted them all without opening the links, but I'll admit that the temptation is still there. The curiosity that got me involved in the first place hasn't disappeared, and part of me wonders what I might have missed by stepping away. That's the most frightening realization of all. Not that such things exist, or that people participate in them, but how easily I could have become one of those participants. How the right combination of manipulation and escalation could turn someone like me, someone who considers themselves ethical and rational, into an active collaborator in something terrible. The dissertation I eventually submitted focused on digital manipulation and the psychology of online recruitment. I got a first-class mark and several offers for postgraduate study, but I declined them all. The idea of pursuing further research into human behavior no longer appeals to me the way it once did, because I know now how that interest can be used against you, how academic curiosity can become a vulnerability, exploited by people who understand exactly how to identify and target individuals like me. The emails still come occasionally, usually around the time of academic deadlines or conference seasons, when students and researchers might be most desperate for new material. The timing is never coincidental. I wonder sometimes about the other people who were in those viewer sessions with me, whether they received similar follow-up invitations, whether any of them accepted the offers for increased participation, whether some of the people I saw in later sessions had started as viewers themselves. The thought keeps me awake some nights. The possibility that I witnessed people who had started exactly where I did, drawn in by the same appeals to academic interest, gradually manipulated into deeper involvement until they found themselves on the other side of the camera. I tell myself I made the right choice by walking away, but part of me will always wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed, if I'd accepted those offers for advanced access, whether I would have had the strength to resist the gradual escalation, or whether I would have become something I never thought I could be. That uncertainty is perhaps the most disturbing legacy of the whole experience. The knowledge that the line between observer and participant, between victim and perpetrator, might be thinner than any of us would like to believe. The latest email arrived just yesterday. Same pattern, different wording. They're still out there, still recruiting, still finding new ways to identify and exploit people's legitimate interests for terrible purposes. I deleted it like all the others, but for just a moment, I hesitated before clicking delete, and that hesitation terrifies me more than anything I saw in those sessions. I never thought I'd be the type of person to stumble into something genuinely horrifying. Most people don't, I suppose. We go about our mundane lives assuming the worst things happen to other people in other places, never suspecting that horror might be actively seeking us out. It started with redundancy. After 8 years working for a marketing firm in Birmingham, I found myself suddenly unemployed thanks to corporate restructuring. The severance package was decent enough to keep me afloat for a few months, but job hunting in my field had become increasingly competitive. Every position attracted hundreds of applicants, and at 34, I was starting to feel like damaged goods in a market that seemed to favor fresh graduates. After 6 weeks of rejections and automated responses, I'd exhausted the mainstream job sites. That's when a mate from university mentioned he'd found freelance work through what he called alternative channels. Nothing dodgy, he assured me, just companies that preferred discretion and paid well for specialized skills. He wouldn't elaborate much, but he did give me a web address that looked nothing like the usual recruitment sites. The initial interface was surprisingly professional, clean, minimalist design with a simple registration form. It asked for basic details, experience, skills, availability. Nothing seemed unusual until I reached the section about work preferences. Among the standard options like full-time, part-time, and contract work, there was something called performance-based assignments. The description was vague, mentioning client satisfaction and results-driven compensation. I ticked several boxes, including that one, and submitted my application. Within hours, I received an email with a link to what appeared to be a more detailed application process. This is where things became strange. The second form was extensive, asking increasingly personal questions. It wanted to know about my living situation, whether I lived alone, my relationship status, family connections. There were questions about my comfort level with confidential work, my discretion regarding client privacy, and whether I'd be willing to sign comprehensive non-disclosure agreements. Most oddly, it asked about my appearance, requesting recent photographs and basic physical statistics. I nearly abandoned the application at that point, but unemployment has a way of making you consider options you'd normally dismiss. I told myself this was probably for some sort of client-facing role that required specific presentation standards. The third stage involved a video interview, but not the kind I expected. Instead of speaking with a recruiter, I was asked to record myself answering a series of questions. The questions themselves were peculiar. They focused heavily on my ability to follow instructions precisely, my comfort with being observed, and my willingness to participate in projects that might seem unusual but were completely legal. One question particularly stuck with me. Describe a time when you did something you weren't entirely comfortable with because the compensation was worthwhile. I found myself being more honest than I'd intended, discussing some of the more questionable marketing campaigns I'd worked on in my previous job. A week passed without response. I'd almost forgotten about the application when I received a phone call from an unlisted number. The voice was professionally pleasant, but offered no company name or personal identification. They simply said I'd been selected for a trial assignment and asked if I was still interested. The pay they quoted was substantial, more than I'd earned in 3 months at my previous job, for what they described as a one-day commitment with possible ongoing opportunities. They couldn't provide details over the phone, they explained, due to client confidentiality requirements, but assured me everything was above board. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop in central Birmingham. I was told to look for someone carrying a red folder and wearing a blue scarf. The whole thing felt like something from a spy film, but I was curious enough to go along with it. The person I met defied my expectations entirely. Rather than some shadowy figure, she was a well-dressed woman in her 40s who could have been anyone's aunt. Professional, articulate, and completely ordinary. She introduced herself as Sarah, though she mentioned that wasn't her real name, and apologized for the cloak and dagger approach. She explained that her organization facilitated what she called emotionally authentic live experiences for clients seeking genuine human connection. The work involved participating in specialized digital interactions that provided viewers with access to unfiltered personal moments. She emphasized that everything was legal, consensual, and that I would maintain complete autonomy over my involvement. The way she described it made it sound like some sort of therapeutic service, perhaps for isolated wealthy clients who craved authentic human interaction. She mentioned that traditional media had become too artificial, and there was growing demand for unscripted, genuine experiences. When I asked for more specifics, she became slightly evasive, saying that client requirements varied significantly and that each assignment was tailored to individual comfort levels. She did mention that the work took place in controlled environments with professional equipment, and that safety was their primary concern. What convinced me was the advance payment she offered, enough to cover my rent for 2 months just for agreeing to a trial session. If I decided not to continue after seeing what was involved, I could keep the money with no obligations. The location she gave me was an industrial estate on the outskirts of Coventry. The building looked like a converted warehouse, professionally maintained but unremarkable from the outside. Inside, it was surprisingly sophisticated. Multiple rooms equipped with professional lighting and camera equipment, all very clean and organized. I was introduced to what they called the technical team, 3 people who seemed competent and professional. They explained that I'd be participating in a live broadcast to a select audience, following simple instructions from a director. The scenario, they said, would involve me responding to audience requests in real time, but nothing that would make me genuinely uncomfortable. The room I was brought to looked like a cross between a television studio and a comfortable living space. There were cameras positioned at various angles, professional lighting, and a comfortable chair positioned in the center. A large monitor displayed what appeared to be a chat interface, though I couldn't read the text from where I sat. They fitted me with a small earpiece and explained that I'd receive instructions through it. The director would tell me what to do, and I should follow along naturally. They emphasized that if I became uncomfortable at any point, I could simply say so and the session would end immediately. As the session began, I could see numbers appearing on the monitor. What I assumed were viewer counts. The figures were higher than I'd expected, climbing into the hundreds. The director's voice in my earpiece was calm and professional, initially asking me to introduce myself using a fake name they'd provided. The first instructions were mundane. Stand up, walk around the room, describe what I was wearing. The audience seemed to be asking questions that the director relayed to me. Standard things like where I was from, what I did for work, whether I enjoyed being on camera. Gradually, the request became more personal. The director asked me to talk about my living situation, my relationships, my daily routine. I found myself sharing details about my unemployment, my loneliness, the financial pressures I was facing. Then came requests that made me slightly uncomfortable. I was asked to provide my address, my phone number, details about my neighbors. When I hesitated, the director explained that this was part of the service. Clients paid for authentic, personal connections with performers. She assured me that all information was kept strictly confidential and used only to enhance the viewer experience. The session continued for about 2 hours, with me answering increasingly intimate questions about my life, my fears, my vulnerabilities. By the end, I felt drained but satisfied that I'd completed the assignment successfully. The audience numbers had grown significantly, and the director seemed pleased with my performance. I was paid immediately and told to expect follow-up sessions. The money was exactly what I needed, and despite feeling slightly unsettled by some of the questions, I agreed to consider future sessions. Over the next few days, I noticed small things that bothered me. A car I didn't recognize parked across from my flat several times. Phone calls that rang twice and stopped. An envelope in my mailbox with no return address, containing only a photo of me walking to the shops. When I called the number Sarah had given me, it was disconnected. The building in Coventry was empty when I drove out to check, with no signs that anyone had been there recently. It was only when I started researching online that I began to understand what I'd actually participated in. The term that kept appearing was Red Room, live broadcasts where audiences paid to watch real people in vulnerable situations, with the entertainment value coming from the subject's genuine distress and fear. I realized that everything I'd shared during that session, my address, my routine, my vulnerabilities, had been broadcast to an audience that wasn't looking for entertainment in any conventional sense. They were looking for someone isolated, financially desperate, and emotionally fragile. The follow-up contact came exactly a week later, but not in the way I'd expected. Instead of a phone call or email, I found a note slipped under my door. It contained a single line. "Thank you for your application. The position is now permanent." That night, I noticed the car parked outside again, but this time I could see someone sitting in it, watching my windows. When I looked closer, I saw they were holding what looked like a high-end camera. I've been researching how to disappear completely, but I'm beginning to suspect it's too late for that. The audience I performed for wasn't just watching for entertainment. They were evaluating me for something much more permanent. The final confirmation came through a Reddit message from a throwaway account. Someone had sent me a link with a simple message. "Thought you should see this." The website was selling subscriptions to what it called ongoing lifestyle content. The preview thumbnail made my stomach drop. It was me sitting in my living room, photographed through my window. The monthly subscription price was higher than my old salary. I'm writing this from a hotel room in Manchester, but I don't think distance matters anymore. The internet has made geography irrelevant, and I've already given them everything they need to find me anywhere. The worst part is knowing that I applied for this myself, answered all their questions willingly, and provided them with a complete roadmap to my destruction. I was so focused on the immediate payment that I never considered what I was actually selling. If you're ever desperate enough to consider unconventional work opportunities, especially ones that seem too good to be true, please learn from my mistake. Some audiences aren't looking for performance, they're looking for victims. Do you remember when you were younger and life was simpler? When the worst thing that could happen during a sleepover was your mate's mum finding the magazines you'd hidden under the mattress, or getting caught sneaking downstairs to watch something you weren't supposed to see on late-night television? Those innocent transgressions feel almost quaint now, knowing what I know about what some people actually watch when the lights go out. I was 23 when it happened, working as a trainee accountant in Birmingham and living in a shared house with 3 other guys. There was nothing glamorous about any of it. We split the bills 4 ways, took turns buying toilet roll, and spent most evenings playing games or arguing about whose turn it was to clean the kitchen. The sort of mundane existence that millions of people live without anything particularly interesting ever happening to them. My housemate Jake had always been the tech-savvy one among us. Not in a professional way, just the kind of person who knew how to fix your laptop when it started running slowly, or how to stream films that weren't available on Netflix yet. He'd spent hours on forums discussing privacy software and online security, the sort of conversations that made the rest of us glaze over and reach for our phones. The change in his behavior started gradually. He'd always been a bit antisocial, preferring his computer to actual human interaction. But this was different. He stopped joining us for meals, barely acknowledged us when we passed in the hallway, and we'd hear him moving around his room at strange hours. 2 in the morning, 4, sometimes just before dawn. Something about the way he looked at us changed too, like he was seeing us differently, evaluating us in a way that made casual conversation feel uncomfortable. The sounds were what first made me properly notice something was off. Not just the usual keyboard clicking and mouse movements you'd expect from someone browsing the internet, but irregular patterns, long periods of complete silence, then sudden bursts of activity. Sometimes we'd hear what sounded like muffled conversations, though we never saw anyone visiting his room. I mentioned it to the others, but they weren't particularly concerned. University houses are always full of odd noises and strange schedules. Still, we found ourselves unconsciously avoiding his part of the house, taking longer routes to the kitchen or bathroom to avoid walking past his door. None of us talked about it explicitly, but there was a shared sense that something felt off about being near his space. The first real warning sign came when I bumped into him in the kitchen one morning around 6. He looked terrible, pale, unshaven, with dark circles under his eyes that suggested he hadn't slept properly in days. When I asked if he was all right, he just stared at me for several seconds before mumbling something about work stress and disappearing back upstairs. Work stress seemed unlikely, given that he worked part-time at a local computer repair shop and had never shown any particular ambition or pressure about his career. But people deal with things differently, and it wasn't really my place to pry into his personal problems. We weren't close friends, just housemates sharing expenses and common areas. The electricity bills started arriving higher than usual around the same time. Not dramatically higher, but enough for us to notice when we were splitting costs 4 ways. When we asked about it, he claimed his computer had been running more intensive software for some freelance projects. Again, nothing that seemed worth arguing about, though it did add to the general sense that something had changed. His room began to smell different as well. Not unpleasant exactly, but stale and closed off, like air that hadn't been properly circulated for weeks. The few times his door was open when I passed, I caught glimpses of thick sheets hung over the windows and the glow of screens arranged at odd angles, creating shadows that seemed deliberately designed to obscure what was actually happening in there. There were cables everywhere, trailing across the floor in patterns that suggested something more complex than a simple computer setup. We started hearing voices from his room more regularly, always muffled, always unclear, but definitely not just him. Sometimes it sounded like multiple people talking at once. Other times, like single voices giving instructions or making requests. The conversations never seemed to follow normal patterns. No back and forth exchanges, no laughter, just these odd, disjointed fragments of speech. The internet connection throughout the house became increasingly unreliable. Pages would load slowly, streaming services would buffer constantly, and online games would lag to the point of being unplayable. When we complained to our internet provider, they insisted nothing was wrong with the connection, but the problems persisted. It felt like someone was using enormous amounts of bandwidth for something. I started paying more attention to his routine, not out of any particular suspicion, but because his behavior was affecting the rest of us. He'd leave his room only during specific hours, usually when the rest of us were out or asleep. The timing seemed deliberate, like he was actively avoiding contact with anyone else in the house. The packages started arriving more frequently as well, small, unmarked deliveries that he'd collect immediately and take straight to his room. When I asked the postman about them one day, he mentioned that our address was receiving more packages than most houses on the street, but couldn't tell me anything specific about the contents or senders. One evening, while he was out at his regular job, I heard sounds coming from his room. Not possible, obviously, since he wasn't home, but definitely something electronic, beeping, clicking, the sort of noises computers make when they're processing information or receiving data. The sounds continued for several hours, stopping only when I heard his key in the front door. The breaking point came during a particularly hot week in July. The house felt stifling, and we'd been leaving windows open to try to get some air circulation. I was in the garden that evening when I heard voices drifting down from his window, clear enough to make out actual words for the first time. Someone was giving directions, not navigation directions, but instructions about movements, positions, actions. The voice was calm and methodical, like someone reading from a script or manual. I couldn't make out the responses, but there were definitely other people involved in whatever was happening up there. That night, I couldn't sleep, not because of any immediate fear, but because something about the whole situation felt fundamentally wrong. The secretive behavior, the strange hours, the elaborate computer setup, the voices giving instructions. It all added up to something that went beyond normal antisocial behavior or work stress. I started researching online communities and activities that might explain what he was involved in. What I found made my stomach turn. There were references to hidden networks where people gathered for activities that operated outside normal boundaries, places where the worst impulses could be indulged without consequence. The descriptions were vague but deeply disturbing, suggesting interactive experiences where viewers could influence what happened to real people in real time. The realization that I might be living directly below someone participating in these networks was genuinely terrifying. The one-way conversations I'd overheard, the packages, the secretive behavior, it all suddenly made horrible sense. He wasn't just watching something disturbing. He was actively participating, making requests that were being carried out somewhere else, to someone else. I tried to convince myself that I was overreacting, that there could be innocent explanations for everything I'd observed. But the combination of evidence was too strong to ignore, and the descriptions I'd found online matched his behavior too precisely to be coincidental. Sleep became almost impossible. Every sound from his room took on sinister significance. Every conversation I overheard seemed to confirm my worst suspicions. I'd lie awake wondering what exactly was happening above me, who might be suffering because of activities being coordinated from our house. The knowledge that these networks existed, that people participated in them from ordinary houses in ordinary neighborhoods, fundamentally changed how I saw the world around me. Every house could be hiding similar activities. Every antisocial neighbor could be involved in things that shouldn't be possible in civilized society. I started noticing details about other houses on our street that I'd never paid attention to before. Which ones had unusual amounts of electronic equipment? Which residents kept irregular hours? Which properties received frequent deliveries or had visitors at strange times? The suburban normality that had always felt safe and predictable now seemed like a facade hiding darker realities. The authorities seemed completely unaware of what was happening. Police patrols continued their regular routes, completely oblivious to the networks operating parallel to their understanding of crime and disorder. The gap between official awareness and actual activity was enormous, leaving people like me with knowledge we couldn't act upon and evidence we couldn't report. I considered moving out, but that felt like abandoning responsibility for what I'd discovered. If these activities were happening in our house, involving our internet connection and our address, then walking away would make me complicit in whatever harm was being caused. But staying meant living with knowledge that was eating away at my ability to function normally. The situation resolved itself when he disappeared. Or that's what we told ourselves. The truth is, we're not entirely sure what happened. His presence in the house became increasingly sporadic, then stopped entirely. But none of us could pinpoint exactly when we'd last seen him. One day, we realized his room had been silent for over a week, and when we finally worked up the courage to check, it was empty. But the emptiness felt wrong somehow. His belongings were gone, but selectively. Personal items had vanished while leaving behind things that suggested a hurried departure. The room had been cleaned, but not thoroughly, as if someone had tried to remove evidence rather than simply tidy up. Most disturbing were the scratches on the walls near the window, thin marks that looked like they'd been made by fingernails. The house felt different after he left, not just quieter or less crowded, but somehow cleaner, like a source of contamination had been removed. The internet connection returned to normal. The electricity bills dropped back to reasonable levels, and the strange packages stopped arriving. Life returned to the mundane routine that had existed before. But the knowledge remained. Understanding that these networks exist, that ordinary people participate in extraordinary cruelty, that such activities happen in normal houses, in normal neighborhoods. The innocent world I'd lived in before had been permanently damaged by what I'd learned. Sometimes I wonder if he moved to another house with other unsuspecting housemates, or if the activities I'd witnessed were part of a larger network that continues to operate from locations across the country. The infrastructure exists, the participants are out there, and the demand for such content apparently continues to grow. I still live in shared houses, still split bills and argue about cleaning rotas, and wonder about my housemates' odd behaviors. But now I pay attention to different details, notice different patterns, and ask different questions about the sounds that come from other people's rooms after midnight. It's funny how sometimes a single scene in a terrible film can completely destroy your life. I was 16, sprawled across Chloe's bedroom floor during one of our regular Friday night sleepovers, half watching some forgettable thriller she'd found on Netflix. We were painting our nails and complaining about college drama when this one scene came on. The protagonist accidentally accessing a live stream where someone was being tortured. Real torture, not movie violence. The camera lingered on the victim's face for what felt like ages, whilst anonymous viewers typed commands in a chat box beside the video. Chloe made some joke about how unrealistic it was, but I couldn't stop thinking about that terrified expression, about whether places like that actually existed. The next Monday at college, I found myself asking our media studies teacher about it during lunch break. Mr. Henderson was one of those lecturers who actually seemed to know about real-world technology, not just textbook theory. When I mentioned the film and asked whether such things actually existed, his expression changed completely. He told me to forget about it. That curiosity about certain corners of the internet could lead to serious trouble. That response only made me more interested. I'd always been the type to pick at loose threads until the whole thing unraveled. When I was younger, it was taking apart radios and mobile phones to see how they worked. As I got older, it became researching topics that other people seemed reluctant to discuss. The dark web fell into that category perfectly, something adults whispered about but never properly explained. my research started innocently enough. I spent hours reading articles about online privacy, digital anonymity, and the history of encrypted networks. Most sources treated the subject academically, discussing the legitimate uses for secure browsing and the importance of protecting digital freedom. But buried within these discussions were casual references to more sinister applications. The technical setup was surprisingly straightforward. Within a week of starting my research, I'd managed to access the hidden networks that everyone talked about, but few seemed to have actually visited. My parents worked long hours. Mum as a nurse at Queen's Medical Centre, Dad managing a small engineering firm, so I had plenty of unsupervised time at home to explore. Initially, the dark web was disappointing. Most sites looked amateurish, with basic layouts and minimal content. I found forums discussing digital privacy, marketplaces selling questionable goods, and endless political discussions. Nothing particularly shocking or dangerous, just people who preferred anonymity for their online activities. But I kept digging deeper. The first hint of something more serious came through a forum dedicated to extreme content. Users discussed videos and streams that weren't available through conventional platforms, sharing links and recommendations for increasingly disturbing material. The conversations were coded, using euphemisms and references that took me weeks to decode. Red rooms were mentioned occasionally, always in hushed, reverent tones. According to the discussions I found, these were live streams where viewers could watch and sometimes direct real violence against unwilling participants. Most users claimed they were urban legends, elaborate hoaxes designed to frighten newcomers. But a few insisted they were real, sharing cryptic instructions for accessing genuine broadcasts. The more I read, the more convinced I became that something authentic existed beneath all the speculation and mythology. Users would reference specific streams, discussing technical details and sharing reactions that seemed too genuine to be fabricated. There was a consistency to their accounts that suggested shared experiences rather than collaborative fiction. After nearly a month of research, I finally gained access to a private forum that claimed to host legitimate Red Room broadcasts. The verification process was extensive, requiring proof of serious interest and understanding of digital security protocols. I had to demonstrate my knowledge of encryption, provide references from other underground communities, and pass several tests designed to weed out casual browsers and potential law enforcement. The forum itself was unlike anything I'd encountered in my weeks of exploration. Professional-looking, well-organized, with strict rules about behavior and content sharing. Users were required to maintain consistent personas, contribute meaningfully to discussions, and demonstrate ongoing commitment to the community. This wasn't a place for tourists or thrill seekers. Live broadcasts were announced days in advance, with detailed information about technical requirements and viewing protocols. The descriptions were deliberately vague, referring to interactive experiences and immersive content without explicitly stating what viewers would witness. But the anticipation in the forums was obvious. Users discussing upcoming streams with an excitement that made my stomach turn. I told myself I was conducting research, satisfying academic curiosity about a phenomenon I'd only read about. Part of me still believed these broadcasts would turn out to be elaborate hoaxes, carefully staged performances designed to convince gullible viewers. But another part, a part I didn't want to acknowledge, was genuinely excited about the possibility of witnessing something real and forbidden. The first stream I attended was scheduled for a Wednesday evening. I waited until my parents had gone to bed, then settled in my bedroom with my laptop and a pair of headphones. The technical setup was more complex than regular streaming, requiring specific software and connection protocols. By the time everything was configured properly, I was sweating despite the cool October weather. The broadcast began precisely at midnight. Unlike the grainy, amateurish content I'd expected, the image quality was exceptional. Multiple camera angles showed what appeared to be a basement or cellar, professionally lit and equipped with various items I couldn't immediately identify. The production values rivaled anything on mainstream television. A figure wearing dark clothing and a simple mask entered the frame, moving with methodical precision as they prepared the space for whatever was about to happen. They never spoke directly to the camera, but occasionally gestured toward specific areas or objects, suggesting they were aware of the viewing audience. Then the victim was brought in. I use that word deliberately now, though at the time I couldn't bring myself to think of them that way. They appeared confused, disoriented, looking around the space as if trying to understand their situation. They seemed to be about my age, maybe slightly older, with the kind of ordinary appearance that made them feel real rather than like an actor in a performance. What followed was the systematic destruction of another human being. Not quickly, not mercifully, but slowly and deliberately, with clear attention to the viewing audience's presumed preferences. The masked figure would occasionally pause to check messages from viewers, sometimes adjusting their approach based on suggestions or requests. I should have stopped watching immediately, should have closed the laptop and tried to forget what I'd seen. Instead, I found myself transfixed, unable to look away from something I knew was fundamentally wrong. The professional presentation, the interactive elements, the victim's genuine terror, everything confirmed that this wasn't a performance or simulation. The stream continued for nearly 3 hours. By the end, I was physically sick and shaking uncontrollably. The person who had entered the frame confused and frightened was no longer moving. The masked figure began methodically cleaning the space, removing evidence of what had occurred with the same professional efficiency they'd shown throughout. In the final minutes, the figure addressed the camera directly. Though their voice was digitally altered, they thanked viewers for their participation and announced that the next live broadcast was already being planned. They mentioned that premium subscribers would receive access to archived content and special interactive features. The stream ended abruptly, leaving me staring at a blank screen in my darkened bedroom. Outside, I could hear the familiar sounds of my neighborhood. Cars passing, a dog barking, the hum of street lights, normal sounds from a normal Tuesday night in a normal suburb. But nothing felt normal anymore. I didn't attend college the next day, or the day after that. When I finally returned, everything seemed different. Conversations with friends felt hollow and meaningless. Lessons about media literacy and digital citizenship took on sinister new meanings. I found myself studying my classmates and teachers, wondering what darkness might lurk beneath their ordinary facades. The forum sent me several messages over the following weeks, automated notifications about upcoming streams, invitations to participate in community discussions, offers to upgrade my membership status for access to exclusive content. I ignored them all, but I never deleted my account or blocked the communications. That was 6 months ago. I've tried to move on, focus on my A-levels, think about university applications. I changed my browsing habits, deleted software I'd installed, even convinced my parents to upgrade our home internet security. I told myself these were practical precautions, unrelated to what I'd witnessed online. But the images haven't faded. If anything, they've become more vivid over time. Not just the violence, though that was horrific enough, but the realization of my own complicity. The knowledge that I'd sat through the entire broadcast without attempting to help or intervene. I've started noticing things around Nottingham that I hadn't seen before. Vans parked in residential areas with tinted windows and multiple aerials. People who seem to be observing rather than simply passing through. Buildings with more security cameras than their apparent purpose would justify. Probably just paranoia, the result of knowing what kinds of activities are hidden beneath the surface of normal life. Last week, I received a package at our house. No return address, just my name written in careful block letters. Inside was a small webcam and a handwritten note with a local address. The note simply said, "Ready for the next level. Thursday 11 p.m. I threw the camera in my bedroom bin immediately, but I memorized the address before disposing of the note. The location is in one of the industrial areas near the canal, somewhere I'd never had reason to visit. I looked it up online. It's registered as storage units, the kind of place people rent when they need extra space for furniture or business equipment. Nothing suspicious about it, at least not on the surface. I keep telling myself I won't go, that I'll ignore the invitation and focus on my coursework, my university applications, my plans for a normal future. But Thursday is tomorrow night, and I know exactly how to get to that address on the night buses. The webcam is back on my desk now. I retrieved it from the bin this morning, telling myself I just wanted to examine it more closely. It's a high-quality device, the kind that would produce professional-looking footage in the right lighting conditions. I haven't decided anything yet, but I know that something fundamental changed the night I watched that stream. The boundaries I thought were permanent turned out to be more flexible than I'd imagined. And once you cross certain lines, even as an observer, it becomes increasingly difficult to remember why those boundaries existed in the first place. My parents are working late tomorrow. Mum has a night shift. Dad has some crisis at the engineering firm. The house will be empty from about 7 o'clock onwards. Plenty of time to travel across the city and back without anyone noticing my absence. The worst part isn't the fear of what might happen if I go. It's the growing certainty that I want to find out what comes next. That the viewer I was 6 months ago isn't satisfied with watching anymore. Thursday night is 12 hours away. Have you ever been in the situation where you do something seemingly normal, something routine, and it completely changes your life? I'm curious, what would you do if you took your laptop in for a simple repair and end up discovering that the ordinary-looking guy in the computer shop is involved in things that would make your worst nightmares seem tame? That the person fixing your webcam issue has been using that same webcam to watch you for months. I work as a teaching assistant at a primary school in Coventry. There's nothing particularly exciting about my life. I help 7-year-olds with their reading, supervise playtime, and assist the main teachers with various administrative tasks. The pay isn't brilliant, but I enjoy working with children and the holidays are decent. Last autumn, my laptop started acting up. The webcam would activate randomly, the little green light flickering on for a few seconds before switching off again. Sometimes I'd catch it happening while I was using the computer. Other times I'd notice it had been on when I returned from making tea or using the bathroom. Initially, I assumed it was a software glitch. Ran virus scans, updated drivers, tried all the usual troubleshooting steps you find online. Nothing worked. If anything, the problem seemed to be getting worse. The camera would activate more frequently, sometimes staying on for several minutes at a time. Eventually, I decided to take it to a local repair shop. The place was called Digital Solutions and occupied a narrow storefront between a charity shop and a kebab restaurant. I'd walked past it hundreds of times but never really noticed it before. The kind of business that blends into the background of everyday urban life. The owner was a middle-aged man named Trevor, who seemed knowledgeable about computers and quoted reasonable prices for the repair work. He explained that webcam issues were common, usually caused by corrupted drivers or malware infections. Said he'd need to keep the laptop for a few days to run comprehensive diagnostics and clean up the system. I dropped it off on a Wednesday morning and was told it would be ready by the weekend. Trevor provided a receipt and assured me that all customer data would remain private and secure during the repair process. That evening, I realized how much I relied on my laptop for basic activities, checking emails, browsing social media, watching streaming services before bed. Without it, I found myself with unexpectedly free time and nothing particular to do with it. On Thursday evening, I decided to walk past the shop to see if it was still open. The storefront was dark, but I could see light coming from what appeared to be a back office or workshop area. Trevor was working late, presumably fixing computers like mine. As I walked past, something caught my attention. Through the window, I could see multiple computer screens displaying what looked like video feeds. Not the typical desktop view you'd expect from computer repair work, but actual video streams showing various rooms and locations. I slowed down to get a better look, trying to appear casual while examining what was visible through the window. The video feeds showed different domestic spaces, bedrooms, living rooms, home offices. Most appeared to be empty, though a few showed people going about their normal evening routines. My first thought was that Trevor might be running some sort of security monitoring service alongside his computer repair business. Many small business owners take on multiple revenue streams to make ends meet. Nothing particularly suspicious about that. But something felt off about what I was seeing. The camera angles were wrong for professional security installations. Too intimate, too focused on private spaces rather than entry points or valuable items. These looked more like hidden cameras than security systems. I continued walking, but the image of those video feeds stayed with me. That night, I found myself wondering about my own laptop, about the webcam issues I'd been experiencing, about how long Trevor had been aware of the problem before I brought the computer to his shop. On Friday, I called to check on the repair progress. Trevor said the work was taking longer than expected, that he'd discovered more extensive malware infections than initially apparent. He'd need the weekend to complete the cleaning process, but the laptop would definitely be ready by Monday. This gave me an excuse to walk past the shop again Friday evening. Same pattern as the night before, dark storefront, lights in the back office, multiple screens displaying video feeds of domestic spaces. This time, I counted at least 6 different feeds visible through the window. One of them showed a young woman in what appeared to be her bedroom, getting ready for bed. The camera angle suggested it was positioned somewhere high up, possibly hidden in the ceiling fixture or ventilation grate. She had no idea she was being watched. Another feed showed a family watching television in their living room. 2 adults, 3 children, completely unaware that their private evening was being broadcast to Trevor's monitoring setup. The camera quality was good enough to make out facial features and read text on the television screen. I realized I was looking at a surveillance operation, not a security service. These were people being watched without their knowledge or consent, probably through compromised webcams in devices they'd brought to Trevor for repair, devices like my laptop. When I collected my computer on Monday, Trevor was friendly and professional. explained that he'd removed several malware infections and updated all the security software. Said the webcam issues should be completely resolved and provided documentation of all the work he'd performed. I paid the repair fee and took the laptop home, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was fundamentally wrong with the entire situation. That evening, I covered the webcam with electrical tape and began researching how to detect covert surveillance software. The diagnostic tools I downloaded found several programs I didn't recognize, applications that weren't listed in the standard software inventory, but were definitely present on the system. Most appeared to be related to remote access and file sharing, the kind of software that could allow someone to control a computer from a distance. I spent the next several days learning about digital forensics, about how to trace network connections and monitor system activity. What I discovered was disturbing. My laptop was regularly connecting to IP addresses I didn't recognize, uploading small amounts of data at consistent intervals. The connection logs showed that these uploads had been happening for months, long before I'd taken the computer to Trevor for repair. But the frequency and volume of data transfer had increased significantly since getting the laptop back from his shop. I started documenting everything. Screenshots of the network activity, records of the suspicious software installations, photos of Trevor's shop taken from the street. Built a comprehensive file of evidence, though I wasn't sure what I planned to do with it. That's when I decided to investigate Trevor's operation more thoroughly. Started walking past his shop at different times, observing patterns in his work schedule and customer traffic. Noticed that he seemed to specialize in devices with cameras, laptops, tablets, smartphones with front-facing cameras. Most of his customers appeared to be ordinary people dealing with routine technical problems. Students with slow computers, parents with virus-infected family laptops, elderly people who'd accidentally installed malicious software, all of them trusting Trevor to fix their problems and protect their privacy. One evening, I saw something that changed my understanding of what Trevor was actually running. Through the back office window, I could see him interacting with what appeared to be a live streaming interface. Multiple video feeds were active, but now there was chat functionality alongside the video streams. People were watching the feeds and commenting in real time. Not just watching, but requesting specific actions or camera angles. Trevor was responding to these requests, apparently controlling which feeds were visible and how the surveillance was conducted. This wasn't just unauthorized monitoring. This was a commercial operation, selling access to private surveillance footage to paying customers around the world. I recognized one of the video feeds immediately. It showed a bedroom that looked exactly like mine, filmed from the angle where my laptop usually sat on the dresser. The electrical tape I'd placed over the webcam was visible in the corner of the frame, but the camera was somehow still transmitting video from inside my flat. Trevor had installed multiple surveillance devices during the repair process. The webcam issue I'd originally brought to him was probably his doing in the first place, a way to identify potential surveillance targets and get access to their devices. I left the area immediately and went home to search my flat thoroughly. Found a tiny camera hidden in the smoke detector above my bed, another one built into what looked like a standard electrical outlet near my desk. Professional installations, nearly invisible unless you knew exactly what to look for. The devices were connected to my home Wi-Fi network, probably configured during Trevor's access to my laptop and password information. They'd been broadcasting footage of my private life to his streaming platform for weeks, maybe months. I documented everything with my phone camera, then carefully removed the surveillance devices without damaging them, kept them as evidence, along with all the digital forensics information I'd gathered about the compromised laptop. But when I tried to report the situation to police, I encountered a problem I hadn't anticipated. The officers I spoke with seemed knowledgeable about traditional crimes, but struggled to understand the technical aspects of what I was describing. Digital surveillance, dark web streaming platforms, cryptocurrency payment systems. It was outside their normal area of expertise. They took my statement and collected the physical evidence, but explained that investigating this type of cybercrime would require specialist resources that might not be available immediately. Said they'd be in touch once they'd consulted with their digital forensics team. That was 4 months ago. I've heard nothing back from police, and Trevor's shop is still operating normally. Same storefront, same repair services, same trusting customers bringing their camera-equipped devices to be fixed. I moved to a different flat across town, replaced all my electronic devices, took comprehensive security precautions to prevent future surveillance. But moving doesn't change what you know, and the knowledge of what Trevor is doing follows me through every ordinary day. The worst part isn't knowing that I was watched without consent. The worst part is understanding how many other people are probably being watched right now. People who trust their local computer repair shop to fix their problems and protect their privacy. Trevor's operation depends on that trust, on people like me who need technical help and assume that small business owners are fundamentally honest, on the invisibility that comes with running a boring, everyday service that nobody pays much attention to. I've started noticing other computer repair shops around the city, wondering how many of them might be running similar operations. How many ordinary-looking technicians are actually surveillance entrepreneurs, selling access to private footage through dark web streaming platforms. Sometimes I wonder if reporting Trevor to police was the right decision, or if I should have tried to expose his operation through other means: media attention, social media campaigns, direct warnings to his potential victims. But all of these approaches would require evidence that I'm not sure I could provide without admitting to my own illegal surveillance of his activities. That's the genius of operations like Trevor's. They create witnesses who are bound by their own complicity, people who can't report what they've seen without acknowledging their own borderline criminal behavior. I've never told anyone else about this experience. Not colleagues, not friends, not family members. What would I say? That my computer repair guy was running a surveillance operation and I discovered it by spying on his business. That I removed hidden cameras from my own flat but can't prove where they came from. But I'm telling you now, and I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe because the weight of keeping it secret has become too much. Maybe because sharing it might somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my daily thoughts. Or maybe because I've started to suspect that creating witnesses was always part of Trevor's business model. That people like me who discover what he's doing are meant to discover it, meant to carry the knowledge forward through stories that can never be properly verified. Maybe the real product isn't just the surveillance footage, but the awareness that such surveillance is possible, the understanding that any electronic device could be compromised, that any repair technician could be more than they appear to be. Trevor is still operating his shop, still fixing computers and installing surveillance equipment, still running his streaming platform for customers around the world. And somewhere in Coventry, other people are probably walking past his storefront right now, thinking about getting their webcam issues fixed by a friendly, knowledgeable local businessman. Maybe by telling you this, I'm doing exactly what Trevor's operation requires to survive and spread. Creating awareness, planting seeds of paranoia, making people more conscious of the surveillance possibilities that exist in their ordinary digital lives. Maybe that's how these things work. not just through the technical infrastructure of hidden cameras and streaming platforms, but through the social infrastructure of witnesses who carry the knowledge forward, who ensure that the awareness of such possibilities becomes part of the general consciousness. I still work at the primary school, still help children with their reading, still live a fundamentally ordinary life. But now I understand that ordinary life exists alongside operations like Trevor's, that the surface of everyday business conceals activities that most people never imagine are happening. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone in my new flat with my new laptop, I find myself wondering if Trevor was really working alone, or if he was part of something larger. A network of repair shops and surveillance operations, all feeding content to the same streaming platforms, all serving the same global audience of people who pay to watch strangers in their most private moments. That might be the most disturbing possibility of all. Not that one creepy computer repair guy was running a surveillance operation, but that such operations are common enough to sustain entire industries, entire ecosystems of people who make their living by violating the privacy of ordinary people who just needed their laptops fixed. When your GP refers you to a specialist for problems you didn't know were serious enough to require expert attention, you generally assume the referral is legitimate medical care rather than recruitment for activities that have nothing to do with healthcare. This started about 14 months ago when I went to see Dr. Patterson about persistent headaches and sleep problems that were affecting my work as a teacher. I'd been having trouble concentrating during lessons and felt constantly tired despite getting what should have been adequate rest. Dr. Patterson ran the usual tests: blood pressure, basic neurological checks, questions about stress levels and lifestyle factors that might be contributing to my symptoms. Everything came back normal, but she seemed concerned that the headache pattern might indicate underlying issues that required more specialized evaluation. She referred me to what she called a wellness clinic that took a more comprehensive approach to diagnosing and treating stress-related health problems. The clinic supposedly used advanced assessment techniques that could identify health issues before they developed into serious medical conditions. The Exeter Wellness Institute looked professional enough when I arrived for my appointment. Modern building near the hospital, well-dressed reception staff, waiting room filled with the sort of health and lifestyle magazines you'd expect from any private medical facility. The initial consultation was more thorough than anything I'd experienced with NHS services. Dr. Kensington, the specialist who saw me, spent nearly 2 hours discussing my symptoms, work stress, lifestyle habits, and personal circumstances that might be contributing to my health problems. She explained that modern stress-related health issues were often caused by environmental factors that traditional medicine didn't adequately address: digital overwhelm, social isolation, information processing difficulties that created chronic psychological strain. The assessment process would involve monitoring my daily activities and stress responses over several weeks, using digital tools to track patterns that might not be obvious during brief medical appointments. She provided me with what appeared to be a standard health monitoring app that would record sleep patterns, activity levels, and stress indicators throughout my normal daily routine. The data would help identify specific triggers for my headaches and develop targeted interventions. The monitoring process seemed reasonable and potentially helpful for understanding what was causing my health problems. I agreed to participate and was given detailed instructions about how to use the monitoring software. But the app required access to considerably more personal information than seemed necessary for basic health monitoring. It wanted permission to access my internet browsing, social media activity, communication patterns, and even location data that would track my movements throughout each day. When I questioned the extensive data requirements, Dr. Kensington explained that modern health assessment needed to understand the complete environmental context of stress-related symptoms. Digital behavior patterns, social interactions, and daily routines all contributed to stress levels in ways that couldn't be measured through traditional medical approaches. The comprehensive monitoring would provide insights into my health issues that wouldn't be possible through conventional medical evaluation, helping identify intervention approaches that could address root causes rather than just treating symptoms. The explanation made sense from a holistic health perspective, and I was eager to find solutions for symptoms that were genuinely affecting my quality of life and professional performance. Over the following weeks, the monitoring app tracked every aspect of my daily routine with systematic thoroughness. It recorded when I went to sleep and woke up, what websites I visited, who I communicated with, where I went during weekends, even what I purchased and what television programs I watched. The data collection was remarkably comprehensive, creating what Dr. Kensington described as a complete lifestyle profile that would allow precise identification of factors contributing to my stress-related health symptoms. After about a month of monitoring, I returned for follow-up consultation to review the findings and develop a treatment plan based on the data that had been collected about my daily routine and stress patterns. Dr. Kensington presented detailed analysis of my monitoring data, identifying specific patterns that she claimed were contributing to my headaches and sleep problems. According to her assessment, my symptoms were being caused by digital overstimulation and social isolation that required targeted lifestyle interventions. The treatment plan she recommended involved gradually reducing exposure to stressful online content while increasing engagement with supportive community activities that would provide better social connection and mental stimulation. She provided access to what she called therapeutic digital environments, online communities that were specifically designed to reduce stress and promote mental well-being through positive social interaction and meaningful discussion. These communities weren't accessible through normal internet browsing, but required special software that filtered out the advertising, negativity, and information overload that characterized mainstream social media platforms. The therapeutic communities were populated by people who were dealing with similar health issues and stress-related problems, providing mutual support and discussion focused on wellness and recovery, rather than the competitive and often toxic dynamics of conventional social media. Dr. Kensington explained that spending time in these curated online environments would help retrain my stress responses while providing the sort of genuine social connection that was essential for mental and physical health. The therapeutic digital environments were indeed different from anything I'd encountered through normal internet use. The communities were focused on thoughtful discussion about health, wellness, personal development, and mutual support for people dealing with various life challenges. Participants shared experiences about managing stress, developing healthier lifestyle habits, and finding meaning and purpose in daily activities. The discussions were supportive and intellectually engaging, providing exactly the sort of positive social interaction that had been missing from my routine. I found myself genuinely enjoying the time I spent in these communities and felt that my stress levels were improving through regular participation in discussions that focused on wellness and personal growth, rather than the anxiety-provoking content that dominated mainstream social media. But as I became more involved in the therapeutic communities, I started noticing that some discussions included topics that seemed to go beyond health and wellness into areas that felt more like systematic analysis of people's personal vulnerabilities and psychological weaknesses. Some community members shared detailed information about their daily routines, personal relationships, financial circumstances, and emotional triggers with a level of specificity that seemed excessive for general wellness discussion. Others provided analysis of family members, co-workers, and social connections that read more like psychological profiling than supportive community conversation. The discussions weren't just focused on personal wellness, but were systematically documenting detailed information about participants' social networks, personal circumstances, and psychological vulnerabilities that could potentially be used for purposes beyond therapeutic support. When I questioned why wellness discussions needed such detailed personal information, other community members explained that effective stress management required understanding the complete social and psychological context of people's lives. They assured me that sharing comprehensive personal information was essential for receiving meaningful support, and that the community's therapeutic effectiveness depended on members being completely honest about their circumstances and relationships. The explanation seemed reasonable within the wellness framework that Dr. Kensington had established, and I found the community discussions genuinely helpful for managing my stress-related health symptoms. But I also started recognizing that some community participants seemed to have detailed knowledge about people in Devon, including specific information about individuals who lived and worked in areas around Exeter that I was familiar with. Some discussions included enough local detail that I began to wonder if I might recognize the people being analyzed if I encountered them during normal daily activities around the city. The therapeutic communities weren't just focused on abstract wellness discussion, but were actively collecting and analyzing detailed personal information about real people in my immediate geographic area. I realized that Dr. Kensington's health monitoring and therapeutic digital environments weren't legitimate medical treatment, but were systematic data collection operations designed to gather comprehensive personal information about Exeter area residents. My participation in wellness communities had made me complicit in activities that involve systematic analysis of real people's personal vulnerabilities and private circumstances for purposes that weren't related to healthcare or therapeutic support. The health monitoring app had been used to compile detailed profiles of my personal information, social connections, and daily routine that were being shared with communities that specialized in analyzing and potentially exploiting people's psychological and social vulnerabilities. When I tried to research the Exeter Wellness Institute more thoroughly, I discovered that it wasn't registered as a legitimate medical facility, and that Dr. Kensington didn't appear in professional medical directories or have verifiable credentials through appropriate regulatory bodies. The entire wellness assessment and treatment process had been designed to collect personal information rather than provide healthcare, using medical terminology and therapeutic frameworks to make systematic data gathering seem like legitimate health services. My symptoms hadn't been treated through evidence-based medical interventions, but had been used as justification for comprehensive surveillance and information collection that was being shared with people who specialized in analyzing personal vulnerabilities for purposes that weren't related to healthcare. The therapeutic communities I'd been participating in weren't focused on wellness and mutual support, but were sophisticated information collection systems where people were encouraged to share detailed personal information that was being analyzed and potentially used for exploitation rather than therapeutic purposes. I tried to investigate what was being done with the personal information I'd shared through the wellness monitoring and community participation, leading to discovery of online spaces that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing. These hidden communities were focused on systematic analysis and potential exploitation of individuals who had been profiled through various data collection methods, including wellness services that collected comprehensive personal information under the guise of providing healthcare. The detailed personal information I'd shared through therapeutic community discussions was being used by these communities to develop profiles that could be used for targeted manipulation, harassment, or other forms of exploitation of real people in the Exeter area. My health monitoring data was being analyzed not for therapeutic purposes, but to identify psychological and social vulnerabilities that could be exploited by people who specialized in systematic manipulation of individuals they'd never met, but whose personal circumstances they understood in comprehensive detail. The wellness treatment that had supposedly addressed my stress-related health symptoms had actually made me complicit in systematic information gathering that was being used to facilitate potential exploitation of people in my own community. When I tried to withdraw from the Exeter Wellness Institute and report what I discovered about their activities, I found that my participation agreements included extensive clauses about confidentiality and data protection that made exposing their activities legally complicated. More disturbing was discovering that some people in Exeter were experiencing problems that seemed to correspond to the detailed vulnerability analyses that were being conducted in the hidden communities I discovered. Individuals whose personal information had been collected through wellness services and other data gathering operations were experiencing targeted difficulties that seemed designed to exploit the specific psychological and social vulnerabilities that had been identified through systematic analysis of their personal circumstances. My participation in what I'd believed was legitimate healthcare had contributed to information collection that was being used to facilitate systematic targeting of real people for psychological manipulation and potential exploitation. The Exeter Wellness Institute continues operating, recruiting people with genuine health concerns who believe they're receiving innovative medical treatment rather than participating in comprehensive data collection that facilitates systematic analysis of personal vulnerabilities. The therapeutic communities continue collecting detailed personal information from participants who think they're receiving mutual support for wellness and recovery rather than providing intelligence that's being used to develop exploitation profiles. People throughout Exeter continue experiencing professionally designed manipulation that's based on comprehensive analysis of personal information they shared while seeking healthcare, believing their difficulties are personal problems rather than systematic targeting by individuals who specialize in exploiting psychological vulnerabilities. I still work as a primary school teacher, still deal with occasional headaches and sleep problems, still wonder whether some of the personal and professional difficulties experienced by people around me might be caused by systematic targeting based on vulnerability analyses that were developed using information they shared while seeking legitimate medical care. The referral that seemed like access to innovative healthcare turned out to be recruitment for comprehensive data collection that facilitates systematic exploitation of vulnerable people through analysis of personal information they provided while seeking medical treatment for genuine health problems. The strangest thing about discovering that your entire life has been arranged by someone else is how normal everything seems until you realize that none of your important decisions were actually your own. And by then, it's far too late to change direction without destroying everything you think you built for yourself. I was 31 when I got offered what seemed like a perfect opportunity to advance my career while helping vulnerable people in ways that weren't possible through traditional counsel services. The offer came through professional channels that looked completely legitimate, targeting exactly the sort of specialized expertise I'd developed over 6 years of working with families in crisis. The job was with something called the Community Resilience Project, described as an innovative approach to social intervention that used data analysis and digital outreach to identify and support at-risk individuals before they reach the point of requiring statutory services. The salary was considerably higher than council work, and the methodology sounded like exactly the kind of forward-thinking social work that could genuinely make a difference. During the interview process, they explained that traditional social services were reactive rather than preventative, waiting for problems to escalate before providing support. The Community Resilience Project aimed to identify vulnerable individuals early and provide discreet assistance before their situations became critical enough to require official intervention. The work would involve analyzing digital footprints and online behavior patterns to identify people who showed signs of developing mental health crises, financial difficulties, or social isolation that could lead to more serious problems if left untreated. My role would be to develop intervention strategies based on psychological profiles compiled from digital sources, creating personalized outreach approaches that could provide support without stigmatizing recipients or creating bureaucratic complications that might prevent them from accepting help. The methodology seemed innovative and ethically sound, using technology to provide early support rather than waiting for people to request help when their situations had already become desperate. I accepted the position and was introduced to the digital analysis tools that the project used to identify potential intervention targets. The software was sophisticated, capable of analyzing social media activity, online purchasing patterns, communication styles, and even browsing habits to create comprehensive psychological profiles. The profiles were remarkably detailed, providing insights into people's mental states, social relationships, financial circumstances, and personal vulnerabilities that would have been impossible to gather through traditional social work assessment methods. My first assignment was developing intervention strategies for individuals in Cardiff and surrounding areas who had been identified as potentially at risk based on their digital behavior patterns. The profile suggested people who were experiencing depression, financial stress, social isolation, or other conditions that might benefit from early support. The intervention strategies I developed were carefully designed to appear like coincidental opportunities rather than organized assistance. Rather than contacting people directly and explaining that they'd been identified as needing support, the project would create situations where help would be offered in ways that preserved recipients' dignity and autonomy. For someone experiencing financial difficulties, this might involve arranging for them to hear about job opportunities that matched their skills, or ensuring they encountered information about financial assistance programs they hadn't known existed. For individuals showing signs of depression or social isolation, interventions might involve connecting them with hobby groups, volunteer opportunities, or social activities that addressed their specific interests and psychological needs. The approach was elegant and ethical, providing genuine help while avoiding the stigmatization and bureaucracy that prevented many people from accessing traditional social services. Over several months, I developed intervention strategies for dozens of Cardiff area residents, creating carefully crafted approaches that would provide support for their specific circumstances while maintaining the appearance of natural opportunities rather than organized assistance. The work was intellectually challenging and emotionally rewarding, combining digital analysis with traditional social work skills to create innovative support systems that could genuinely improve people's lives. But as I continued developing interventions and tracking their outcomes, I started noticing patterns that made me uncomfortable about the true nature of the Community Resilience Project. Some of the digital profiles were more detailed than seemed possible through analysis of publicly available online information, including knowledge of private communications, personal relationships, and financial circumstances that wouldn't be accessible without systematic invasion of privacy. The psychological insights contained in the profiles suggested access to information that could only be obtained through comprehensive surveillance rather than analysis of voluntary digital activity. More concerning was discovering that some intervention targets were people I recognized from my previous counsel work, individuals whose personal circumstances and vulnerabilities I knew from direct professional contact. The profiles of these familiar cases were accurate in ways that suggested access to confidential social services records, therapeutic notes, and other professional information that should have been protected by various privacy regulations. I realized that the Community Resilience Project wasn't just analyzing publicly available digital information, but was accessing confidential personal data from multiple sources to create comprehensive surveillance profiles of Cardiff area residents. When I raised concerns about data protection and privacy violations, my project supervisors explained that preventing social crisis sometimes required accessing information through methods that weren't strictly conventional, but which were justified by the protective purposes they served. They assured me that all information was obtained through partnerships with legitimate organizations, and that privacy concerns were outweighed by the potential benefits of preventing serious social problems before they escalated into situations requiring emergency intervention. The ethical framework made sense from a utilitarian perspective. Violating privacy to prevent greater harm could be justified if the interventions genuinely improved people's lives and prevented more serious problems. But I also started recognizing that the intervention strategies I was developing weren't always producing the protective outcomes that had been described during my recruitment. Some targets were experiencing problems that seemed to worsen after interventions were implemented, as if the support strategies were designed to create dependency or vulnerability rather than promote genuine resilience. Others were receiving interventions that seemed designed to manipulate their behavior in specific directions, rather than simply providing assistance with their existing difficulties. The intervention approaches I was developing weren't just offering help, but were systematically influencing people's decision-making processes to produce outcomes that weren't necessarily in their best interests. I started researching the Community Resilience Project more thoroughly, trying to understand who was funding the work and what ultimate outcomes the interventions were designed to achieve. What I discovered was deeply disturbing. The Community Resilience Project wasn't a legitimate social innovation program, but was a front for systematic manipulation and control of vulnerable individuals identified through comprehensive digital surveillance. The intervention strategies I was developing weren't designed to help at-risk people, but were being used to create psychological dependency and social isolation that made targets more vulnerable to exploitation rather than more resilient. The digital profiles weren't being compiled to identify people who needed support, but to identify individuals who could be systematically manipulated through carefully designed intervention strategies that appeared helpful but were actually designed to increase their vulnerability. My expertise in social work and psychological assessment was being used to develop manipulation techniques that were disguised as supportive interventions, helping harmful actors gain control over vulnerable people while maintaining the appearance of providing legitimate assistance. The people I was supposedly helping were actually being targeted for exploitation through intervention strategies that I had designed based on comprehensive psychological profiles compiled through systematic invasion of their privacy. I tried to investigate which organizations were actually behind the Community Resilience Project and how the information I was providing about intervention targets was being used. The investigation led me to discover online communities that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing, where people discussed systematic manipulation and exploitation of vulnerable individuals using techniques that were very similar to the intervention strategies I'd been developing. These communities treated psychological manipulation as entertainment, sharing success stories about gaining control over targets and using their vulnerabilities for various forms of exploitation. Some participants specialized in financial exploitation, using psychological manipulation to convince targets to provide money or access to resources. Others focused on social and emotional exploitation, creating dependency relationships that allowed them to control targets' behavior and decision-making processes. The intervention strategies I'd been developing were being used by these communities as sophisticated manipulation techniques, with my professional social work expertise providing the psychological insights needed to make exploitation appear like genuine assistance. The Community Resilience Project was essentially a recruitment and training system for people who wanted to exploit vulnerable individuals, using my professional skills to develop more effective manipulation techniques while providing academic cover that made the activities seem legitimate. The Cardiff area residents I'd been creating intervention strategies for weren't receiving protective support, but were being targeted for systematic exploitation by individuals who used my professionally developed manipulation techniques to gain control over their lives. My social work expertise had been used to create a comprehensive system for identifying and exploiting vulnerable people. With the intervention strategies I developed, providing the psychological manipulation framework that made exploitation possible, while maintaining the appearance of legitimate assistance. When I tried to expose what I'd discovered about the Community Resilience Project, I found that my employment contract included extensive confidentiality clauses that made reporting their activities legally complicated and potentially expensive. More concerning was discovering that some of the people I'd developed intervention strategies for were now experiencing exactly the sort of social and financial crises that the project had supposedly been designed to prevent. The intervention strategies I'd created had been successful at making vulnerable people more vulnerable rather than more resilient, with my professional expertise being used to systematically destroy the lives of people who had been selected for exploitation based on psychological profiles I'd helped analyze. I never found a way to safely extract myself from involvement with the Community Resilience Project or to warn the Cardiff area residents who were being targeted using manipulation techniques I'd developed. The project continues operating, expanding its surveillance and manipulation activities while recruiting additional social work professionals who believe they're contributing to innovative prevention programs rather than sophisticated exploitation systems. People throughout Cardiff continue experiencing professionally designed manipulation, disguised as community support, while believing their difficulties are personal failures rather than systematic targeting by individuals who have made psychological exploitation into a technical specialty. I still work in social services, trying to provide genuine support for vulnerable people while knowing that some of the intervention techniques I developed are being used to exploit others in ways that would be impossible without professional psychological expertise. The assignment that seemed like an opportunity to advance my career while helping vulnerable people turned out to be developing manipulation techniques for systematic exploitation of the same types of people I'd become a social worker to protect. My professional expertise continues being used to harm vulnerable individuals throughout Cardiff, while the Community Resilience Project continues recruiting social work professionals who believe they're contributing to innovative prevention programs, rather than providing technical support for systematic psychological exploitation disguised as community assistance. I started working from home last January. The transition wasn't difficult. My job as a data analyst for a health insurance company translated well to remote work. Just me, my laptop, and endless spreadsheets tracking claim patterns and cost projections. The company sent us home with monitors, docking stations, and even ergonomic chairs. They wanted to make sure our productivity wouldn't suffer during the isolation. My apartment wasn't ideal for a home office. One bedroom, thin walls, and neighbors who seemed determined to renovate during business hours. I converted half my living room into a workspace, setting up near the window for natural light. The arrangement worked well enough for the first few months. My internet connection was reliable, my work routine established, my performance reviews positive. In April, I started having connection issues. Video calls would freeze, downloads would stall. Websites that had loaded instantly now took ages to appear. At first, I blamed my service provider. They were notorious for throttling speeds during peak hours. But after several technician visits and modem replacements, the problems persisted. Strangely, the issues seemed most pronounced between midnight and 4 a.m., when I wasn't even using the internet. I started monitoring my network traffic using software recommended by our IT department. The data showed massive bandwidth consumption during those early morning hours, despite all my devices supposedly being in sleep mode. Something was using my connection and using it heavily. My first thought was a neighbor had somehow accessed my network. I changed my Wi-Fi password, enabled additional security features, and installed a VPN. The mysterious usage continued. Next, I suspected malware. Perhaps my laptop had been compromised and was part of some botnet. I ran every scanning tool available, finding nothing unusual. The IT team remotely inspected my work laptop and pronounced it clean. The mystery bothered me enough that I began staying up late, watching the network monitor in real time, trying to identify which device was responsible. My sleep suffered. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My work performance began to decline. Colleagues commented on my appearance during video calls. I started keeping the camera off. One night in May, around 1 a.m., I caught it happening. The network monitor showed active data transfer, nearly maxing out my bandwidth. The source was a device listed only as media server, something I didn't recognize and certainly hadn't set up. I immediately logged into my router's admin panel to block the device, but when I refreshed the connected devices list, media server had disappeared. The next day, I contacted my building's management company about the internet issues. The maintenance supervisor suggested I might be picking up interference from other apartments and recommended positioning my router away from shared walls. When I mentioned the mysterious device, he seemed uninterested, attributing it to a neighbor's smart TV or gaming system, briefly connecting to the wrong network. That explanation didn't satisfy me. I ordered a new router with advanced security features, setting it up to log all connection attempts and data usage by device. That night, I stayed up again, watching the logs in real time. At precisely 1:17 a.m., media server appeared again, beginning its huge data transfers. This time, I managed to capture its MAC address before it disappeared, a unique identifier that should help track down the physical device. The next morning, I contacted a friend who works in cybersecurity. He couldn't identify the manufacturer from the MAC address. It seemed to be using a randomized identifier that changed with each connection. This was sophisticated behavior, not typical of consumer electronics accidentally connecting to the wrong network. When I shared the timing pattern and bandwidth usage, he grew concerned. The behavior matched what he called data mules, compromised networks used to transmit large encrypted files during low traffic hours. My friend warned me that my network might be being used for transferring illegal content, anything from stolen financial data to more disturbing materials. He recommended I contact my internet service provider and possibly law enforcement. The thought that my connection might be facilitating something illegal made me deeply uncomfortable. Before taking that step, I decided to gather more information. I set up additional monitoring software that could track not just the amount of data, but also attempt to identify the type of traffic and its destination. The results were puzzling. The data wasn't being sent to multiple destinations as would be expected with botnet activity. Instead, it was a sustained connection to a single endpoint, using encrypted protocols that masked the content. The destination IP address changed nightly, but always pointed to servers using Tor exit nodes, the infrastructure of the so-called dark web. My friend confirmed this was consistent with someone using my network as a relay for accessing hidden services, potentially to mask their own identity. The question remained, who was doing this and how had they gained access? I became obsessed with finding answers. I started logging every electronic device in my apartment, not just computers and phones, but the smart TV, digital thermostat, even the refrigerator with its internet connectivity feature. None matched the mysterious media server MAC address. I checked for hidden devices, looking behind furniture, inside vents, examining the electrical outlets for suspicious adapters. Nothing. In June, after 6 weeks of disrupted sleep and growing anxiety, I made a breakthrough. The mystery device only connected when I was home. On nights I stayed at a friend's place or worked late at a coffee shop. My network log showed no unusual activity. The implication was unsettling. Whatever was happening was somehow tied to my presence. That night, I conducted an experiment. I left all my devices powered on as usual, but shut off the bedroom and bathroom lights, creating the impression I had gone to sleep. Then I sat in darkness near my router, a network analyzer running silently on my laptop. At 1:14 a.m., I heard a soft electronic tone from somewhere in my apartment, almost imperceptible, like the sound a device makes when powering on. 3 minutes later, media server appeared on my network. I tracked the signal strength, moving my laptop around the apartment to find where it was strongest. The source appeared to be my bedroom. I searched methodically, under the bed, in the closet, behind the dresser. Nothing. Then I noticed my work laptop, closed and apparently asleep on the nightstand. According to my monitoring software, it wasn't the source. But when I opened it, the screen remained dark while the power indicator showed it was running. I forced a shutdown and restarted it. Everything seemed normal. The company's security software showed no unauthorized access, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with the machine. I decided to work exclusively on my personal laptop for a few days, leaving the work device powered off and stored in a drawer. The mysterious bandwidth usage stopped immediately. 3 nights with no media server appearing on my network. On the 4th day, I received an email from IT asking why my work laptop hadn't connected to the company servers for scheduled updates. I explained I was having technical issues and was using my personal device temporarily. They insisted I reconnect the work laptop as soon as possible for security compliance. Reluctantly, I took the laptop from the drawer and powered it on. Everything appeared normal. Same login screen, same desktop configuration, same applications. But that night, media server reappeared on my network at exactly 1:17 a.m. I was now convinced the work laptop contained something it shouldn't. I contacted IT again, more explicitly describing my concerns. They seemed dismissive, suggesting I was misinterpreting normal corporate security measures that run in the background. When I pressed further, mentioning the dark web connections, their tone changed. They said they would send a replacement laptop immediately and asked me to return my current one directly to their security team rather than through the normal equipment channels. The replacement arrived the next day via courier. The security team requested I not power on the old laptop again and pack it in the provided shielded bag. Their sudden urgency only heightened my suspicion. That night, with the old laptop unplugged and sealed in the shielded bag, my network remained quiet. No unusual connections, no bandwidth spikes. In July, a month after returning the laptop, I received a call from someone identifying themselves as part of the company's external security audit team. They asked detailed questions about my work habits, when I typically logged in, how often I used the company VPN, whether I ever observed unusual behavior from the laptop. They seemed particularly interested in whether I used the machine during off hours or if it remained powered on overnight. I answered honestly, then asked why they were investigating. The auditor explained they were conducting routine security checks on all remote workers. The explanation seemed reasonable, but something in their tone felt rehearsed. A week later, I was called into a virtual meeting with HR and my department head. They explained that due to restructuring, my position was being eliminated. They offered a generous severance package in exchange for signing a confidentiality agreement covering not just company data, but also any observations about company equipment or security practices. The implication was clear. Take the money, stay quiet, move on. I signed the agreement. The severance would cover my expenses while I looked for new work. But I couldn't stop thinking about what had been happening. What had been on that laptop? What kind of data was being transmitted through my network in those early morning hours? My cybersecurity friend suggested a theory. The laptop had been compromised, not by an outside threat, but by someone inside the company. Perhaps someone in IT or security was using employee devices as relays for accessing dark web services, counting on the company's VPN and security software to mask their activities. The fact that the usage occurred only when I was home suggested the laptop might have been monitoring my presence, perhaps through the microphone detecting ambient noise or the webcam sensing light changes, to determine when it was safe to activate. In August, I found a new job with a different company. Remote work again, but this time I established strict boundaries. No equipment stays powered on after hours. Nothing connects to my home network without thorough vetting. I invested in a network firewall that logs and blocks suspicious activities. I should have felt secure again. I didn't. Last week, I received an anonymous email. The subject line contained only a timestamp, 1:17 a.m. The body was empty. I deleted it immediately and ran security scans on all my devices. Nothing unusual was detected. 3 days ago, while reviewing my new home security system footage, I noticed something strange. At exactly 1:17 a.m., the camera in my home office briefly lost connection, just for a few seconds, but long enough to create a gap in the recording. The system logs showed no errors, no power fluctuations, no explanation for the interruption. Yesterday, I received a package. No return address, no shipping label, no indication of how it had arrived at my door. Inside was a laptop, not a brand I recognized, with no manufacturer markings of any kind. Just a plain black case with a power button that emitted a soft blue glow. I haven't opened it, haven't connected it to power. It sits in my closet now, inside 3 layers of signal blocking material. I haven't told anyone about the package. Haven't reported it to the police. Something tells me it wouldn't make a difference. Something tells me this isn't about me specifically. I'm just a node in a network, a convenient relay point for information traveling between unseen parties. Sometimes at night, I wake suddenly at 1:16 a.m., 1 minute before whatever this is activates. I lie in bed, listening to the silence of my apartment, waiting for that soft electronic tone I heard months ago. Sometimes I think I hear it, just at the edge of perception. Sometimes I convince myself it's just imagination. But the other night, I checked my network logs out of habit. At exactly 1:17 a.m. for precisely 3 minutes, an unknown device had connected to my network. The identifier was different this time. Not media server, but observer client. The data transfer was minimal, just a few kilobytes. Just enough to send a message. I'm still here. I'm still watching. I'm writing this now as a warning, though I'm not entirely sure what I'm warning against. Corporate espionage, government surveillance, organized criminal networks. The boundary between these possibilities seems increasingly blurred. All I know with certainty is that our digital lives are not as private as we imagine, our networks not as secure as we're led to believe. Something moves through the infrastructure we've built, using our connections, our devices, our homes as waypoints in a journey we can't see or understand. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, it pauses briefly at your address before continuing on its way. Have you ever wondered what would happen if someone decided to destroy your life as a hobby? Because that's basically what happened to me last year, and I'm still not entirely sure why I was chosen, or how they managed to turn my entire existence into what felt like a carefully orchestrated nightmare. It started with small things that seemed like coincidences at the time. I was 26 and working as a freelance graphic designer in Brighton, living in a studio flat above a bakery and scraping by on logo designs for local businesses while trying to build something resembling a sustainable career. The first weird thing was getting a parking ticket for a car I didn't own. Parked outside my building on a Tuesday morning when I was definitely inside working on a branding project for a yoga studio. I called the council to explain the mistake, but they insisted their record showed I was the registered owner of a blue Ford Focus that I'd never seen in my life. Then my Netflix account started showing viewing history for programs I'd never watched. Documentaries about serial killers, foreign films with subtitles, reality shows that I wouldn't normally choose. When I changed my password, the strange viewing activity stopped for about a week before starting up again with different content. My Amazon account began ordering items that I didn't need and couldn't return because they were being delivered to an address I'd supposedly provided but had never lived at. Random things like kitchen equipment, books about home improvement, even clothing in sizes that didn't fit me. Each incident individually seemed like a technical glitch or identity mix-up that could happen to anyone in the digital age. But collectively, they started feeling like someone was systematically interfering with my online accounts and official records. I spent hours on customer service calls trying to sort out these problems, explaining to increasingly skeptical representatives that I wasn't responsible for activities that were clearly connected to my personal information, but which I definitely hadn't initiated. The explanations got more difficult when the problems started affecting my work. Clients would email asking about changes to projects that I hadn't made, complaining about missed deadlines for work I'd never agreed to do, even requesting refunds for services that weren't in my normal pricing structure. My professional reputation started suffering as clients lost confidence in my reliability and communication skills, despite me having no idea why they thought I was failing to meet commitments I'd never made. Then I started receiving messages from people claiming I'd contacted them about various services, photography sessions, consulting work, even personal meetings that I definitely hadn't arranged. Strangers would show up at the bakery looking for me, confused when I explained I'd never spoken to them before. It became clear that someone was impersonating me online, conducting business and social activities using my identity, while I was completely unaware these interactions were happening. I tried researching identity theft protection and recovery methods, but most of the advice focused on financial fraud rather than systematic impersonation for purposes that didn't seem to involve stealing money or credit. Whoever was doing this seemed more interested in disrupting my life and damaging my relationships than gaining access to my bank accounts or personal financial information. The scope of the impersonation was more comprehensive than typical identity theft, suggesting someone with considerable time, technical skills, and motivation to cause problems that went beyond simple financial gain. I started documenting everything: screenshots of accounts I hadn't accessed, records of services I hadn't requested, evidence of activities that were being attributed to me despite my having no involvement in them. The documentation process led me to discover that the impersonation was happening through online platforms and services that I'd never heard of, including communities that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing. Some of the fake activities attributed to me were taking place in areas of the internet that required special software and knowledge to access, suggesting that whoever was impersonating me had technical expertise that went far beyond casual computer use. I learned how to access these hidden parts of the internet myself, hoping to understand how someone was using my identity in spaces that most people never encounter. What I found was deeply disturbing. Multiple communities dedicated to what they called identity gaming, where participants systematically impersonated real people for entertainment purposes rather than financial gain. The communities treated identity theft as a form of interactive entertainment, with members competing to see who could cause the most disruption to their chosen targets while maintaining the impersonation for extended periods. My own identity was being used by someone who had created detailed profiles of my personal and professional life, sharing updates about activities they were conducting while pretending to be me. Other community members were following my case like a television series, commenting on the effectiveness of different impersonation techniques and suggesting new ways to complicate my attempts to reclaim control of my own identity. The discussions were casual and matter-of-fact, treating real people's lives like characters in games that existed for their amusement, rather than considering the genuine harm being caused to actual individuals. Some participants specialized in particular types of identity disruption: professional sabotage, relationship interference, financial complications, even legal problems that could be created through systematic impersonation of their targets. They shared techniques for maintaining long-term impersonations, methods for accessing personal information needed to create convincing false profiles, and strategies for causing maximum disruption while avoiding detection by their victims or legal authorities. The sophistication was impressive and frightening, demonstrating that identity theft had evolved into a form of organized harassment that was conducted for entertainment rather than profit. I tried to identify which community member was impersonating me, but the discussions used pseudonyms and avoided specific personal details that might make individual participants identifiable. The person using my identity was referred to by other community members as someone who was particularly skilled at long-term impersonation projects, suggesting this wasn't their first time systematically destroying someone's life for entertainment. They had been documenting my responses to the identity interference for months, sharing updates about how I was attempting to resolve the problems they were creating, and analyzing the effectiveness of different disruption techniques. My attempts to fix the identity theft problems had been providing entertainment for an audience that was following the destruction of my life like an ongoing reality show. The community discussions included detailed analysis of my personality, behavior patterns, and psychological responses to stress, compiled through systematic observation of how I handled the various problems they were creating. They knew intimate details about my daily routine, work habits, social relationships, and financial circumstances that could only have been gathered through comprehensive surveillance of my online and offline activities. The identity impersonation was just one component of a broader harassment campaign that included systematic monitoring of my private life and real-time analysis of how different types of interference affected my mental health and social stability. I realized that I hadn't just become the victim of identity theft, but had been selected as an unwitting participant in what amounted to a psychological experiment conducted for the entertainment of people who treated human suffering as interactive media. The games they were playing with my identity were designed to test how much disruption one person could handle before their life became completely unmanageable, with my responses being documented and shared as content for an audience that found systematic harassment amusing. I tried to report what I discovered to relevant authorities, but explaining that my identity was being used for entertainment purposes in hidden internet communities sounded like paranoid delusion, rather than verifiable criminal activity. The evidence I'd gathered was difficult to present in ways that would convince investigators who weren't familiar with the technical methods being used or the psychological motivations behind systematic harassment for entertainment purposes. More importantly, the community discussions had made it clear that reporting their activities to authorities was considered part of the game, with participants sharing techniques for avoiding official investigation while maintaining their harassment campaigns. They had experience dealing with victims who attempted to expose their activities, using legal and technical methods to protect their identities while continuing to conduct systematic harassment of people who tried to interfere with their entertainment. Some community members had been conducting identity gaming for years without facing consequences, suggesting either that their methods were sophisticated enough to avoid detection, or that authorities lacked effective tools for investigating this type of systematic harassment. I started researching methods for protecting myself from ongoing identity theft and harassment, but discovered that most security recommendations were inadequate for dealing with determined individuals who had made systematic destruction of someone's life into a long-term entertainment project. Standard identity protection services focused on financial fraud rather than comprehensive life disruption, and most cybersecurity advice assumed attackers were motivated by profit rather than entertainment-based psychological harassment. The technical skills required to maintain long-term identity impersonation and systematic life disruption were considerable, suggesting that the people involved in identity gaming had expertise that went far beyond casual computer knowledge. But they were also patient and methodical, willing to invest months or years in harassment campaigns that provided ongoing entertainment rather than immediate gratification. About 6 months after discovering the identity gaming communities, the harassment escalated beyond online impersonation into activities that affected my physical safety and offline relationships. People started showing up at my flat looking for me in connection with activities that I'd supposedly conducted but had never been involved in. Some were confused individuals who thought they had legitimate business with me, but others seemed genuinely angry about things they believed I'd done. My landlord received complaints about noise, activities, and behavior that were attributed to me, but which I definitely wasn't responsible for, leading to threats of eviction based on lease violations that I hadn't committed. Local businesses began refusing to serve me because of problems they claimed I'd caused during previous visits that I could prove I'd never made, creating difficulties with basic daily activities like shopping and dining. the identity gaming had evolved from online impersonation into systematic interference with my offline life, using information gathered through digital harassment to create problems in my physical environment and social relationships. I realized that the entertainment value for the identity gaming community came from watching how comprehensive life disruption affected someone's ability to function in normal society. With my increasing isolation and practical difficulties providing content for their ongoing amusement, the psychological experiments aspect of the harassment became more obvious as the problems escalated in ways that seemed designed to test specific aspects of stress tolerance and social adaptability. Different types of problems were introduced systematically, as if someone was working through a checklist of life disruption techniques to see which approaches were most effective at causing lasting damage to my mental health and social stability. The community discussions I'd found suggested that successful identity gaming projects could continue for years, with participants maintaining long-term harassment of their chosen targets, while documenting the gradual destruction of their victims' lives as ongoing entertainment content. My case was apparently considered particularly successful because I'd remained in the same location and continued attempting to maintain normal life despite the systematic interference, providing sustained content for an audience that preferred long-term psychological breakdown over quick, dramatic results. The realization that my entire life had become entertainment for people who specialized in systematic harassment was more disturbing than any individual problem they'd created, because it meant that every difficulty I experienced was providing satisfaction for an audience that wanted to see me suffer. I tried changing cities, moving to Glasgow, and attempting to start fresh with new accounts, new clients, and new social connections that weren't contaminated by the identity theft problems I'd experienced in Brighton. But within weeks of arriving in Glasgow, the same patterns began appearing. Parking tickets for cars I didn't own, account activities I hadn't initiated, professional complications caused by work I'd never agreed to do. The identity gaming community had followed me to the new location, continuing their harassment campaign with techniques that were adapted to my changed circumstances, but maintained the same systematic approach to life disruption. Moving had actually provided them with additional entertainment content as they documented my attempts to escape their harassment and analyze the effectiveness of their methods across different environments and social contexts. I realized that the identity gaming had become a permanent feature of my life, rather than a temporary problem that could be resolved through practical measures or geographic relocation. The people conducting systematic harassment had made destroying my life into a long-term project that would continue regardless of how I attempted to protect myself or rebuild my social and professional relationships. The technical sophistication and time investment required for maintaining comprehensive identity theft and life disruption suggested that this was more than casual entertainment for them, but had become a serious hobby or even professional activity that justified considerable effort and resources. I started wondering how many other people might be experiencing similar systematic harassment without understanding that their problems were being caused by individuals who had made psychological torture into interactive entertainment. The identity gaming communities I discovered were large and active, with hundreds of participants conducting harassment campaigns against targets who probably had no idea their life problems were being artificially created and maintained for other people's amusement. The casual tone of discussions about systematic life destruction suggested that this type of harassment had become normalized within these communities, with participants treating comprehensive psychological torture as routine entertainment rather than serious criminal activity. Some community members had been conducting identity gaming for years, building expertise in psychological manipulation techniques and developing specialized skills for causing different types of life disruption depending on their personal interests and their target's vulnerabilities. The professionalization of systematic harassment for entertainment purposes meant that victims were facing individuals who had considerable experience and technical resources, making effective resistance or recovery extremely difficult without specialized knowledge and support. I continued living in Glasgow while the harassment continued, adapting to a life where every aspect of my daily routine could potentially be disrupted by people who found my suffering entertaining enough to justify years of systematic interference. The identity gaming communities continue operating. The systematic harassment of selected targets continues expanding, and people continue experiencing comprehensive life disruption without understanding that their problems are being artificially created by individuals who have made psychological torture into a form of interactive entertainment. I still work as a graphic designer when the identity theft allows clients to trust my communications, still deal with problems caused by activities I've never conducted, still wonder which people I encounter might be involved in communities that treat systematic harassment as legitimate entertainment. My brother Tom had always been the successful one in our family, working in marketing for some tech company in London, earning enough to buy expensive gifts without thinking much about the cost. So when he offered to get me a proper laptop for my 30th birthday, I just assumed he was being generous in that casual way successful people are when they want to help family members who aren't doing quite as well. I was working part-time at a bookshop in Bath and trying to build a freelance editing business on the side, mostly helping university students polish their essays and dissertations for £20 an hour. The old computer I'd been using was painfully slow and kept crashing whenever I tried to work with larger documents, so a decent laptop would genuinely transform what I could accomplish. The machine he chose was considerably better than anything I could have afforded myself. A professional model that would handle any editing work I might get. But when I started setting it up, I noticed it came with software already installed that I didn't recognize. When I asked Tom about it, he just said they were productivity tools that would help me get better clients. My brother Tom had always been the successful one in our family. He worked in marketing for some tech company in London and earned enough to buy expensive gifts without thinking too much about the cost. The laptop he chose was considerably better than anything I could have afforded myself, a professional model that would handle any editing work I might get. When I thanked him for such a generous present, he mentioned that he'd set it up with some specialized software that would help me find higher-paying freelance opportunities. The programs were supposedly used by marketing professionals to identify potential clients who needed editing services but weren't advertising through conventional channels. He'd configured everything to save me the technical hassle of installation and setup, knowing that I preferred to focus on the actual writing and editing work rather than dealing with software complications. The productivity tools he'd mentioned looked professional enough. Data analysis programs, client research applications, and networking software that seemed designed for business development rather than casual use. I assumed they were expensive marketing tools that he had access to through his company and was sharing to help me grow my editing business. Over the first few weeks of using the new laptop, I gradually explored the various programs Tom had installed, trying to understand how they might help me find better freelance opportunities. The client research software was particularly interesting, providing detailed information about individuals and businesses who might need editing services based on their online activities, communication patterns, and professional circumstances. The program could identify people who were working on writing projects, applying for grants or academic positions, or developing business proposals that would require professional editing assistance. Rather than competing with dozens of other freelancers for advertised editing jobs, I could potentially reach out to people who needed services but hadn't realized they should hire professional help. The software provided detailed profiles of potential clients, including information about their writing projects, deadlines, budgets, and personal circumstances that would influence their decision-making about hiring editorial assistants. The client intelligence was remarkably comprehensive, offering insights into people's professional needs and personal situations that would allow me to craft perfectly targeted pitches for editing services. Using the research tools Tom had provided, I started identifying potential clients around Bath and Bristol who seemed likely to need editing help based on their current projects and professional circumstances. The outreach campaigns I developed using this intelligence were considerably more successful than my previous approaches to finding freelance work. Instead of generic applications to advertise positions, I could offer specific solutions to problems that potential clients were actually experiencing. My editing business grew rapidly as I connected with academics, business owners, and graduate students who were genuinely grateful to be contacted by someone who understood their specific needs and could provide exactly the services they required. The income improvement was significant, allowing me to reduce my bookshop hours and focus more time on editing work that was both more interesting and considerably better paid than my previous freelance efforts. But as I became more successful using Tom's client research tools, I started noticing that the software provided access to information that seemed too detailed and personal to be gathered through normal business intelligence methods. The profiles included knowledge of people's private communications, personal relationships, financial circumstances, and even psychological assessments that wouldn't be available through public sources or conventional market research. Some potential clients were described in ways that suggested comprehensive surveillance of their daily activities, personal habits, and private concerns that went far beyond what would be necessary or ethical for business development purposes. When I questioned Tom about how the software obtained such detailed personal information, he explained that modern business intelligence used sophisticated data analysis techniques that aggregated information from multiple sources to create comprehensive client profiles. He assured me that all information was obtained through legitimate partnerships with data providers, and that the detailed intelligence was essential for effective business development in competitive markets. The technical explanation sounded plausible, and the client research was genuinely helping me build a successful editing business that was providing financial stability I'd never achieved through conventional freelance approaches. But I also started recognizing that some of the potential clients identified by the research software were people I knew personally. Neighbors, acquaintances from the bookshop, even friends who hadn't mentioned they were working on writing projects that might require editing assistance. The software's profiles of these familiar individuals were accurate in ways that suggested access to their private communications and personal circumstances, rather than analysis of publicly available information. I realized that the client research tools weren't just analyzing public data to identify business opportunities, but were systematically monitoring real people's private activities to gather intelligence that could be used for various purposes beyond legitimate business development. My successful editing business had been built using comprehensive surveillance data about Bath area residents who had no idea their personal information was being collected and analyzed for commercial exploitation. The detailed client profiles that had enabled my business growth were created through systematic invasion of privacy affecting people in my own community, many of whom I knew personally through work and social connections. I tried to investigate the software Tom had installed more thoroughly, attempting to understand what data sources were being used and how the personal information was being collected and distributed. The investigation led me to discover that the client research tools connected to parts of the internet that weren't accessible through normal browsing, where detailed personal information was being traded and analyzed for various commercial and non-commercial purposes. These hidden online spaces contained comprehensive surveillance data about individuals throughout the UK, compiled through systematic monitoring of their digital activities, personal communications, and daily routines. The information being traded included not just basic demographic and professional data, but detailed psychological profiles, personal vulnerabilities, financial circumstances, and social relationships that could be used for manipulation, exploitation, or harassment. My editing business had been built using intelligence gathered through systematic violation of privacy, affecting thousands of people who had no idea their personal information was being collected, analyzed, and distributed to facilitate various forms of commercial and personal exploitation. The client research that had seemed like innovative business intelligence was actually based on comprehensive surveillance data that was being used by various individuals and organizations for purposes that went far beyond legitimate business development. Some participants in these hidden communities used personal intelligence for systematic harassment and psychological manipulation of selected targets, while others focused on financial exploitation or identity theft, based on detailed knowledge of people's personal circumstances and vulnerabilities. The software Tom had provided wasn't just helping me find editing clients, but was giving me access to surveillance data that was being used throughout these communities for various forms of exploitation targeting real people who had never consented to having their private information collected and distributed. My successful freelance editing business had been built on the same comprehensive surveillance infrastructure that was being used by people who specialized in systematic harm to vulnerable individuals. When I confronted Tom about what I'd discovered, he admitted that the software came from contacts he'd made through his marketing work who had access to advanced business intelligence tools that weren't available through conventional commercial channels. He claimed he'd thought the tools were legitimate business applications and hadn't realized they were connected to broader surveillance and exploitation activities. But he also made it clear that my editing business had become dependent on intelligence gathered through these systems, and that attempting to operate without access to the detailed client research would make it impossible to maintain the income and success I'd achieved. He suggested that my concerns about privacy violations were outweighed by the genuine value I was providing to clients who needed editing services, and that my business success was helping people, even if the client acquisition methods raised ethical questions. The rationalization was appealing because my editing work was genuinely helpful and my clients were satisfied with the services I provided. But I also understood that my success had been built on systematic exploitation of personal information, affecting hundreds of people in my own community. I never found a way to maintain my editing business without using intelligence gathered through surveillance systems that violated people's privacy. And gradually, my freelance income declined as I tried to find clients through conventional methods that didn't rely on personal data obtained without consent. The hidden communities continue operating. The systematic surveillance of UK residents continues expanding, and people continue having their personal information collected and distributed for various commercial and exploitive purposes without their knowledge or consent. The birthday gift that launched my successful freelance editing career turned out to provide access to comprehensive surveillance data that was being used throughout these communities for systematic exploitation of vulnerable individuals, with my business success being built on the same privacy violations that facilitated harassment, manipulation, and financial exploitation of real people. I still do some editing work when I can find clients through legitimate channels, still work part-time at the bookshop, still wonder whether the people I encounter daily might be experiencing problems caused by exploitation based on personal intelligence that was gathered through the same surveillance systems that had enabled my brief business success. But I'm also aware that apparently legitimate business tools can provide access to systematic privacy violations that facilitate various forms of exploitation, and that professional success can be built on infrastructure that causes genuine harm to real people who have no idea their personal information is being collected and used against their interests. Picture this. You're going through life, you have a few close friends, you're relatively happy and all is well. Then, one day, you borrow your neighbor's internet connection and it changes everything. You never imagined it would lead you into the darkest corners of human behavior, that a simple act of digital trespassing could make you a witness to things that happen every day, just out of sight of people like us. I'm a night shift worker at a 24-hour Tesco in Birmingham, have been for the past 2 years, stocking shelves and dealing with the occasional drunk customer between midnight and 8 in the morning. It's not glamorous work, but it pays enough to cover the rent on my studio flat and leaves my days free for sleeping and not much else. The internet in my building has always been unreliable. The landlord installed the cheapest possible broadband years ago and hasn't upgraded it since. Most evenings when I'm trying to unwind before work, the connection drops out completely or slows to the point where even basic websites won't load properly. Around Christmas last year, I noticed that one of my neighbors had left their Wi-Fi network unsecured. The signal was strong enough to reach my flat, and the connection speed was significantly better than what I was paying for. I told myself I'd only use it temporarily, just until I could sort out proper internet service for myself. The network was called Deep Access 01, which seemed like an odd name for a home connection, but I didn't think much of it at the time. People choose strange names for their networks. I've seen everything from FBI surveillance van to pretty fly for a Wi-Fi in my building. For several weeks, everything worked perfectly. Better than perfectly, actually. The connection was faster and more stable than any internet service I'd ever used. I could stream videos without buffering, download files in seconds, browse multiple websites simultaneously without any noticeable slowdown. It was during one of these late-night browsing sessions that I first encountered something unusual. I was looking through Reddit, jumping between different communities, when I clicked on a link that seemed to take longer than usual to load. When the page finally appeared, it wasn't what I'd expected. Instead of the typical Reddit interface, I was looking at what appeared to be a directory listing. Rows of folders and files with cryptic names, organized by date and time. It looked like the back end of a website, the kind of administrative interface that normal users aren't supposed to see. I assumed I'd clicked on a broken link or encountered some sort of server error, tried refreshing the page, but got a different view of the same type of directory structure. Different files, different folders, but the same basic layout. Most of the folder names were meaningless combinations of letters and numbers, but a few had descriptions that caught my attention. Things like archive sessions and live feeds and request queue. The file sizes were enormous, much larger than typical documents or images. Curiosity got the better of me. I clicked on one of the folders labeled Archive Sessions. What opened was another directory, this one containing video files. Hundreds of them, organized by date and numbered sequentially. The file names didn't provide any information about their content, just timestamps and reference numbers. I selected one at random and clicked on it. The video opened in a basic media player, no fancy interface or streaming platform branding, just a simple window with standard playback controls. The video quality was surprisingly good, much better than I'd expected for files that seemed to be stored on someone's personal server. The content showed what looked like a basement or cellar. Concrete walls, minimal lighting, basic furniture. Someone was sitting in a chair in the center of the frame, though the image quality made it difficult to make out specific details about them. I watched for several minutes, waiting for something to happen. The person in the chair appeared to be unconscious or sleeping. No one else was visible in the frame, and there was no audio beyond a faint ambient hum. Eventually, I got bored and tried a different file. This one showed a different location, what might have been a garage or workshop. Similar setup, different person, same lack of activity. I began to suspect these were test recordings or placeholder content for some sort of streaming service. Over the next few evenings, I explored more of the directory structure, found folders containing what appeared to be live streaming software, payment processing systems, user management databases, everything you'd need to run a professional video platform, but hosted on what seemed to be a residential internet connection. The live streaming folder was particularly interesting. It contained software I'd never heard of, applications designed for anonymous broadcasting over encrypted networks. The documentation mentioned compatibility with Tor and other privacy-focused systems. That's when I started to understand what I was looking at. This wasn't just someone's personal media collection. This was the infrastructure for a dark web streaming service, the kind of platform I'd read about in forums, but assumed were mostly urban legends. I should have stopped exploring at that point, should have disconnected from the network and pretended I'd never seen any of it. Instead, I kept digging deeper, found a folder labeled Current Operations that contained what appeared to be real-time data, server logs, user statistics, financial records. The numbers were staggering. Thousands of users, hundreds of thousands of pounds in cryptocurrency transactions, server costs that would make most small businesses bankrupt. The user logs showed people connecting from all over the world, accessing content at all hours of the day and night. The financial records indicated that viewers were paying significant amounts to access premium content, with additional fees for what the system described as interactive services. But it was the content scheduling system that made everything clear. A calendar showing planned streaming sessions, each one tagged with location details, participant information, and viewer capacity limits. The language was clinical, bureaucratic, like something you'd see in a corporate project management system. Except the projects being managed were real people, and the calendar showed that a session was scheduled to begin in less than an hour. I found the live streaming interface and accessed it using credentials I discovered in one of the configuration files. The platform looked professional, with a clean user interface and robust streaming capabilities. There was a chat system, payment processing, viewer analytics, everything you'd expect from a legitimate streaming service. The scheduled session appeared in the interface as Location 7, Premium Interactive, max 50 viewers. The stream wasn't active yet, but there was a countdown timer showing roughly 40 minutes until it began. I waited, telling myself I was just curious about the technical aspects of how such a system might work, that I was investigating out of professional interest, not personal entertainment. When the timer reached 0, the stream activated automatically. The video showed a room I hadn't seen in any of the archived files. Looked like someone's living room, complete with family photos, children's toys scattered about, the kind of domestic space where normal people lived normal lives. A man sat on the sofa, facing the camera. He was clearly awake and aware, looking directly into the lens with an expression I'd never seen before. Not quite fear, not quite resignation, but something in between that suggested he understood exactly what was about to happen. The chat system activated as soon as the stream began. Messages appeared from viewers around the world, most of them numbers and brief phrases in various languages. Within minutes, there were nearly 50 people watching, all of them typing commands and instructions. That's when I realized what I was witnessing. This wasn't just a streaming service. It was an interactive platform where viewers could direct what happened to real people in real time. The chat messages weren't comments, they were orders. Someone entered the frame from off camera. They were holding what looked like a tablet device, which they showed to the man on the sofa. He read whatever was displayed on the screen, and his expression changed from resignation to genuine terror. The chat messages became more frequent and specific. I started to understand that the viewers were voting on what should happen next, with the most popular suggestions being implemented by whoever was operating the camera. The man on the sofa looked directly at the camera again, and I realized he could see the viewer count. He knew exactly how many people were watching, knew that dozens of strangers were deciding his fate through an anonymous chat system. I closed the browser and unplugged my computer from the wall. Spent the next 3 days calling in sick to work, barely leaving my flat, trying to convince myself that what I'd seen was some sort of elaborate performance art or psychological experiment. The production values had been too professional, the technical infrastructure too sophisticated for something genuinely criminal. But I couldn't stop thinking about the man's expression when he'd read that tablet, the way he'd looked through the camera, as if he could see directly to the people controlling what happened to him. Eventually, I contacted my internet service provider and arranged for proper broadband installation. Stopped using my neighbor's connection entirely, though I never figured out which flat it was coming from. The building has 12 units, and I've never been social enough with the other residents to know who might be running that kind of operation. I moved out 2 months later, found a different flat across town, told myself it was for completely unrelated reasons, better neighborhood, shorter commute to work, that sort of thing. But moving doesn't change what you know, and the questions followed me to the new address. Had I witnessed something real, or had I stumbled across an elaborate piece of interactive fiction? How do you verify something that exists entirely in the shadows, that leaves no trace in the legitimate world? That was nearly a year ago. I still work the night shift at Tesco, still live alone in a studio flat, still spend my evenings browsing the internet before work. But I've become much more careful about which networks I connect to, which links I click, which rabbit holes I'm willing to explore. Sometimes, usually when I'm stocking shelves during the quiet hours between 3 and 5 in the morning, I'll think about that countdown timer, about the professionalism of that streaming platform, the sophistication of the user interface, the global audience participating in real-time decision-making. The worst part isn't wondering whether what I saw was genuine. The worst part is knowing that somewhere right now, similar platforms are operating with similar audiences, and people like that man on the sofa are looking into cameras just like that one. And sometimes I wonder if my access to that network was really accidental. Whether someone in my building noticed my internet usage patterns and deliberately left their connection unsecured, knowing that someone like me would eventually find what they wanted me to find. Whether I was supposed to discover that platform, supposed to witness what I witnessed, supposed to carry that knowledge forward into my ordinary life as a night shift worker in Birmingham. I've never told anyone about this. Not colleagues, not friends, not the authorities. What would I say? That I used someone else's Wi-Fi and found something that might have been real. That I watched something terrible happen and then disconnected. But I'm telling you now, and I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe because the weight of keeping it secret has become too much. Maybe because sharing it might somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my thoughts during those quiet hours at work. Or maybe because I've started to suspect that creating witnesses was always the point. That platforms like that don't just exist to serve their paying customers, but to generate people like me who carry the knowledge of what's possible in the spaces between legitimate internet services. People who understand that the surface web is exactly that, a surface, concealing activities that most people never imagine are happening, right alongside their Netflix subscriptions and social media feeds. Maybe by telling you this, I'm doing exactly what whoever runs Deep Access, 01, intended from the beginning. Maybe that's how these things spread and survive, through stories told by people who stumbled across them accidentally and can never quite forget what they saw. Maybe the real product isn't the streams themselves, but witnesses like me who carry the knowledge forward, who plant seeds of awareness in the minds of people who might otherwise never imagine such things exist. I still live in the same city, still work the same shifts, still browse the internet during my free time. But I've never again seen a network called Deep Access 01, and I've never again found directory structures like the ones I explored that winter. Sometimes I wonder if they're still operating from somewhere in my old building, still running streams for global audiences, still creating new witnesses who will carry their own versions of this story forward. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone with my computer, I catch myself looking for unsecured networks, wondering what I might find if I started exploring again. That's perhaps the most disturbing part of all. Not the horror of what I witnessed, but the lingering curiosity about what else might be out there, just a few clicks away from the ordinary internet that most people think they know. My brother Danny used to collect coincidences, not deliberately. He just had this habit of pointing out when things lined up in ways that seemed too convenient to be random. Like when his favorite band announced a concert on his birthday, or when the book he needed for a school project turned up in a charity shop the same day he got the assignment. He'd get this look on his face, half suspicious and half delighted, as if he'd caught the universe playing a trick on him. I've never been the type to believe in coincidences, but I am now. I've learned that sometimes what looks like pure chance is actually something much more deliberate, much more planned than you could ever imagine. And sometimes curiosity about the wrong thing can make you part of someone else's design without you ever realizing it. This is about my younger brother Danny. He was 15 when it happened, the kind of lad who spent most of his time online, but wasn't particularly tech-savvy. Just a normal teenager who played games, watched videos, and got into arguments on forums about things that didn't really matter. He lived with our mum in Nottingham after our parents split, and I'd see him every other weekend when he'd come to stay with me in Sheffield. He was always curious about things he wasn't supposed to know about. Not in a rebellious way. He just wanted to understand how the world actually worked. The trouble started when he read something online about hidden parts of the internet, where you could find things that weren't available on normal websites, not just pirated content, but genuinely disturbing material that existed in spaces most people never knew about. During the summer holidays, he started researching these hidden networks, following links from one forum to another, slowly building an understanding of how to access parts of the internet that required special software. His first attempts were unsuccessful, mostly leading to dead links, but he persisted with that teenage conviction that there were secrets being kept from him. When he finally managed to access these hidden networks, most of what he found was disappointing. Defunct marketplaces, conspiracy forums, websites selling things he had no interest in. But he kept exploring, going deeper into increasingly obscure corners. The content became progressively stranger and more disturbing, moving from simple illegality into areas that made him genuinely uncomfortable. Yet something compelled him to continue. The breakthrough came when he found a forum dedicated to discussing live content. Users shared links and recommendations with the casual tone of people discussing television programs, rating what they'd seen, and making requests for specific types of content. Reading through these discussions, he began to understand that what he'd initially dismissed as internet mythology might actually exist. The sites themselves were primitive but functional. Basic interfaces, poor video quality, minimal features. But they worked well enough to stream content that was clearly authentic, rather than professionally produced fiction. What he found most unsettling was how organized it all seemed despite the amateur presentation. There were schedules, regular programming, someone coordinating activities across multiple streams. The forums contained discussions about how participants were recruited and managed. The process seemed to start with identifying vulnerable individuals through social media and gaming platforms, gradually building trust before making direct contact. Reading these discussions made him increasingly uncomfortable, but also more fascinated. Part of him knew he should stop, that he was seeing things no 15-year-old should see, but another part couldn't look away. What really caught his attention were the references to operations in the UK. Users shared information about potential targets and opportunities across different regions, including areas he recognized. The discussions about recruitment were particularly detailed. Users traded advice on social media monitoring, techniques for initiating contact, methods for gradually escalating involvement. He started noticing patterns in his own online activities that matched what he'd read about target identification. Gaming platforms, where he'd made friends with people he'd never met. Social media interactions with accounts that seemed designed to gather personal information, and messages from users who showed unusual interest in his daily routine and family situation. The realization that he might have accidentally identified himself as a potential target was genuinely frightening. His exploration of these networks would have left digital traces. His interest in the content would have been noted, and his online behavior would have been analyzed for vulnerabilities. By investigating their world, he'd made himself visible to people who specialized in exploitation. The direct contact began through private messages on one of the forums. Someone had been observing his posts and wanted to share more exclusive content that wasn't available in the public areas. The approach was gradual and friendly, presenting the interaction as a privilege rather than something that should raise suspicion. For a moment, he hesitated. Something about the message felt too convenient, too perfectly timed. But curiosity won out over caution, as it always seemed to with him. The private content was significantly more disturbing than what he'd seen in the open forums. Higher production values, more organized presentation, material that suggested the operators had serious resources and locations. Over several weeks, the private conversations became more personal. His contact showed interest in his life, his location, his family situation, and his daily routines. The questions were subtle and spread across multiple conversations, but collectively they built a detailed picture of his circumstances and vulnerabilities. The turning point came when his contact offered to arrange a meeting. Not dramatic or obviously threatening, just a suggestion that he might be interested in seeing how these operations actually worked, perhaps even contributing in some way. The proposal was presented as an opportunity rather than a demand, something that should feel exciting rather than dangerous. By this point, his judgment seemed completely compromised. The weeks of exposure to increasingly extreme content had normalized things that should have been immediately recognized as dangerous. His contact had skillfully managed the progression from curious observer to potential participant, using techniques that had clearly been refined through experience. The meeting was arranged for a weekend when he was supposed to be staying with me in Sheffield. Instead of taking the usual train, he was to meet his contact at a service station just outside Nottingham. The location was public enough to feel safe but isolated enough for privacy. Exactly the sort of place that would appear in the recruitment discussions he'd read. I didn't know any of this was happening. As far as I was concerned, he was coming to stay as usual, maybe arriving a bit later than normal, but nothing that seemed worth questioning. Our mum dropped him at the train station that Saturday morning, and we expected him to arrive in Sheffield by early afternoon. When he didn't turn up, we initially assumed he'd missed his connection or decided to meet friends instead. Teenagers don't always follow plans exactly, and he wasn't particularly reliable about keeping people informed of his movements. It wasn't until evening that we started to worry seriously. The police were helpful, but not particularly concerned at first. A 15-year-old missing for less than 24 hours wasn't unusual, especially during school holidays when kids often made spontaneous plans with friends. They took details and assured us they'd investigate, but their tone suggested this would resolve itself quickly. His phone was switched off, his social media accounts showed no recent activity, and none of his friends had heard from him since the previous evening. The complete silence was unusual for someone who normally maintained constant online contact with various people throughout the day. The investigation revealed that he'd never boarded the train to Sheffield. CCTV from the station showed him leaving the building shortly after our mum had dropped him off, walking towards the car park rather than the platforms. After that, the trail went cold completely. Police found his online activities eventually, but understanding what they meant required technical expertise that took time to arrange. By the time they'd pieced together his exploration of hidden networks and identified his contact, weeks had passed, and any physical evidence had long since disappeared. The forums he'd been using went offline shortly after his disappearance. Not just the specific sites he'd visited, but entire sections of the network seemed to shut down and relocate. Whether this was coincidental timing or a deliberate response to increased attention was impossible to determine. His contact's identity proved impossible to trace. The account had been carefully constructed to avoid revealing any genuine personal information, using technical methods that made investigation extremely difficult. The conversations they'd had contained no references to real locations or identifiable details. 6 months later, we're still waiting for answers that will probably never come. His disappearance has been classified as suspected abduction, but there's no evidence of who might be responsible or where he might have been taken. Sometimes I wonder if his curiosity was genuinely random, or if he was deliberately guided towards those networks by people who were already watching for suitable targets. The coincidence of him discovering exactly the right forums, connecting with exactly the right person, and being offered exactly the opportunity that would appeal to his personality seems almost too convenient to be accidental. I think about the techniques they described for identifying and approaching targets, the systematic way they built trust before making their move. Everything that happened to him followed patterns that were discussed openly in those forums, as if his entire experience was just another implementation of proven methods. His initial discovery might not have been accidental at all. His online activities could have been monitored and guided. His curiosity deliberately cultivated by people who specialized in recruiting vulnerable individuals. That's why I believe in coincidence now. Not because things happen randomly, but because recognizing patterns helps you see when they might be something more deliberate. Danny used to collect coincidences like they were treasures. Now I wonder if he became one himself. The strangest thing about finding yourself in the middle of a horror story is how ordinary everything feels right up until it doesn't. I'm a freelance graphic designer, nothing special, living in a cramped flat above a chip shop in Hackney. The kind of person who orders too much takeaway and falls asleep watching Netflix documentaries. Not exactly the sort you'd expect to stumble into something that would change everything. It started because of Danny, my flatmate's younger brother. He'd been staying with us for a few weeks after dropping out of university, much to his parents' horror. Danny was one of those lads who thought he knew everything about computers, but really just knew how to download things he shouldn't and act smug about it. The kind who'd lecture you about privacy whilst posting every meal on Instagram. One evening in March, I came home to find Danny hunched over his laptop at the kitchen table, looking pale as milk. He quickly shut the screen when I walked in, but not before I caught a glimpse of what looked like a chat room with dozens of messages scrolling past. Nothing unusual there, except Danny looked genuinely shaken, which was odd for someone who spent most of his time arguing with strangers online. Over the next few days, I noticed changes in him. He'd always been a bit of a night owl, but now he was staying up until dawn, emerging from his room only to grab food or use the bathroom. The bags under his eyes grew darker, and he jumped at every small noise. When I asked if he was all right, he just mumbled something about a project he was working on. The following week, Danny disappeared. Not dramatically, just packed his things whilst we were out, and left a note saying he'd decided to go travelling. His brother seemed relieved, honestly. Danny had been getting stranger by the day, barely speaking and spending all his time online. We assumed he'd finally sorted himself out and moved on. 3 months later, I was clearing out the spare room when I found Danny's old external hard drive wedged behind the radiator. Curiosity got the better of me. Most of it was the usual rubbish you'd expect from a 20-year-old, but buried in a folder labeled uni stuff were dozens of screenshots that made my stomach turn. The images showed what appeared to be a streaming interface, dark and minimal, with a video player displaying various rooms. Some looked like basements or warehouses, others like normal bedrooms or kitchens. Each stream had a viewer count and a chat sidebar filled with usernames I couldn't pronounce. The screenshots captured moments that looked disturbingly real. People in distress, sometimes alone, sometimes not. At first, I thought it might be some kind of elaborate horror game or interactive fiction, but the timestamps on the files suggested Danny had been accessing these streams regularly over several weeks. The final screenshot was dated just 2 days before he'd left, showing a room I recognized. It was his bedroom, taken from the angle of his webcam, but the image showed him sleeping, whilst the chat beside it was filled with messages about him. I should have deleted everything and forgotten about it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that Danny might be in trouble. After some research, I learned about the dark web and how to access it safely. I'm no computer expert, But I'm not completely hopeless either, and the instructions weren't as complicated as I'd expected. Finding the site again took weeks of searching through hidden forums and following cryptic links. When I finally located it, the interface was exactly as Danny's screenshots had shown. A grid of streams, each showing different locations, some with people, others empty. The viewer counts ranged from a handful to several hundred. The chat moved too quickly to read properly, a constant scroll of messages in multiple languages. I watched for hours, trying to understand what I was seeing. Most streams seemed to show people going about normal activities, unaware they were being watched. Cooking, reading, sleeping. It felt voyeuristic, but not necessarily sinister. Then I found the premium section. The premium streams required some form of verification I couldn't work out, but the preview thumbnails were enough to make me feel sick. These weren't people living their normal lives. These were deliberate performances, and not the kind anyone would volunteer for. One stream caught my attention because the location looked familiar. The room was sparse, with concrete walls and a single window set high up. It reminded me of the basement storage areas in council housing blocks, the kind where residents keep their Christmas decorations and broken furniture. As I watched, someone entered the frame, but the image quality was too poor to make out details. The chat beside this stream was different from the others. Instead of random messages, users seemed to be making requests or suggestions. I watched in horrifying fascination as these instructions appeared to be followed. The person in the room would move or act according to what the viewers demanded. Over the following weeks, I found myself drawn back to the site regularly. I told myself I was looking for clues about Danny, but really, I think I was just fascinated by the grotesque spectacle of it all. The streams never seemed to end, cycling through different locations and different people. Some faces appeared regularly, others only once. I started recognizing patterns. Certain usernames appeared in multiple chats, seeming to have influence over what happened. Some streams would suddenly cut to black, only to resume hours or days later with new occupants. The premium section grew, offering more extreme content for users who could prove their commitment to the community. The breakthrough came when I spotted Danny in one of the regular streams. He wasn't a victim, he was working behind the camera. I caught glimpses of him adjusting equipment, checking messages, sometimes speaking to people off-screen. He looked different, thinner and more focused, but it was definitely him. The realization that my flatmate's brother wasn't missing, but was actively involved in running these streams changed everything. I started paying closer attention to the technical side, trying to work out how the operation functioned. The streams appeared to be broadcast from multiple locations across the UK, possibly Europe, with sophisticated systems for avoiding detection. More disturbing was the discovery that many viewers weren't just passive observers. They were paying for influence, contributing resources, even providing locations and equipment. The whole thing operated like a twisted social network, with users building reputations and gaining access to more extreme content. I began documenting everything, taking screenshots and notes, thinking I might eventually take it to the police. But the more I learned, the more I realized how difficult that would be. The site was designed to be untraceable, the users anonymous, the evidence ephemeral. Even if authorities could locate the servers, they'd find nothing but empty rooms and abandoned equipment. Then one evening, whilst watching a stream from what looked like an abandoned warehouse in East London, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. In the background, barely visible through a grimy window, was the distinctive tower block where I lived. The camera angle suggested the warehouse was less than half a mile from my flat. I spent the next day walking around the industrial estate near my building, looking for anything that matched what I'd seen on screen. Most of the warehouses were still in use or had been converted to flats, but one building at the end of a dead-end road stood empty, its windows boarded up. That night, I watched the stream more carefully, looking for any details that might confirm the location. During a quiet moment, I heard something that made my chest tighten. Through the audio feed came the distant sound of the Northern Line trains pulling into the nearby station, the same sound I heard from my bedroom window every night. The warehouse was practically on my doorstep, and I'd been watching people being held there for weeks without realizing it. I should have called the police immediately, but something held me back. What if I was wrong? What if it was just coincidence? The streams operated on such a scale that surely law enforcement already knew about them. Maybe this was all part of some larger investigation I'd stumble into and compromise. Instead, I decided to take a closer look myself. Just to confirm the location, I told myself. Nothing more than that. The next evening, I walked past the warehouse several times, trying to look casual. The building appeared genuinely abandoned, with no signs of activity. But as I lingered near the entrance, I noticed something odd. Despite the boarded windows and general air of dereliction, there were fresh tire marks in the dirt near the loading bay. I was about to leave when I heard voices coming from inside the building. Low conversational tones, too muffled to make out words, but definitely present. As I moved closer to try to hear better, my phone buzzed with a notification. Someone had sent me a private message on the streaming site. I'd never interacted with anyone there, never even created a proper account, so receiving direct contact was impossible. Yet there it was, a simple message that made my knees weak. The message contained just my full name and address, followed by a single line. "We appreciate dedicated viewers. Please step away from the building." I ran home faster than I'd moved since school sports day, my mind racing with questions about how they'd identified me, how long they'd known I was watching, what else they might have discovered about my life. Back in my flat, I immediately tried to access the streaming site again, but the link no longer worked. Every saved bookmark, every cached page, everything had vanished, as if it had never existed. Even Danny's screenshots from the hard drive were gone, leaving only empty folders. For days afterwards, I barely left the flat. Every noise in the hallway made me jump. Every unfamiliar face on the street seemed suspicious. I kept checking my phone for more messages, my laptop for signs of intrusion, but nothing came. Weeks passed, and gradually, I began to convince myself that I'd overreacted. Maybe the message had been a prank, or a coincidence, or even something I'd imagined in my paranoid state. The warehouse remained abandoned, with no signs of the activity I thought I'd witnessed. But then Danny came back. He appeared at our door one rainy Tuesday morning, looking exactly as he had when he'd left months earlier. Same clothes, same rucksack, even the same cocky smile. His brother welcomed him back without question, and life resumed as if nothing had happened. Except Danny was different now. He moved with purpose, carried himself with confidence, and seemed to know things he shouldn't. He'd ask about my work before I mentioned any projects, reference conversations I'd had with people he'd never met, make casual observations about my routines that felt too specific to be guesses. Most unsettling was the way he'd look at me sometimes, with expression that suggested he knew exactly what I'd been doing during his absence. Not accusatory, just aware, like we shared a secret neither of us would ever discuss. The warehouse at the end of the dead-end road was demolished last month, replaced by a small block of expensive flats. I walk past the construction site regularly, but there's no trace of what might have been there before. The workers I've spoken to say they found nothing unusual when they cleared the building, just the usual debris you'd expect from an abandoned property. Danny still lives with us, still spends hours on his laptop, still emerges from his room at odd hours, looking like he hasn't slept. But now, when I pass him in the hallway, he nods at me with something that might be respect, or acknowledgement, or warning. I never found another working link to the streaming site, though I suspect it's still out there, operating under different names, different systems, different faces. Sometimes, late at night, when the trains have stopped running and the chip shop below has closed, I think I can hear voices through the walls. Quiet conversations, muffled instructions, the soft hum of electronic equipment. But that might just be my imagination, shaped by weeks of watching things I should never have seen. The mind has a way of creating patterns where none exist, finding connections that aren't really there. At least, that's what I tell myself when I wake up at 3 a.m, convinced someone's been in my room whilst I was sleeping. You'd think that winning a competition you never entered would be exciting, but when the prize is something you never wanted, and the competition involves skills you didn't know you possessed, it becomes the sort of experience that makes you question whether some opportunities are actually traps, disguised as good fortune. This started about 10 months ago when I was working as a primary school teaching assistant, helping Year 3 students with reading comprehension while trying to save enough money to complete my teaching qualification. I was 28 and living in a shared house with 2 other women who worked at the local hospital, content with a simple routine that involved work, evening classes, and weekend visits to my parents in nearby Burton. The letter that changed everything arrived on a Thursday morning, printed on expensive paper with a logo I didn't recognize, informing me that I'd been selected as the winner of something called the Digital Literacy Assessment Challenge. According to the letter, I demonstrated exceptional analytical skills during an online evaluation that had been conducted without my knowledge, identifying patterns and drawing conclusions that place me in the top percentile of participants nationwide. The prize was a laptop computer and a £500 Amazon voucher, which seemed generous for a competition I couldn't remember entering. But the letter included screenshots of responses I'd apparently provided to various online questionnaires and puzzle challenges, showing analysis that was considerably more sophisticated than anything I remembered doing. The screenshots looked authentic and were definitely written in my communication style, but they discussed topics I knew nothing about and demonstrated problem-solving approaches that seemed beyond my actual capabilities. I assumed there had been some kind of administrative error, but when I contacted the organization behind the competition, they insisted their records were accurate and that my analytical performance had been genuinely impressive. They explained that the Digital Literacy Assessment Challenge had been conducted through routine internet activities rather than formal testing, analyzing how people naturally approached information processing and pattern recognition during normal online browsing. My responses to various websites, social media platforms, and even online shopping decisions had apparently demonstrated analytical thinking that was particularly valuable for certain types of digital research projects. The competition had been designed to identify individuals with specific cognitive strengths who might be interested in participating in advanced research activities that required sophisticated analytical capabilities. They offered additional opportunities for paid research participation if I was interested in using my analytical skills for projects that weren't available to the general public, but which could provide substantial financial compensation for the right candidates. The initial research project they described sounded straightforward, analyzing online communities and social dynamics using skills I'd apparently demonstrated during the competition evaluation. The work would be conducted remotely and would pay significantly more than my teaching assistant salary. I was curious about what analytical skills I'd supposedly demonstrated, and the financial opportunity was appealing given my student debt and career development expenses. I agreed to participate in the initial research project to see what was involved. The research materials they provided required special software that allowed access to online communities that weren't part of mainstream internet platforms. They explained that understanding digital social dynamics required studying how people behaved in various types of online environments, including spaces that operated outside conventional social media systems. The first communities they directed me to study were academic in nature. Discussion groups focused on complex political theories, philosophical debates about ethics and social responsibility, even collaborative problem-solving communities where participants worked together on challenging intellectual puzzles. My role was to analyze communication patterns, identify influential community members, and document how information spread through these networks. The work required the sort of detailed pattern recognition and social analysis that apparently made me suitable for the research project. I found myself genuinely engaged with the analytical challenges, discovering that I had stronger observational skills than I'd realized and could identify subtle social dynamics that weren't immediately obvious to casual observers. The research supervisors were impressed with my analysis and gradually provided access to more complex communities that required deeper analytical expertise to understand properly. Some of these communities were focused on activities that seemed ethically questionable, sharing personal information about strangers, coordinating harassment campaigns, even planning activities that appeared to be designed to cause psychological harm to specific individuals. When I expressed concern about analyzing communities whose activities seemed harmful, the research supervisors explained that understanding problematic online behavior was essential for developing better digital safety measures and protecting potential victims. They assured me that my analysis was contributing to protective research rather than facilitating harmful activities, helping identify warning signs and intervention points that could be used to prevent digital harassment before it escalated into serious harm. The academic framework made sense, and I was genuinely interested in contributing to research that might help protect people from online harassment and digital manipulation. But as I continued analyzing these communities, I started noticing that some participants were discussing activities that involved people in Derbyshire, including detailed information about individuals who lived and worked in areas I recognized from around Derby and Burton. The communities weren't focused on abstract or distant harassment targets, but were actively planning activities that would affect real people in my immediate geographic area. Some discussions included enough specific detail about local individuals that I began to worry I might recognize the targets if I encountered them during normal daily activities around Derby. When I reported these local connections to my research supervisors, they seemed particularly interested in my ability to identify geographic and social context that other analysts had missed. They explained that having researchers with local knowledge was valuable for understanding how online harassment translated into real-world impact, and asked if I could provide additional context about the local references I'd identified. The research assignment was shifting from analyzing online behavior to providing intelligence about my own community, but the academic justification made this feel like natural progression rather than ethical boundary violation. I agreed to provide local context for the harassment activities I was analyzing, telling myself this was contributing to protective research that would ultimately help potential victims rather than facilitating harm. But as I provided more detailed information about Derby area locations, businesses and social networks, I realized that my local knowledge was being used to enhance the effectiveness of harassment campaigns rather than protect people from them. The communities I was analyzing weren't theoretical research subjects, but active harassment groups that were using my analysis to improve their targeting and coordination of real harm against specific individuals in my own community. My analytical skills hadn't been identified through a legitimate competition, but through systematic observation of my online activities by people who were looking for individuals with specific capabilities that would be useful for enhancing their harassment techniques. The research project wasn't academic study of digital social dynamics, but recruitment for providing analytical support to groups that specialized in systematic psychological torture of selected targets. I tried to stop participating in the research, but discovered that my involvement had already provided enough local intelligence to make withdrawal complicated without risking exposure of activities that I'd inadvertently supported. The research supervisors made it clear that my analytical contributions had been valuable enough that they preferred continued cooperation rather than dealing with complications that might arise if I attempted to expose their activities. They suggested that ongoing participation in research projects would be considerably less problematic than attempting to report activities that I'd already provided substantial analytical support for implementing. The implication was clear. I'd become complicit in harassment activities through my analytical work, making it dangerous for me to attempt withdrawal or exposure without facing potential consequences for my own involvement. I continued providing analytical support while trying to understand the scope of what I'd gotten involved in and whether there were safe methods for extracting myself from activities that I now understood were causing genuine harm to real people. The research projects expanded to include analysis of additional communities and coordination of more sophisticated harassment campaigns, with my local knowledge being used to enhance targeting of Derby area residents who had been selected for systematic psychological manipulation. Some targets were individuals whose daily routines I'd observed during normal activities, making me realize that my analytical work was directly contributing to harassment of people I encountered regularly in my own community. The psychological impact of knowing that my analysis was being used to cause suffering to neighbors and strangers was considerable, but the implied threats about consequences of withdrawal made escape seem impossible without risking serious personal repercussions. I realized that the competition I'd supposedly won had been a recruitment trap designed to identify people with analytical capabilities who could be manipulated into providing support for harassment activities through academic justification and financial incentives. The analytical skills I demonstrated hadn't been exceptional individual capabilities, but had been artificially enhanced through careful presentation of information and systematic manipulation of my responses to create the impression of expertise that would justify recruitment for specialized activities. Other people in Derby and surrounding areas were probably experiencing harassment that was being enhanced by analysis I'd provided, while believing their problems were random misfortune rather than systematic targeting, facilitated by unwitting local intelligence. The communities I'd been studying continued expanding their harassment activities while refining their recruitment techniques based on analysis of how people like me could be persuaded to provide support for activities we would normally find morally unacceptable. About 6 months after my initial recruitment, I received information that made the true scope of their activities clear. Rather than being one of many analytical researchers working on separate projects, I'd been the primary intelligence source for harassment activities affecting dozens of people throughout Derbyshire. With my local knowledge providing the geographic and social context, that made systematic targeting possible. The harassment campaigns I'd been analyzing weren't just research subjects for academic study, but active operations that were causing genuine psychological harm to real individuals who'd been selected based partly on intelligence I'd provided about local vulnerabilities and social networks. My analytical contributions hadn't been supporting protective research, but had been essential infrastructure for harassment activities that would have been impossible without local intelligence. From someone with my community knowledge and analytical capabilities. The people conducting these harassment activities had invested months in recruiting and manipulating me specifically because they needed analytical support from someone with legitimate community connections who could provide intelligence while believing they were contributing to protective research. I'd been selected not because of exceptional analytical skills revealed through a competition, but because my profile as a local education worker with financial motivations and strong ethical instincts made me an ideal target for manipulation into providing support for activities I would never knowingly facilitate. The recruitment process had been tailored to my specific psychological vulnerabilities and ethical reasoning patterns, using academic justification and gradual escalation to overcome my normal moral resistance to systematic harassment. I never found a safe method for extracting myself from involvement in these activities, and the harassment campaigns I'd supported continued expanding while incorporating intelligence I'd provided about local community dynamics and individual vulnerabilities. I still work as a teaching assistant, still live in Derby, still encounter people who may be experiencing harassment that was enhanced by analysis I provided, while believing I was contributing to protective research rather than facilitating systematic psychological torture. But I'm also aware that analytical capabilities can be systematically exploited by people who understand how to present harmful activities as legitimate research, and that good intentions can be weaponized by individuals who specialize in recruiting well-meaning people for activities they would never choose to support if they understood the true consequences of their involvement. The test I thought I'd passed by winning a competition I'd never entered turned out to be evaluation for recruitment into activities that treat systematic harassment as entertainment, with my analytical skills being used to enhance the suffering of real people in my own community, while I believed I was contributing to academic research designed to protect potential victims from digital manipulation. The thing about being watched is that you can often feel it before you see it. That prickle at the back of your neck, the sense that something's not quite right. I used to think that was just paranoia, the sort of thing people made up to make their boring lives feel more dramatic. Then my flatmate Jake brought home that encrypted flash drive, and I learned exactly how it feels when strangers turn your entire existence into entertainment. It was a Tuesday evening in March, raining as usual, and I was sprawled on our old sofa in our shared flat in Bethnal Green. Jake burst through the door, soaked and grinning like he'd just discovered fire. He pulled this tiny USB stick from his jacket pocket, waving it about like it was the crown jewels. The drive contained what he claimed was research material for his dissertation on underground digital communities. According to Jake, some postgrad student had been investigating the darker corners of the internet before dropping out suddenly, left all their stuff behind, including this drive that supposedly contained access credentials to parts of the dark web most people never see. Now, I'm not completely naive about these things. I work in graphic design, spend most of my day online, and I'd heard the stories about hidden marketplaces and illegal content floating around encrypted networks, but I'd never actually ventured beyond downloading the odd film or album through BitTorrent. The dark web seemed like something for proper criminals or paranoid journalists, not ordinary people from East London. Jake was persistent though. He'd already downloaded Tor and was fumbling about with something called Tails, trying to get the whole anonymous browsing setup working on his ancient laptop. The credentials on the drive included a list of .onion addresses and what appeared to be login details for various sites. Most of it looked like standard dark web fare. Drug marketplaces, fake document services, that sort of thing. But there was one address that kept catching my eye, mainly because it was accompanied by a warning written in red text. Access at own risk. Active participants only. The address led to something called a red room. Jake explained these were supposedly live streams where viewers could watch real violence unfold, sometimes even paying to influence what happened. He insisted they were mostly urban legends, elaborate hoaxes designed to separate gullible punters from their cryptocurrency. But the way he kept glancing at that particular address suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. We spent the next hour setting up the security protocols. Multiple VPN connections, encrypted browsers, the works. Jake treated it like we were preparing for some covert military operation, rather than satisfying morbid curiosity. Looking back, maybe his paranoia wasn't entirely misplaced. The first few sites we visited were disappointingly mundane. Drug markets that looked like budget versions of Amazon, forums full of people arguing about encryption methods, and what appeared to be a surprisingly active community dedicated to reviewing different brands of tinfoil hats. The whole thing felt less like exploring the criminal underworld and more like browsing a particularly rubbish version of eBay. But then we found the Red Room. The site looked professional in a way that immediately set it apart. Clean interface, proper navigation, even what appeared to be customer service chat boxes. It was called the Viewing Room, and accessing it required both the credentials from Jake's drive and a payment of roughly £50 worth of Bitcoin. Jake had some cryptocurrency left over from a previous ill-advised investment in some dodgy altcoin, so we decided to take the plunge. What we found inside wasn't what either of us expected. The main page displayed a grid of thumbnail images, each representing a different stream. Most were dark or showed empty rooms, but 3 or 4 appeared to be active. Viewer counts ranged from a handful to several hundred. The interface allowed you to join streams as a passive observer or upgrade to what they called participant status for additional fees. Jake clicked on one of the active streams before I could stop him. The video quality was surprisingly good. We were looking at what appeared to be a small, windowless room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, occupied by a person whose face was obscured by the camera angle. They appeared to be restrained, though the specifics weren't clear. A chat box ran alongside the video, filling with messages from anonymous viewers. The messages were what made my stomach drop. Viewers were making requests, offering payments for specific actions. The amounts being discussed weren't trivial. Hundreds of pounds for relatively minor things, thousands for more serious requests. And someone was apparently fulfilling these requests because the person in the chair would occasionally move or react in ways that corresponded to the chat messages. Jake and I sat there for maybe 10 minutes, not saying anything, just watching this unfold. The casual nature of it was what disturbed me most. Viewers chatted amongst themselves like they were watching a football match, debating techniques and comparing prices. Some seemed to be regulars, referencing previous streams and making recommendations to newcomers. That's when Jake noticed something that made both of us go cold. One of the usernames in the chat was posting comments that included specific details about our location. Not just London or even East London, but references to Bethnal Green, our street, even our building. The user seemed to know we were first-time viewers and was offering to arrange a private demonstration for educational purposes. We closed the laptop immediately. The next few days passed normally enough. I went to work, Jake attended his lectures, and we didn't discuss what we'd seen. But I found myself checking the locks on our flat more frequently, and I noticed Jake had started closing his bedroom curtains during the day. The email arrived on Friday. It came to my personal Gmail account, not an address I'd ever used for anything related to the dark web. The sender was listed as viewing room services at Proton Mail, and the subject line simply read, "Thank you for your interest." The message was brief and professional. It thanked me for visiting their site and invited me to participate in an upcoming special broadcast. They mentioned that they'd identified me as someone with graphic design skills who might appreciate the artistic elements of their productions. The email included a Bitcoin address and instructions for making a deposit to secure what they called a front row seat. What made my blood freeze was the final paragraph. It mentioned that they'd noticed I lived in a ground floor flat with easy access through the kitchen window, and suggested that if I wasn't interested in viewing their content, perhaps I'd be interested in starring in it. I showed Jake the email, and his face went white. He'd received something similar, though he's focused on his film studies background, and suggested he might want to document the experience from the inside. We decided to ignore the messages and hope they'd lose interest, delete the emails, wipe Jake's laptop, pretend the whole thing had never happened. But the messages kept coming. Not just emails now, but text to my mobile number. WhatsApp messages with photos of our building taken from across the street. Someone had even slipped a printed note under our front door, written in the same professional tone as the emails, but with increasingly specific details about our daily routines. They knew when I left for work each morning, what time Jake usually returned from university, which takeaways we ordered from and how often. Someone was watching us, documenting our lives with the same casual attention to detail I'd seen in that chat room. The breaking point came when Jake found a small camera mounted on the lamppost outside our building. It wasn't a council CCTV camera or anything official, just a small device pointed directly at our windows. Jake climbed up and removed it, but we both knew that if they'd put up one camera, there were probably others. That night, we heard footsteps in the hallway outside our flat, slow, deliberate steps that paused directly outside our door. The steps would continue for a few minutes, then stop, then start again. We could see shadows moving back and forth under the door gap. But when Jake finally worked up the courage to look through the peephole, the corridor was empty. The next morning, there was another note. This one was different, handwritten rather than printed, with a local postmark from earlier that same day. It contained details about the previous night's activities, describing exactly how we'd reacted to the footsteps, how long we'd waited before checking the door, even what we'd whispered to each other while hiding in Jake's bedroom. Someone had been listening. We went to the police that afternoon, but the response was about what you'd expect. The officer was polite but skeptical, especially when we tried to explain about the dark web and red rooms. He took down our details and said they'd increase patrols in the area, but I could tell he thought we were either making it up or had brought it on ourselves by getting involved with dodgy websites. The surveillance continued for another week. More cameras appeared and disappeared. Messages arrived with increasingly personal details, and we began to notice the same faces appearing in different locations around our neighborhood. People who seemed to turn up wherever we went, always maintaining just enough distance to avoid being obviously suspicious. Jake started talking about moving back in with his parents in Yorkshire. I was considering the same thing, though my parents lived in a tiny village in Somerset, where strangers would be noticed immediately. But before either of us could make concrete plans, the situation escalated. I came home from work on a Thursday evening to find our front door standing open. Not forced, just unlocked and ajar, as if someone had walked in and forgotten to close it properly behind them. Jake's laptop was missing from the kitchen table, along with the flash drive and all the notes we'd been collecting as evidence. But they'd left something behind. On my bed, there was a printed photograph of me sleeping. The angle suggested it had been taken from inside my bedroom, probably the night before. I was lying on my side, facing the camera, completely unaware that someone was standing in my room documenting my unconscious state. Attached to the photograph was a business card with the viewing room logo and a single line of text. "Ready for your audition." Jake and I packed our essential belongings that same evening and left London. We didn't tell anyone where we were going, paid for everything in cash, and avoided using our phones or cards for several days. I stayed with friends in Brighton for a couple of weeks before eventually finding a new flat in a different part of the city. Jake went back to Yorkshire and transferred to a different university. For a while, it seemed like we'd managed to disappear. No more messages, no more surveillance, no more unexpected visitors. I started to relax, began to think that maybe they'd moved on to easier targets. But last month, I received another email. This one came to a Gmail account I'd created specifically for flat hunting in Brighton, an account I'd never used for anything else, connected to a phone number I'd only given to potential landlords and estate agents. The message was brief and familiar. "Thank you for your interest. We've been looking forward to working with you again." Attached was a photograph of my current building, taken from street level, with my bedroom window circled in red. I'm writing this because I'm not sure what else to do. The police in Brighton were even less helpful than the ones in London, and I can't keep running forever. Someone out there has decided that I'm going to be part of their entertainment, whether I want to be or not. The thing that keeps me awake at night isn't just the surveillance or the threats. It's the memory of that chat room, full of ordinary people casually bidding on human suffering, like they were buying items at auction. Hundreds of viewers, all comfortable with the idea that someone else's pain was worth paying for. I keep wondering how many of them are still out there, still watching, still waiting for their next show to begin, and whether the person in that chair, the one we watched for those 10 minutes before we came to our senses, ever made it home to their own flat, their own life, their own false sense of security. The camera outside my current building is smaller than the last one, better hidden, but I spotted it yesterday morning on my way to work. Same angle, same direct line of sight to my windows. I haven't told my new flatmates about any of this. What would be the point? They'd either think I was paranoid or they'd want to leave, and I can't afford to find another place right now. Besides, I'm starting to think it doesn't matter where I go. These people have resources, patience, and apparently unlimited time to devote to their hobby. Sometimes I wonder if this is how it starts for everyone who ends up in those rooms. Maybe nobody volunteers. Maybe they all thought they were just curious observers, right up until the moment they realized they'd become the entertainment. The new email arrived this morning. Same professional tone, same polite language, but with a countdown timer embedded in the message. 72 hours until what they're calling my premiere performance. I'm not going to run this time. There's nowhere left to go, and I'm tired of looking over my shoulder. But I wanted to write this down, get it recorded somewhere, just in case. Maybe someone will read it and think twice before clicking on that suspicious link or plugging in that mysterious USB drive. Or maybe they'll read it and think it sounds made up, like something from a bad horror film. That's probably what I would have thought before Jake brought home that flash drive and we decided to see what all the fuss was about. The timer on my phone says 68 hours remaining. I keep checking it compulsively, watching the numbers tick down like it's New Year's Eve. Imagine losing your job on a Tuesday and finding something that changes your entire understanding of human nature by the following weekend. That's essentially what happened to me last spring, though I suppose the sequence of events had been building for longer than I realized at the time. I'd been working as a freelance graphic designer in Leeds for the better part of 3 years. Nothing glamorous, mostly small business logos and website mock-ups. But it paid the rent on my bedsit and kept me fed. The work dried up gradually at first, then all at once when a couple of my regular clients decided to use AI tools instead of paying an actual person. Can't say I blame them really. Hard to compete with something that costs nothing and works around the clock. With suddenly abundant free time and a dwindling bank balance, I found myself spending more hours online than was probably healthy. Started browsing forums I'd never paid attention to before, reading about cryptocurrency, privacy tools, things I'd previously dismissed as too technical or too paranoid for normal people to bother with. Someone in one of these forums mentioned the dark web in passing, describing it as a place where you could find anything if you knew where to look. The comment was quickly deleted by moderators, but it stuck in my mind. I'd heard the term before, obviously, but always in the context of news articles about drug arrests or cybercrime investigations. Never occurred to me that ordinary people might actually use it for legitimate purposes. The setup process was simpler than I'd expected. Downloaded Tor, followed some basic security guides, and within an hour I was browsing hidden services that existed completely outside the normal internet. The initial experience was disappointing, to be honest. Mostly just drug markets and forums discussing illegal activities, none of which interested me particularly. But I kept exploring, driven more by boredom than genuine curiosity. Found communities dedicated to privacy advocacy, whistleblowing platforms, forums for people living under authoritarian governments. Started to understand that the dark web wasn't just criminals and extremists. It was also journalists, activists, ordinary people who needed to communicate without surveillance. After a few weeks of casual browsing, I stumbled across discussions about something called red rooms. The concept seemed ridiculous initially. Live streaming platforms where viewers could allegedly watch and influence violent acts happening in real time. Most people discussing them insisted they were urban legends, elaborate hoaxes designed to separate gullible users from their Bitcoin. The technical arguments against their existence seemed sound. The bandwidth limitations of anonymity networks, the difficulty of maintaining stable video streams, the enormous resources required to operate such services without getting detected by law enforcement. Everything pointed to red rooms being nothing more than internet folklore. Yet some users claim to have encountered genuine examples. They describe specific technical details that seem too elaborate to be complete fabrications. Sophisticated payment systems, invitation-only access requiring references from existing members, streaming infrastructure that somehow overcame the limitations of anonymous networks. My design background made me curious about the technical aspects. How would someone actually build such a system? What kind of user interface would be required? It became a theoretical problem I couldn't stop thinking about, the same way I might obsess over a particularly challenging design brief. The research consumed several weeks. I learned about cryptocurrency mixing services, about video compression algorithms, about distributed hosting systems, discovered communities where people discuss theoretical approaches to anonymous streaming, always careful to frame everything as academic research or security testing. In mid-April, I found something that shifted my investigation from theoretical to practical. It appeared in a thread about experimental video technologies, presented as a demonstration of new streaming protocols designed for high-latency networks. The poster described it as a proof of concept for communication systems that could work in areas with unreliable internet infrastructure. The link led to a basic authentication page. No branding or explanation, just fields for username and password. Below that, a note indicating that new accounts required invitation codes from existing users. I spent the next fortnight trying to work out how to get access. Posted carefully worded questions in various forums, hoping someone might share an invitation or point me toward whoever was distributing them. Got nowhere. The breakthrough came through pure chance. I'd been helping a small web development company with some logo work, essentially working for free because I needed portfolio pieces more than I needed payment. One of their junior developers, someone I'd barely spoken to previously, messaged me asking if I'd be interested in testing a new streaming platform focused on user privacy. The timing seemed suspicious, but I accepted anyway. The authentication process was more complex than I'd anticipated. Beyond basic login credentials, the system required verification through a mobile application that generated time-sensitive codes. Reminded me of online banking security, the kind of multi-factor authentication used by financial institutions. When I finally gained access, the interface was surprisingly polished. Professional design, intuitive navigation, clean typography. Looked like any mainstream streaming service, the sort of platform you might use to watch films or television programs. There was a sidebar listing available channels, most of which appeared to be offline. The active ones had generic titles, combinations of letters and numbers that conveyed no information about their content. Viewer counts were modest, typically between 20 and 40 people. The associated chat functions were mostly empty. I selected one of the active channels at random. The video quality was poor, as expected through anonymous networks. Heavily compressed, pixelated, with noticeable lag between audio and video. It took several moments to understand what I was looking at. A small room with bare walls, lit by a single overhead bulb. Someone was sitting on a wooden chair in the center of the frame. The person appeared to be sleeping or unconscious. Their head was tilted forward, and they didn't respond to occasional sounds coming from somewhere off camera. The chat section showed only automated timestamps generated by the system. I watched for perhaps 20 minutes, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. The person remained motionless. No one entered the frame. The chat stayed empty. Eventually, I switched to a different channel. The second stream showed what looked like a basement or cellar. Concrete walls, exposed pipes, fluorescent lighting. The camera was positioned to show the entire space, but like the first stream, nothing occurred while I watched. No movement, no activity, no interaction in the chat. Over the following evening, I sampled about 10 different channels. Most showed similar content: empty rooms, unconscious individuals, institutional or industrial settings. The production quality varied significantly. Some appeared professionally shot with multiple camera angles. Others looked like amateur recordings from cheap equipment. What puzzled me was the absence of the interaction these platforms supposedly offered. Despite claims about viewer participation and real-time control, I saw no evidence of such functionality, no voting mechanisms, no command interfaces, no way for viewers to influence what happened on screen. I began to suspect these were pre-recorded videos rather than live streams. The technical challenges that skeptics had identified seemed valid. Maintaining stable, interactive video through anonymous networks would require substantial resources and expertise. Made more sense that these were archived recordings designed to create the illusion of live participation. But then I discovered a channel that completely changed my understanding of what I was looking at. The title was different from the others. Not random characters, but actual words. Session 23, Community Request. The viewer count was significantly higher. Nearly 200 people. The chat section showed constant activity, messages appearing faster than I could read them. The video showed a residential setting. Someone's kitchen, complete with appliances, crockery, personal items scattered about. Looked like any working-class British home, the kind of place where normal people lived normal lives. A woman sat at the kitchen table, facing the camera. Unlike the unconscious subjects in other streams, she was alert and aware, making direct eye contact with the lens. She appeared frightened, but not panicked, as if she understood her situation but hadn't completely given up hope. The chat exploded with messages, numbers, single words, brief phrases in multiple languages. Most were in English, but I recognized fragments of German, French, what might have been Russian. The messages appeared to follow some sort of pattern or structure, though I couldn't decipher what it meant. That's when I noticed something that made everything else irrelevant. One of the chat messages included a timestamp that matched exactly what was showing on my computer. Not approximately, precisely, down to the second. This wasn't a recording. This was happening right now. A man entered the frame from behind the camera. He was wearing ordinary clothes, jeans, a dark jumper, nothing distinctive or threatening about his appearance. He approached the woman and placed a mobile phone on the table in front of her. She picked up the phone and appeared to read something on the screen. Her expression shifted from fearful to genuinely terrified. She started to stand up, but the man placed his hand on her shoulder, not violently but firmly enough to guide her back into the chair. The chat messages became more frequent and specific. I started to understand that they weren't just comments. They were instructions. The numbers corresponded to actions or locations. The brief phrases were commands for what should happen next. The viewers weren't just watching. They were directing the entire situation. The woman looked directly at the camera again, and I realized she could see the viewer count. She knew exactly how many people were watching, knew that we were all participating in whatever was about to happen to her. Her eyes held a kind of desperate appeal that I'd never seen in any film or television program. I closed the browser immediately and shut down my computer. For the better part of a week, I avoided going online except for essential tasks. Told myself it had been an elaborate performance, a piece of interactive theatre designed to disturb people who'd stumbled into spaces they shouldn't have been exploring. The production values had been too professional, the technical execution too smooth for something genuinely criminal. But I couldn't stop thinking about that timestamp, the perfect synchronization between the chat and my system clock, the way the woman had looked through the camera, as if she could see directly to the people controlling what happened to her. Eventually, I started checking local news websites, missing persons reports, unexplained incidents, anything that might relate to what I'd witnessed. Found nothing, which should have been reassuring but somehow made me more uneasy. I never returned to that platform. Uninstalled Tor, deleted everything related to my dark web browsing, reformatted my hard drive twice, changed my passwords, closed the email account I'd been using, even moved to a different flat across town. But moving doesn't change what you know, and the questions followed me to the new address. Had I witnessed something real, or had I been the subject of an elaborate psychological experiment? How do you verify something that exists entirely outside official channels, that leaves no trace in the legitimate world? That was 7 months ago. I eventually found new work, doing design projects for local businesses again. Tried to return to something resembling a normal routine. But sometimes, usually late at night, when I'm working on a project, I'll notice the time display on my computer and remember that moment of perfect synchronization. The worst part isn't wondering whether what I saw was genuine. The worst part is knowing that somewhere, right now, other people are watching similar streams, participating in similar situations, directing what happens to people whose faces they'll carry with them forever. And sometimes I wonder if my name is recorded somewhere, whether there's a database of everyone who accessed that platform, everyone who watched what I watched, everyone who closed their browsers when things became too real, whether someone, somewhere, is keeping track of witnesses. I've become considerably more careful about online security since then. Use VPNs for everything, monitor my network traffic, maintain operational security practices that most graphic designers have no reason to need. Not because I'm doing anything wrong, but because I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there someone might still be keeping tabs on people like me. The internet feels different now. Every website I visit, every click I make, carries the knowledge of what exists in the spaces between legitimate services. The surface web that most people know is exactly that, a surface, hiding depths that most people never imagine are there. I still do design work, still help businesses with their branding, their websites, their marketing materials. But now, I understand that the threats people face online aren't just technical or financial. They're human. And the people who operate in those hidden spaces have resources and motivations that go far beyond what most of us can comprehend. Sometimes I get emails from technology companies, requests to test new platforms or privacy tools. I delete them without reading past the subject line. I've learned that curiosity, even professional curiosity, can lead you to places you can never really leave behind. The woman in that kitchen is somewhere right now, either living with the memory of what happened after I closed my browser, or not living at all. I'll never know which, and that uncertainty has become a constant companion, following me through every ordinary day of my ordinary life. That's the real horror of these systems, not the violence or the voyeurism, but the way they create witnesses who can never speak about what they've seen. People who carry knowledge they can't share, bound by complicity they never intended to accept. I've never told anyone about this, not friends, not family, not the authorities. What would I say? That I found something on the dark web that might have been real? That I watched something terrible happen and then ran away? But I'm telling you now, and I'm not sure why. Maybe because keeping it secret has become its own kind of prison. Maybe because sharing it might somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my thoughts. Or maybe because I've started to suspect that creating witnesses was always the point. That the real purpose of these platforms isn't the content itself, but the people who stumble across them, who carry the knowledge forward through stories that can never be properly verified. Maybe by telling you this, I'm doing exactly what they wanted all along. I'd always considered myself pretty ordinary, someone who mostly kept to themselves, not particularly adventurous or prone to risky behavior. My daily routine was predictable. Work at the accounting firm, grab takeout on the way home, watch Netflix, until I fell asleep on the couch. Friends would joke that I was the most boring person they knew, and honestly, I wore that label like a badge of honor. The idea of venturing onto the dark web wasn't something I'd considered seriously, not until boredom set in one particularly dreary weekend in October. Rain hammered against my apartment windows with relentless persistence. I'd already binged through 3 seasons of a mediocre crime drama, ordered pizza for the second night running, and found myself staring at my laptop screen with nothing left to occupy my restless mind. A few beers deep and curiosity nagging at me, I stumbled onto a vague forum post about hidden internet curiosities while browsing a tech subreddit. That's what they called them, curiosities, as if they were quaint, harmless antiques rather than the disturbing realities I'd soon uncover. The comments were a mix of skepticism and intrigue, with several users sharing cryptic links that made my pulse quicken with unfamiliar thrill. What started as idle clicking soon became methodical exploration. I downloaded Tor, configured my VPN, and followed increasingly complex instructions posted by anonymous users. Hours passed unnoticed as I navigated through forums dedicated to everything from cryptocurrency trading to philosophical discussions that seemed to exist in their own linguistic bubble. After poking around aimlessly, clicking through sites filled with broken images and unsettling chat rooms, I finally landed on something intriguingly cryptic. It was a minimalist web page. Stark black background with just a single white input box centered perfectly and a simple instruction. Enter invitation code to proceed. The page felt deliberately vague, designed to discourage casual browsers. Something about its austere design suggested serious purpose, as if whoever created it wanted only those truly committed to finding it. Feeling foolishly confident after my evening of successful navigation, I copied a random alphanumeric sequence I'd glimpsed on an earlier forum and pressed enter. The screen shifted, and suddenly I was faced with a live video feed. At first glance, it seemed innocent enough, just grainy footage from what looked like someone's bedroom. There was a bed with rumpled sheets, a cluttered desk illuminated by lamplight, and a wardrobe with one door slightly ajar. Everything appeared mundane and unremarkable. Then I noticed the angle. High, looking down from the corner like a security camera. Clearly some hidden setup. The positioning was too perfect, too deliberate to be accidental. Someone had installed this with careful planning, choosing the optimal vantage point to capture every corner of the room. Initially, nothing happened. Minutes passed with just the faint background sound of distant traffic. The room remained empty, frozen in time. Boredom crept back, but then movement caught my eye. A man walked into frame. He was average looking, probably mid-30s, with thinning brown hair and the slight stoop of someone who spent too much time hunched over computers. He wore a faded t-shirt and jeans, moving with the unconscious ease of someone in their most private sanctuary. He sat at the desk and opened his laptop, completely oblivious to the fact he was broadcasting to unknown viewers. My discomfort grew as I realized I was inadvertently spying on someone's private life. My gut told me to close the window, but that dark curiosity kept my eyes locked on the screen. Then, a small pop-up window appeared with a countdown timer, its red digits glowing ominously. A strange tension filled my chest as the numbers silently ticked down from 60 seconds. When it reached 0, another message appeared. Tonight's game has begun. Within minutes, the site's layout shifted. Chat messages began scrolling along the side of the video feed in a constant stream. Anonymous viewers were commenting in real time, their words creating a running commentary on the unsuspecting man's actions. He always sits there first, wrote Darkwatcher 47. New viewer count, 847, noted system admin. Ready to play, demanded impatient one. The casualness was the most chilling aspect. These people discussed watching someone from behind a hidden camera as if it were routine entertainment. Then another interface element appeared, a sleek black box titled Choose an Action. My pulse quickened as the viewers began voting on disturbing options. Make a noise, unlock a door, cut the power. Unlock a door, won by a significant margin. Seconds later, I heard a distinct mechanical click through my headphones. The man heard it too, his head snapping up with immediate alertness. He approached his bedroom door cautiously. When he tested the handle, it swung open freely, a door that had presumably been locked moments before. His confusion morphed into fear as he stepped into the hallway, checking around urgently before returning, visibly shaken. He tried to focus on his laptop, but kept glancing nervously at the door. The chat rejoiced. Another vote appeared. Knock loudly. Flicker lights. Call his phone. Knock loudly was chosen swiftly. 3 sharp, deliberate knocks echoed through the speakers. The man jumped up, now visibly terrified, moving frantically around his apartment, checking windows and locks with desperate precision. But then something unexpected happened. Instead of another vote, a single message appeared in the chat from system admin. Special viewer milestone reached, unlocking premium features. The interface changed completely. New options appeared that made my blood freeze. Release the photos, send the message, activate sleeper. The chat exploded with excitement. These weren't random pranks. This was systematic, organized, personal. Someone had been preparing for this moment, building towards something far worse than harassment. Send the message, won overwhelmingly. The man's laptop screen suddenly blazed with light. His face went white as he read whatever had appeared there. Then he began shaking his head, backing away from the desk, as if the computer had become dangerous. He grabbed his phone with trembling hands, dialing frantically. "Please," he said into the phone, his voice breaking through the audio feed. "You said you'd leave me alone if I..." The line went dead. He stared at the phone in horror, then at his laptop screen. Whatever he saw there made him sink into his chair, defeated. For the first time, he looked directly up at the camera, as if he'd always known it was there. "I can't," he whispered to the lens. "Not again." The chat went silent. Then came the final vote, with only one option: consequences. I watched in absolute horror as the live feed split into multiple views. The bedroom camera, a hallway camera I hadn't seen before, and what looked like feeds from outside his building. This wasn't random voyeurism. It was a carefully orchestrated trap that had been closing around him for who knows how long. The man sat frozen, staring at his laptop screen. On my screen, a countdown appeared, 000500, and ticking down. Then, without warning, my screen went black. A single line of text appeared. "Session ended. Welcome to the Watchers." My browser closed itself. My laptop shut down completely. In the darkness of my apartment, I realized the rain had stopped, but I could hear something else now. Footsteps in the hallway outside my door. 3 deliberate knocks echoed through my apartment, and I understood with perfect clarity that I had never been watching at all. It's funny how sometimes the most terrifying discoveries happen by complete accident. You're looking for something harmless, maybe trying to solve a simple problem, and you stumble across something that changes your entire understanding of the world around you. That's what happened to me last spring, and I still can't decide whether I wish I'd never found what I found, or whether I'm grateful to finally understand what was really happening. I work as a librarian in Manchester. Nothing particularly exciting about it. Helping students find resources, managing overdue fines, keeping the reading rooms quiet. The sort of job that most people assume is pleasant but boring, which it mostly is, except for the occasional problem patron or the odd technical issue with our computer systems. The trouble started when several of our regular users began complaining about their personal devices being compromised after using our public internet. Nothing dramatic at first, just spam emails and suspicious login attempts. But the pattern was specific enough to suggest someone was targeting library users. Our IT support was limited to a part-time contractor who came in twice a week, and he wasn't particularly helpful when I raised the issue. He ran some basic scans, updated our security software, and assured me that our network was secure. But the complaints continued, and they were all coming from users who'd been in the library during specific time periods. I started paying more attention to who was using the computers during those times, trying to identify any patterns or recurring faces. Most of our users were students from the local university or college, but there were a few regulars who didn't fit the typical academic profile. One in particular caught my attention, a middle-aged man who always chose the same computer terminal and seemed to spend an unusual amount of time on activities that required very little visible interaction with the screen. He was quiet and unremarkable, the sort of person you'd never notice in a crowd. Always wore dark, nondescript clothing and carried a small backpack that he kept close to his workstation. He always turned up mid-afternoon when the place was busy enough to blend in, but not so packed he'd lose his favorite terminal. What struck me as odd was his behavior around the computer itself. Most people using public terminals either work intensively, typing, clicking, scrolling through pages, or they browse casually, moving between different websites and applications. His activity was different. He'd sit very still for long periods, occasionally making small adjustments or inputs, but mostly just watching the screen with an intensity that seemed out of proportion to whatever he was doing. The breakthrough came when I started tracking the complaints more carefully. Every single compromised user had been sitting at terminals adjacent to his usual spot during his visits. Not the same computer, but close enough that someone with the right equipment might be able to intercept their data. The realization hit me like a physical blow. He wasn't just using our computers, he was hunting other users. I started researching methods that could be used to compromise devices on public networks. What I found was both more sophisticated and more accessible than I'd expected. There were simple tools that would allow someone to capture login details and access other devices connected to the same network. The idea that someone could be watching your screen, reading your messages, maybe even seeing through your webcam, it made my skin crawl. The research led me into corners of the internet I'd never explored before, hidden communities where people shared surveillance techniques. The deeper I went, the more disturbed I became by what was apparently possible with gear and software that anyone with curiosity and time could learn to use. Some of the forums contained posts about targeting public spaces like libraries and cafes. Users traded advice on identifying vulnerable targets and avoiding detection. The casual tone of these exchanges was perhaps the most disturbing aspect. They talked about surveillance and privacy invasion as if it were a hobby. But it was the references to live monitoring that really made my blood run cold. There were sections dedicated to real-time observation of compromised devices, where participants could watch victims' activities as they happened. This wasn't just about stealing data. It was about the thrill of invasion, watching people without their knowledge. Reading about the live monitoring capabilities, I began to understand what might have been happening in our library. The man at the terminal wasn't just stealing data from other users. He might have been providing access to their devices for others to watch in real time. The thought that people could be sitting in our reading rooms, unaware that their every action was being observed by strangers, was genuinely horrifying. Posts explored the psychology of targets, strategies for prolonging surveillance, and methods for gaining access to webcams and microphones. One thread outlined how to turn victims' own devices into surveillance equipment that could monitor their private spaces. What made it worse was the realization that this was happening in places I recognized, affecting people I saw every day. The forums contained references to specific locations in Manchester and posts that suggested active operations in areas I knew well. I started watching him more carefully, trying to understand exactly what he was doing during his daily visits. His timing was precise. He'd arrive when the library was busy enough to provide cover, but not so crowded that he couldn't secure his preferred terminal. He brought his own equipment, small devices that he'd connect discreetly to the computer or position near other workstations. Most concerning was his attention to other users. He'd spend time observing people who sat near his workstation, and I began to notice patterns in his interest. He favored younger users, particularly women, and seemed drawn to people who appeared nervous or unfamiliar with the technology. There was something predatory in the way he'd position himself to watch them work, as if their confusion made them easier to own. Sometimes I'd catch him making small notes in a pocket diary, and the careful way he'd glance around before writing suggested these weren't innocent reminders. I realized that confronting him directly would likely just cause him to move his operation elsewhere, but I also couldn't ignore what was happening, knowing that people were being violated in ways they couldn't detect. The decision to document his activities felt like the only responsible option. I started taking discreet photographs of his setup, noting the times of his visits, and recording details about the equipment he used. The evidence wasn't dramatic, but it painted a clear picture of systematic surveillance activities. But gathering evidence meant spending more time observing his behavior, which led me deeper into understanding what he was actually doing. The forums I'd found contained guides for the exact techniques he seemed to be employing, and posts about the data that could be captured through these methods. The most disturbing discovery was that our library wasn't unique. The forums contained references to similar operations in public spaces across the country, suggesting coordination between different locations and operators. Reading through these discussions, I began to understand that what I'd witnessed was part of something much larger. The man in our library wasn't acting alone. He was part of a community that shared targets and techniques. The surveillance was being conducted for the entertainment of people who existed specifically to watch others without their knowledge. The realization that everything I did in public spaces might be subject to this kind of monitoring fundamentally changed how I moved through the world. Every public computer, every Wi-Fi network, every device I used outside my home became a potential point of vulnerability. I tried reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but explaining the technical aspects and providing evidence for activities that were designed to be invisible proved nearly impossible. The documentation I'd gathered looked circumstantial, and the online communities operated in ways that made them difficult to investigate. The complaints from library users eventually stopped, not because the problem had been resolved, but because he stopped coming. One day, he simply didn't appear at his usual time, and we never saw him again. His absence should have felt like a resolution, but instead it raised new questions about where he'd gone and whether his activities had simply moved to a different location. The forum stayed active, still filled with strategies and shared footage. Whatever had been happening in our library was apparently just one small component of something that continued to function regardless of any individual participant. I still work at the library, still help people with research and technical problems, still try to maintain the public service that libraries are supposed to provide. But I can't shake the knowledge of what might be happening to the people who use our services. Imagine discovering that every disturbing sound you've dismissed as normal city noise was actually someone's final moments being broadcast to thousands of paying viewers on the dark web. The thing about living in a converted warehouse in East London is that you get used to strange noises. Industrial buildings weren't designed for residential living, so sounds carry in odd ways through the concrete and steel. For 2 years, I thought the sounds coming from the flat below mine were just part of urban life. Deliveries, renovations, the occasional late-night party. Now I know better, and in approximately 18 hours, I'm going to become the star of the same dark web broadcasts I've been unknowingly listening to through my floorboards. I moved into my flat in Hackney Wick after university, when the area was still affordable for someone working entry-level jobs in marketing. The building used to be a textile factory, converted into a dozen small flats with thin walls and thinner floors. Most of my neighbors were artists, freelancers, or young professionals like me who couldn't afford anywhere better. The kind of transient community where people keep to themselves and mind their own business. The flat directly below mine was occupied by someone I rarely saw. Occasionally, I'd glimpse a middle-aged man in the communal entrance, always carrying heavy bags or equipment cases. He kept odd hours and seemed to have frequent visitors, but in a building full of creative types working irregular schedules, that wasn't unusual. I knew him only as the name on the buzzer, M. Patterson. The first time I noticed something strange was about 6 months after moving in. I was working late on my laptop when I heard what sounded like someone crying through the floor. Not ordinary crying. Desperate, terrified sobbing that lasted for several minutes before stopping abruptly. I assumed it was an argument between Patterson and a partner, the kind of domestic situation you pretend not to hear in shared buildings. Over the following weeks, similar sounds occurred regularly. Always late at night, always brief, always stopping suddenly. Sometimes crying, sometimes what sounded like pleading or distressed conversation. The sounds were muffled by the concrete floor, but clear enough to be disturbing. I considered complaining to the building management, but wasn't sure how to explain what I was hearing without sounding like I was spying on my neighbor. The noises gradually became more frequent and more varied. Heavy objects being moved around, electronic equipment humming constantly, what sounded like construction work happening at strange hours. Patterson seemed to have an unusual number of visitors, always arriving and leaving at night, always carrying equipment or large bags. One evening, I was coming home from work when I encountered Patterson in the stairwell. He was directing 2 other men who were carrying what appeared to be professional camera equipment up to his flat. When he saw me, he explained that he was a freelance videographer working on corporate training materials that required controlled lighting conditions. The explanation seemed reasonable, and it accounted for the equipment noises I'd been hearing. But the sounds that followed weren't consistent with normal video production. Instead of the steady hum of lights and cameras, I heard intermittent activity that suggested something more irregular was happening. periods of intense activity followed by long silences, sounds that suggested distress or conflict rather than professional filming. About a month later, I discovered what appeared to be the first concrete evidence of something wrong. I was taking rubbish to the communal bins when I found several items that had clearly come from Patterson's flat. Medical supplies, plastic sheeting, and cleaning products that seemed excessive for normal household use. The combination was disturbing, particularly given the sounds I'd been hearing. I started paying closer attention to the patterns of activity below. The sounds seemed to follow a schedule. Preparation phases involving equipment setup, periods of intense activity that included the distressing human sounds, followed by cleanup periods that often lasted until dawn. The pattern repeated roughly once a week, always at night, always following the same sequence. One night, curiosity got the better of me. During what sounded like a preparation phase, I went down to the communal garden behind the building and looked up at Patterson's windows. They were covered with blackout material, but I could see the edges of bright lighting equipment around the frames. What disturbed me more was seeing cables running from his windows to a small satellite dish I hadn't noticed before. The next morning, I found Patterson in the communal entrance and casually asked about his video work. He was more forthcoming than I expected, explaining that he specialized in niche content for international clients. He mentioned working with subjects who required discretion and privacy, hence the soundproofing and security measures he'd installed. He also mentioned that his work required high-speed internet connections and specialized broadcasting equipment. When I asked about the satellite dish, Patterson explained that his clients demanded secure, encrypted transmission methods that standard internet connections couldn't provide. He said he used dark web protocols to ensure client confidentiality and protect the privacy of his subjects. The explanation sounded professional, but something about his manner suggested he was being deliberately vague. Over the following days, I researched dark web broadcasting and discovered information about red rooms, allegedly live-stream torture or murder, where viewers could pay to watch or influence events. Most sources insisted they were urban legends, but some suggested they might exist using sophisticated encryption and cryptocurrency payment systems to avoid detection. The timing coincided with an escalation in the sounds from Patterson's flat. The preparation phases became longer and more complex. The periods of distress became more intense and extended. The cleanup phases seemed to involve more thorough work, including what sounded like industrial cleaning equipment. I also noticed changes in the building's internet connectivity. During Patterson's active periods, the shared Wi-Fi became unreliable, suggesting he was using substantial bandwidth for upload activity. When I mentioned this to other residents, they confirmed experiencing similar issues, always at night, always coinciding with increased activity from Patterson's flat. 2 weeks ago, everything changed. I was lying in bed around midnight when I heard sounds that were unmistakably different from the usual pattern. Instead of the typical preparation noises, I heard what sounded like a struggle, followed by someone calling for help in a voice that carried clearly through the floor. The sound suggested someone was in immediate danger. I called the police, reporting a possible domestic violence situation. They arrived within minutes and spoke to Patterson, who calmly explained that he was editing audio for a documentary about crime victims. He showed them his professional equipment and credentials and played samples of the audio he claimed to be working with. The officers seemed satisfied and left without further investigation. But Patterson knew I had called them. The next morning, I found a note pushed under my door, thanking me for my concern about the previous night's work. He explained that his documentary work sometimes involved distressing content that could be misinterpreted by neighbors. He assured me that everything was legitimate and suggested that we should discuss his work schedule to avoid future misunderstandings. When I met with Patterson that evening, he was surprisingly open about his activities. He explained that he produced specialized content for clients who paid premium rates for authentic, unscripted material. He said his work involved creating realistic scenarios that appeared genuine to viewers who were willing to pay substantial amounts for convincing performances. Patterson showed me some of his equipment: professional cameras, sophisticated lighting systems, and computer servers that he said were necessary for secure broadcasting to international clients. He explained that his subjects were paid performers who specialized in creating convincing distress reactions for discerning audiences who could distinguish between authentic and simulated content. The explanation addressed many of my concerns, but something still felt wrong. The sounds I heard didn't seem like performances. They carried an authenticity that suggested genuine fear and pain. When I mentioned this, Patterson explained that the most successful performers were those who could create truly convincing reactions, and that his clients paid premium rates specifically for content that seemed completely real. He also explained the dark web broadcasting setup, showing me how encrypted protocols and cryptocurrency payments allowed him to serve clients worldwide while maintaining their anonymity and his own security. He said this level of discretion was necessary because his content pushed boundaries that mainstream platforms wouldn't accept. Patterson concluded our conversation by mentioning that he was always looking for new performers who could create authentic reactions. He said the work paid extremely well for people who could handle intense scenarios convincingly. He suggested that if I was ever interested in supplementing my marketing income, he could arrange an audition. I declined, but Patterson's offer stayed with me. The marketing work wasn't paying enough to cover rising London rents, and the money he mentioned was substantial. Over the following days, I found myself considering his proposition, particularly when I heard what sounded like another successful session from his flat. Last week, I finally agreed to meet with Patterson about potential work. He explained that his current project involved creating content for a very specific audience that paid extraordinary amounts for authentic-seeming material. He said new performers typically started with minor roles to build comfort and confidence before progressing to more intensive scenarios. Patterson showed me the contracts his performers signed, which included substantial payment terms, confidentiality clauses, and detailed consent agreements. Everything appeared professional and legitimate. He explained that the intense reactions I'd been hearing were the result of method acting techniques that helped performers create convincing distress responses. He offered me what he called a trial role, a simple scenario that would pay enough to cover several months of rent. The work would involve a few hours of filming, following a script designed to create authentic-seeming reactions for his discerning clientele. He assured me that everything was performance, that safety protocols were in place, and that I could withdraw at any time if I became uncomfortable. I agreed to the trial, scheduled for tomorrow night. Patterson explained that the session would be broadcast to his regular audience, who had been informed about the new performer and were particularly interested in authentic reactions from first-time participants. He said the audience engagement was part of what made his content valuable. Viewers felt they were witnessing genuine experiences rather than obvious performances. But yesterday, I made a discovery that changed everything. While Patterson was out, I managed to access the building's Wi-Fi router and examine the network traffic from his flat. The data streams were massive, far larger than normal video files, and were being transmitted to multiple dark web addresses simultaneously. More disturbing was what I found when I managed to access one of these addresses through a Tor browser. Instead of the professional performance content Patterson had described, I found myself looking at what was clearly a Red Room operation. Live streams of genuine torture and murder, with chat functions allowing viewers to request specific actions through cryptocurrency payments. The archives showed dozens of previous broadcasts, all apparently filmed in Patterson's flat, all featuring people who displayed genuine terror and pain rather than convincing acting. These weren't performances, they were real victims, and I had been listening to their final moments through my floorboards for months. I realized that Patterson's offer wasn't for acting work. Tomorrow night's trial role was scheduled to be my final performance, broadcast live to thousands of dark web viewers who were expecting to watch someone die in the flat below mine. I've been hiding in a hotel since making this discovery, but Patterson keeps finding ways to contact me. Messages on social media, emails to accounts he shouldn't know about, even notes left at my workplace, all reminding me about tomorrow's commitment and explaining that his audience has been told to expect a new performer with authentic reactions. This morning, I found a package at my hotel room containing a tablet computer. When I turned it on, it showed a live feed of my empty flat, apparently filmed from Patterson's unit below. Text on the screen explained that the audience was already gathering for tomorrow's broadcast and that my non-appearance would disappoint viewers who had paid premium rates for the session. The message also included details about my daily routines, my workplace, my family's addresses, information that made it clear they had been monitoring me far longer than I realized. The final line explained that tomorrow's broadcast would happen regardless of my cooperation. The only question was whether I would be conscious for it. I'm writing this from another hotel, but I know they'll find me again. Patterson's operation is too sophisticated, too well-resourced, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. I've heard too many of their victims through my floorboards to believe I can escape the same fate. Tomorrow night, thousands of people on the dark web will watch a live stream from the flat below mine. They've paid in cryptocurrency to see authentic reactions from someone who doesn't know what's really happening until it's too late. They've been promised genuine terror and pain rather than acted performances. The most horrifying realization is that I've been living above a dark web red room for over a year, listening to people die while assuming they were just neighbors arguing or filming amateur videos. I've been an unwitting witness to dozens of murders, dismissing genuine cries for help as domestic disputes or creative projects. How many other people might be living above or next to similar operations? How many strange noises do we ignore because we don't want to get involved? How many victims have called for help through thin walls and floors, only to have neighbors assume it's just part of urban living? The dark web has made it possible for these operations to exist anywhere, hidden in plain sight, broadcasting horror to paying audiences, while neighbors remain oblivious to what's happening around them. The technology makes it easy to hide, to pay anonymously, to consume murder as entertainment. I should have trusted my instincts about those sounds, should have called police sooner, should have investigated more thoroughly instead of minding my own business, should have realized that genuine distress sounds different from acting or arguments. But it's too late for should-haves now. Tomorrow night, I'll probably become another voice crying through floorboards that someone else will dismiss as just neighborhood noise. Whether I show up willingly or they come to collect me, tomorrow's broadcast will feature the neighbor who lived upstairs and listened to all the previous victims without understanding what he was hearing. And somewhere above us, another neighbor will probably assume my screams are just someone having a bad night. still remember the exact moment I realized it wasn't a prank. There was something about the bruises on his face that looked too real, too painful. And his eyes, God, his eyes as he stared directly into that camera. I've never seen genuine fear like that before. Not from Jay. It started innocently enough. Just another weird link my friend Jay had found on some obscure forum. He was always sending us these things, supposed red rooms or whatever from the dark web. You know how it goes. Always with a bunch of laughing emojis like it was all just a big joke. And it always was, until it wasn't. Jay was the kind of person who exhausted you just by existing. Actually, that sounds harsh. Let me rephrase that. He had this constant need for attention that could be draining. He was always staging these elaborate pranks, fake ghost encounters on video calls, prank calls to forum moderators that he'd record. And once, he even created this whole fictional stalker just to get karma on Reddit. The guy lived for reactions. Any reaction. I usually just went along with it. Never fully believed his stunts, but I'd play along because, well, he was my friend. Sometimes his pranks crossed lines. Occasionally they were genuinely funny, but mostly they were just a lot too much. So when that Red Room link appeared in our group chat, I didn't even bother clicking. Just another one of Jay's attempts to get us all worked up, I thought. But something felt off that week. Jay wasn't his usual self. He wasn't bombarding the chat with his typical nonsense. He wasn't trying to one-up everyone's stories. He was just quiet. I remember thinking maybe he'd finally grown bored of his own antics. Or perhaps he'd been banned from some platform again. But I kept coming back to the last thing he sent us. Something about this link being legitimate, about using headphones, about being warned. Then he disappeared. At first, I didn't think much of it. Jay had a habit of vanishing for days at a time, usually chasing after some girl he'd met online. He'd resurface eventually with wildly exaggerated stories that none of us believed. But this time felt different. It stretched on too long. On the third day, his mother called me. I still get chills thinking about that call. Her voice had this tremor to it that I'd never heard before. She explained that Jay hadn't been home, that his phone was completely off. I tried to reassure her, told her it was probably just another one of his elaborate pranks. But there was this moment, this awful, gut-wrenching moment, when her voice broke while telling me he'd left without his camera. Jay never went anywhere without that camera, ever. It was like an extension of himself. That's when I knew something was seriously wrong. I promised I'd come over to check his room, maybe look through his computer for any clues. I wish I could go back to that moment. I wish I'd just stayed home. His room was exactly as he'd left it, messy, full of half-finished projects. I checked his laptop first, nothing unusual. Just as I was about to leave, I noticed his desk drawer was slightly open. I probably wouldn't have looked inside if it had been closed completely. Funny how such small decisions change everything. There it was, a flash drive hidden behind a stack of old Polaroids, labeled with red marker, if gone. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to just hand it over to his mother, or maybe to the police. But curiosity, or maybe a misplaced sense of responsibility, got the better of me. I took it home and plugged it into my computer. What happened next still haunts me. The drive auto-launched a single file. No name, no extension. Just static at first, and then there was Jay, tied to a metal chair. The lighting was dim, like there was a single bulb hanging somewhere just out of frame. He was gagged. He was crying, trying desperately to communicate something. He looked genuinely terrified. Not the fake scared he'd do for his videos, not acting. This was raw fear. I had to pause it. I physically couldn't continue watching. I remember standing up so fast my chair tipped over. I paced around my room, trying to convince myself this was just another one of his elaborate stunts. Maybe for a film project. Maybe for some weird internet challenge. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. When I finally worked up the courage to look at the drive again, something impossible had happened. There were now 3 videos. I swear on everything I believe in, I hadn't downloaded anything else. I hadn't clicked anything. They just appeared. The second video was worse, much worse. Jay was still in that same chair, but his face was now swollen and bruised. His lip was split open, and his pinky finger, I still have nightmares about this. It was just gone. The stub was wrapped in dirty-looking duct tape and gauze, but it was clearly missing. And the way he looked at the camera, it was like he was looking directly at me, silently pleading, that same light swinging somewhere above him, creating these shifting shadows across his face. You know when something is so horrific your brain refuses to process it? When you keep telling yourself it must be fake, even though every instinct is screaming that it's real. That's where I was, staring at my screen, hands shaking so badly I could barely move the mouse, telling myself it had to be special effects or some digital manipulation. But it wasn't. It was real. It was happening. Then the screen glitched. For just a second, everything went black. When the image returned, there was text on the screen. Just one word. Vote. I scrolled down without thinking, and that's when I saw them. 3 buttons below the video: remove left hand, pull tooth no water for 24 hours. I froze. I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing. Was this some kind of sick interactive video? A game? I didn't mean to interact with it at all, but I hovered my cursor over the no water option, just to see if it was actually clickable. The screen blinked. A message appeared. Your vote has been counted. I panicked. I ripped the flash drive out of my computer so violently I'm surprised it didn't break. I ran to the bathroom and threw up. I couldn't stop shaking. I was convinced I'd done something terrible, that I'd somehow participated in whatever nightmare Jay was trapped in, that I'd made things worse. Later that night, after hours of pacing and panicking, I checked the drive again. There was a 4th file. Same setup, same chair, same swinging light. But now Jay was blindfolded, still gagged. There were these horrible marks on his arms, like wires had been wrapped around them and pulled tight. I could barely bring myself to watch, but I forced myself to. I needed to understand what was happening. At the very end of the clip, just before it cut to black, Jay moved his lips. There was no sound, but I could read what he was trying to say. One word: run. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I kept seeing his face when I closed my eyes. The following morning, I took everything to the police. The drive, the videos, the voting page. I showed them all of it. I was desperate for them to tell me it was all an elaborate hoax, that Jay was fine, that this was just some dark corner of the internet playing tricks on me. But they couldn't say that. Instead, they told me there was no way to trace where the files had come from. The metadata had been wiped clean. The source was encrypted. Whoever was behind this knew exactly what they were doing. They took the drive as evidence and told me not to share anything about this online. Then they sent me home. That was 3 weeks ago. Jay is still missing. His room remains untouched. His camera still sits on his desk where he left it. His mother calls me every day, asking if I've heard anything new. I never know what to tell her. I've deleted our group chat, blocked everyone else who was in it. I don't even open my browser without a VPN now. I've become paranoid about everything digital. Every link, every file, every innocent-looking attachment. Sometimes I dream about that swinging light bulb, that dull, rhythmic sway casting moving shadows. I can hear it even when I'm awake, that faint creaking sound. The last thing Jay told us before he disappeared was that clicking the link could get us killed. I laughed it off then. I'm not laughing anymore. What would you say if I told you that taking care of an elderly person could lead to becoming the star of a dark web murder broadcast? 4 months ago, I was just a care worker in Sheffield, trying to pay off my student loans and build some experience before applying to nursing school. Now I'm hiding in a service station outside York, and tomorrow night thousands of people are going to watch me become the entertainment in a red room that I helped set up without realizing what I was doing. I work for a private care agency that provides live-in support for elderly clients who want to remain in their own homes rather than move to residential facilities. It's demanding work, 12-hour shifts, difficult clients, family members who expect miracles, but it pays better than most jobs available to someone with just A-levels and a care certificate. The assignment that changed everything started in late September. I was assigned to provide overnight care for a man named Arthur Henley, an 80-year-old former academic living alone in a large Victorian house in Crooks. Mr. Henley had early-stage dementia and required supervision during the night, as he had a tendency to wander and had fallen several times trying to navigate his house in the dark. The house was impressive but dated, 3 stories, original features, and a basement that Mr. Henley used for storage. He'd been a professor of computer science at Sheffield University before retiring, and the house was filled with books, academic papers, and what appeared to be decades of accumulated technology. Old computers, servers, and networking equipment were scattered throughout various rooms. Mr. Henley was polite but distant during my first few weeks on the assignment. His dementia seemed relatively mild, occasional confusion about dates or names, some difficulty with complex tasks, but generally coherent and self-sufficient during daylight hours. He maintained a regular routine of reading, light gardening, and what he called his research projects in the basement. My role was primarily supervisory, ensuring he didn't wander outside at night, helping if he became confused or distressed, and managing his medication schedule. During the day, Mr. Henley was largely independent, so I had considerable downtime to study for my nursing school applications or catch up on personal tasks. About a month into the assignment, I started noticing some unusual aspects of Mr. Henley's routine. He received frequent deliveries of computer equipment, always paying in cash and insisting on handling the transactions personally. When I asked about his continued interest in technology, he explained that he was working on research projects related to his former academic work. Mr. Henley also had visitors at odd hours, usually late in the evening or very early in the morning. These weren't social calls from friends or family, but business-like meetings with younger people who would arrive with equipment or documents. When I asked about these visits, Mr. Henley explained that he was consulting on technical projects for former colleagues. The basement became increasingly off-limits during this period. Mr. Henley installed new locks and made it clear that his research space was private. I could hear equipment running constantly, humming servers, cooling fans, and what sounded like multiple computers operating simultaneously. The electricity bills must have been substantial. Around this time, Mr. Henley began asking me to help with some of his technical projects. Simple tasks initially, moving equipment, organizing cables, cleaning workspace areas. He offered to pay me extra for this assistance, which I welcomed given my financial situation. The work seemed harmless enough, just basic maintenance and organization. Gradually, Mr. Henley's request became more specific. He needed help setting up camera equipment in various rooms of the house, testing lighting configurations in different spaces, ensuring that recording devices had clear sight lines and optimal audio pickup. He explained that he was documenting his house's architecture and historical features for academic purposes. The camera installations were professional-grade equipment, far more sophisticated than anything needed for simple documentation. Multiple angles in each room, motion sensors, night vision capabilities, and centralized recording systems that fed back to his basement setup. When I commented on the complexity, Mr. Henley explained that thoroughness was essential for proper academic documentation. I also helped Mr. Henley test various aspects of his recording systems. He would have me move through different rooms while he monitored the coverage from his basement, adjusting camera angles and audio levels to ensure optimal capture quality. He said this was necessary to document how people interacted with historical architecture. During these tests, Mr. Henley would give me specific instructions about timing, positioning, and behavior. Stand in certain locations for predetermined durations. React to various stimuli he would introduce. Follow scripted movements through the house while he recorded everything from his monitoring station. The level of detail seemed excessive for architectural documentation. As weeks passed, Mr. Henley's dementia symptoms appeared to fluctuate dramatically. Some days, he seemed completely lucid and organized, managing complex technical projects with expertise that seemed inconsistent with cognitive decline. Other days, he appeared genuinely confused and disoriented, requiring assistance with basic tasks. I began to suspect that Mr. Henley's condition might not be as severe as initially diagnosed, or that he was deliberately exaggerating his symptoms. His moments of clarity always coincided with technical work or visits from his mysterious colleagues. His confusion seemed to occur primarily when I asked questions about his projects or tried to understand what he was really doing. 3 weeks ago, everything became clear in the worst possible way. Mr. Henley had asked me to test a new camera installation in the basement, claiming he needed to document some architectural features of the foundation. When I went downstairs, I discovered that the space had been completely transformed from a storage area into something resembling a professional studio. Multiple camera angles captured every inch of a central area that had been set up with restraints, medical equipment, and tools that clearly weren't for architectural documentation. Banks of monitors showed various live feeds from around the house, including rooms where I'd helped install cameras. Computer screens displayed dark web sites with streaming interfaces and viewer count displays. Most disturbing was seeing my own image on several monitors. Live feeds showing me in different rooms of the house, recorded footage from previous weeks, and edited compilations of my movements and reactions during Mr. Henley's tests. I realized that his architectural documentation project had been recording me extensively, creating content that was apparently being shared online. Mr. Henley appeared behind me, no longer showing any signs of confusion or dementia. He explained calmly that his condition had been largely fabricated to create a suitable cover for his actual work. Care workers were ideal subjects because they were isolated, had regular schedules, and were accustomed to working in private homes without supervision. He showed me the full extent of his operation. The basement was equipped for live streaming to dark web audiences who paid for authentic, unscripted content. The house had been converted into a production facility where he could create material featuring unwitting participants who thought they were just doing their jobs. Mr. Henley's research projects involve documenting potential subjects, testing their reactions to various situations, and gradually preparing them for final broadcasts. The care worker arrangement provided perfect cover, a legitimate reason for someone to be in the house regularly, explaining any unusual behavior or equipment to neighbors or family members. My weeks of helping with camera installations and testing had been preparation for my own broadcast. Mr. Henley's audience had been watching my daily routines, learning my behavior patterns, and anticipating the moment when I would transition from unknowing assistant to featured content. The visitors who came at odd hours weren't academic colleagues. They were part of a network that specialized in creating dark web entertainment using people who had no idea they were being groomed for participation. Care workers, domestic staff, delivery personnel, anyone whose job provided access to private spaces and isolated working conditions. Mr. Henley explained that tomorrow night's broadcast would feature the culmination of months of preparation. His audience had been following my story through surveillance footage, watching me gradually become complicit in setting up the very equipment that would be used for my final performance. I managed to escape while Mr. Henley was distracted with technical preparations, but I know the surveillance network extends beyond his house. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements, and building detailed profiles of everyone in my life. Running might delay the inevitable, but it won't prevent it. Since leaving Sheffield, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. People who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Evidence that my movements are being tracked and reported back to Mr. Henley's operation. Yesterday, I received a package at the hotel where I'm staying. A package containing a tablet computer that showed live feeds from Mr. Henley's house. The basement had been prepared for broadcast, with professional lighting and multiple camera angles focused on the central area where I'd unknowingly helped position equipment. Text on the screen explained that tomorrow's broadcast was titled The Care Worker Series Finale, and that thousands of viewers had been following my story from the beginning. They'd watched me arrive for the assignment, gradually discover the truth about my situation, and attempt to escape. My real life had become entertainment for people willing to pay for authentic reactions to genuine danger. The message included details about my movements over the past few days, demonstrating that their surveillance had continued despite my leaving Mr. Henley's house. They knew which trains I'd taken, where I'd been staying, even what I'd eaten for my last few meals. Every step of my escape had been monitored and possibly broadcast to paying audiences. I could go to the police, but Mr. Henley has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in his dark web activities. Surveillance footage of me helping install cameras, testing equipment, and following his instructions could be edited to support a narrative of voluntary cooperation rather than unwitting assistance. The care agency would have records of my assignment to Mr. Henley's house, my regular presence there, and my involvement in his technical projects. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly participating in the preparation of illegal streaming equipment. Mr. Henley's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The dementia diagnosis provides perfect cover for his activities. Who would suspect an elderly man with cognitive decline of running a complex dark web broadcasting network? Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Care Worker series. They've paid to see someone whose job involves protecting vulnerable people become vulnerable themselves. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Mr. Henley's audience. I'm writing this from a service station toilet, because it's the only place where I can't see any obvious surveillance equipment. But I know they're still watching somehow. The tablet shows real-time updates about my location and activities, suggesting that their monitoring capabilities extend far beyond Mr. Henley's house. In roughly 10 hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they've provided or continue running. But Mr. Henley has demonstrated that his network can find me anywhere, and his audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The most terrifying realization is that Mr. Henley's operation probably targets multiple care workers simultaneously. How many other people might be unknowingly helping prepare equipment for their own final broadcasts? How many elderly clients might be using their care arrangements as cover for dark web activities? The care industry provides perfect access to vulnerable workers who are isolated, poorly paid, and desperate for employment. Care workers enter private homes, work alone for extended periods, and are expected to assist with whatever tasks their clients require. It's an ideal setup for exploitation. Mr. Henley spent decades in computer science, developing expertise that he's now using to create sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations. His academic background provides credibility. His age and supposed medical condition deflect suspicion, and his resources allow him to maintain complex technical infrastructure. The dark web provides anonymity for his viewers, untraceable payment methods, and platforms that can't be easily monitored or shut down by authorities. He can broadcast authentic suffering to paying audiences without meaningful oversight or accountability. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as authentic content, featuring genuine reactions from someone who doesn't understand what's happening until it's too late. Mr. Henley's audience values realism over performance, preferring to watch real people discover their situation in real time. I never thought my care work would make me a target for this kind of exploitation. I thought the biggest risks were difficult clients or workplace injuries. I never imagined that helping an elderly person could lead to becoming the star of my own murder broadcast. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months caring for someone I thought was vulnerable, only to discover that I was the vulnerable one all along. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Shift. Mr. Henley's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who thought she was just doing her job. The care worker becomes the one who needs caring for, and there's no one left to help. I still get that moment. Sometimes when I'm halfway through a normal day or scrolling through something stupid like memes, and I'll feel it all over again. That pause, that breath I forgot to take when I realized who I was looking at on that screen. It was my brother. Let me back up. This happened about 5 years ago. I was 22, working part-time and drifting a bit. I spent way too much time online, if I'm being honest, especially late at night when the house was dead quiet and I couldn't sleep. There's something weird about that hour between midnight and 4 a.m., where your brain convinces you that clicking on anything is fine, like you're not accountable at that time. That's how I ended up on the dark web. I wasn't into anything sketchy. I wasn't trying to buy anything illegal or hire a hitman or whatever people think happens there. For me, it was just about curiosity, exploration. I liked peeling back layers of the internet, seeing what existed underneath the surface. I followed all the usual safety advice, VPNs, Tails OS, burner laptops. It wasn't about being edgy. I genuinely just liked the sense that I was in a space where the rules didn't fully apply. At first, it was the usual. Forums, strange market pages, broken storefronts that had obviously been dead for years. Occasionally, I'd come across these obscure blogs, like digital journals of people who clearly weren't right. Some of them were rambling messes. Others were scarily lucid. Those were the worst. One night, I found a link in the comments of a dead thread. It was just a string of text, no preview, no context. But the message above it just said, "For those who want to see what they paid for." It led to a blank page with a single embedded player. No chat box, no menu. Just the word "live" in red text above the video window. The loading bar took a while to move, and I remember that because I nearly clicked away out of boredom. But then the stream started. It was dark at first, bad lighting. I could barely make anything out. Just a person, slumped forward, hands bound, shirtless, face obscured by their hair and the grainy quality of the feed. And I remember thinking, this has to be fake. Like, who's going to live stream a crime? That's ridiculous. It has to be performance art or a prank site. I kept looking for the watermark or the subscription prompt. Something to tell me it was just theatre. But then he looked up. Just for a second. That's when my stomach dropped. Because even though the quality was awful, I knew that face. It was Jamie, my brother. I hadn't seen him in months. He'd taken a gap year to go travelling after college. Southeast Asia mostly. Last I heard, he was somewhere in Cambodia. He'd post on Instagram now and then, but nothing recent. I didn't think much of it. I figured Wi-Fi was spotty, that he was just being present or whatever. But there he was, on my screen, bruised, silent, and alive. I froze. I didn't know what to do. I just sat there with my hand on the mouse, breathing like I'd just sprinted somewhere. The stream didn't show anything violent, not at first. It was just him, alone in that room. And the longer I watched, the more certain I became that this wasn't staged. The lighting wasn't cinematic. The set wasn't designed. It was just real. I remember I started whispering to myself, like saying things out loud would make it stop. I kept repeating his name under my breath, like he might somehow hear it through the screen. Then a figure entered the frame. No face, just boots and gloves. They walked into shot slowly, and Jamie flinched. He didn't scream or cry. He just recoiled, like someone who'd already been through this more than once. That's when I snapped out of it. I yanked the Ethernet cable, shut the laptop, nearly dropped it. My hands were shaking so bad I almost couldn't unlock my phone. I called my parents first. It was 3 a.m, but they picked up on the first ring. I couldn't explain anything clearly. I think I just kept saying, I saw him, over and over. They contacted the embassy, filed reports, reached out to his travel contacts. Everything went into overdrive. And the weirdest part? They found him. Not the same day, but close. He was discovered in a warehouse near the edge of Phnom Penh, drugged, dehydrated, but alive. He had no idea how long he'd been there. The last thing he remembered was getting into a tuk-tuk after a night out. Everything after that was a blur, just flashes of light, muffled voices, and cold concrete. He didn't know about the stream. He still doesn't, actually. I never told him. I told everyone else I found a tip online, that someone had posted about a man matching his description being held in a warehouse. It wasn't even a lie, really. Just not the whole truth. After he came home, things went back to normal, on the surface. He doesn't talk about it, and we all pretend that's fine. But sometimes I catch him staring off when he thinks no one's watching. Like he's still there, stuck in that room, waiting for something to happen again. And I get it, because I still see him too. Not the version we have now, but the one on that screen. Silent, tied, waiting. That was the last time I ever touched the dark web. I wiped everything, scrubbed the drives, burned the laptop, if you can believe that. Literally threw it in a fire pit. I don't know who ran that site, or how they found him, or how I ended up there at the exact right time. Maybe it wasn't coincidence. Maybe someone wanted me to see it. Either way, I got out. He got out. But I still don't let myself think about how many other people clicked that same link and didn't recognize the face